I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith and my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I This race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this
Yes,
race
yes.
called life.
We are in here.
This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. Two intellectual warriors, one explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowerment demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League.
And this Sunday at 4 p.m., we also have...
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fall, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Yes, 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 yes. That is one you are not going to want to miss, folks. This Sunday, 4 p.m., only here at the Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, home of the Titans Debate League. And where should I start today? Welcome back to the Coliseum, where ideas don't shake hands, they clash steel. Tonight, we begin something historic. This is part one of a 10-episode intellectual saga, a philosophical gauntlet that will test metaphysics, science, time, and existence itself. Entering the arena tonight from Hobart, Oklahoma, the architect of a bold and controversial worldview, the man preaching a framework he calls the philosophy of quantum onlyism. Give it up, everybody, for Quantum Truth. Give him a round of applause.
Yes, yes, yes.
That boy good. That boy good. He's not here for small talk. He's not here for any surface level slogans. He's here to lay a foundation, stone by stone, to present his philosophy in full, to define its axisms, and to explain its ontology, to defend its coherence. And hovering over this arena tonight, Father Time and Mother Nature. In this series, we don't straw man, we don't dodge, we're going to dissect. Are you ready to get into it, brother?
Yeah, yeah.
This background is fire. I did my thing on this one. Once again, a shout out to the DJ. Okay, you ready for me to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
I want to say shout out before I start this. I want to say shout out to everybody that's in here listening. Thank you for coming and spending your little 15 minutes with me. I hope it's inviting and indulging to you. I want to say shout out to my man's A1. Shout out to the Titans and the Coliseum. You know, we love to do this, and this is what it's all about. So we proceed with the opening of the age Aquarius, and this is divine mechanics.
Radical idea. Think of it as a guide to, well, everything: existence, consciousness, the whole shebang. But here's the catch: there's one unbreakable
Hold on,
rule:
pause it for me.
no
Pause it
magic
for me.
allowed. None.
And then start. I want you to start it over. But before we get into this, this is fire. I'm loving the graphics. Did you create this yourself? What did you create this on? If you did, go ahead.
Yeah, I used a program called Notebook. I got a Google One membership. Google One has a business form office. What I did was I put all of my acquired material and all the things that I formed, and you put it into a bot, and it generates this for me. And so it uses my information to generate these for me.
Okay, that's dope. Okay, I'm not hip to that. Yeah, them graphics is nice. Go ahead. Introducing quantum onlyism.
All right, so today we're going to dive into a pretty radical idea. Think of it as a guide to, well, everything: existence, consciousness, the whole shebang. But here's the catch: there's one unbreakable rule: no magic allowed. None. This is a purely mechanical look at reality, one that's built on principles that work inside our universe, not from some mysterious outside force. So the big question is, how does it all actually work? You know, for centuries, people have been wrestling with this one big question: who made existence? And honestly, it's kind of a philosophical dead end, right? Because it assumes there's a creator, which just leads you down this endless rabbit hole of, okay, but who created the creator? It just goes on forever. But what if? What if the problem isn't the answer, but the question itself? What if we've been looking for some kind of outside cause for something that's actually a totally internal process? And that brings us to the core shift in perspective, right here. The idea is that the universe was never created, it formed. Now that might sound like we're just playing with words, but it's not. It completely reframes the problem. Instead of looking for a builder, it suggests that existence is more like a self-organizing system, something that unfolds from the inside out, not something that was built by some external designer. So this leads us to the foundational principle of this whole framework. It's called the no outside rule, and it's simple. To understand reality, we can't cheat. We can't point to anything supernatural or external to explain things. Every single cause, every function, it has to be found within the system itself. Think of it like a closed loop. We're forced to find the answers by looking at the machine's own parts, not by imagining a manual written by someone else. Okay, so if existence really is this self-sustaining loop, then what are its most fundamental parts? What makes it go? Well, let's take a look under the hood at the engine that, according to this framework, drives all of reality from the inside out. What you're seeing here are the two core components of that engine. On one side, you've got ordering. This is basically the principle of change, of sequence, the unstoppable flow of time. And on the other side, you have determinacy. That's all about structure, form, the laws of nature. Now, the key idea here is that these aren't just abstract concepts. This model says they are two active, functional forces that come together to create the actual engine of reality. So let's break down that first piece. We're talking about the temporal function, which this framework gives a shorthand name, Fati, for Father Time. And I gotta stress, this is not some old man with a beard. It's just a name for the operational principle of time itself. Without this Fati function, nothing would ever happen. There'd be no sequence, no change, no before and after. It's the engine's forward momentum. And of course, the other side of that coin is the structural function, which is called Mona, for Mother Nature. And again, we're not talking about a goddess here, it's just a function. If Fati provides the when, Mona provides the what. It's the principle of form, of pattern, all the physical laws that give reality its shape and its limits. Basically, it's what creates the stable stuff that time can actually do things to. And here's the thing, you absolutely need both. They're useless on their own. Think about it. Time without any structure is just empty, meaningless change. And structure without time, well, that's just a frozen photograph, stuck forever. So one gives you transformation, the other gives you manifestation. And it's their union, this Fati-Mona combo, that creates a reality that can both be something right now and also become something different in the next moment. Okay, so That's the big picture, the grand mechanics of the cosmos. But how does any of this apply to us, to our own conscious experience? Well, to bridge that gap from the universal down to the personal, the framework uses a really simple but I think powerful analogy.
Let's break it down. It's pretty intuitive. First, you've got the body. That's the car itself, the physical hardware, the vehicle. Then you have the mind. The mind is like the controls, the dashboard, the steering wheel, the pedals. It's the software that lets you operate the car. But here's the crucial part. The car isn't driving itself, and neither are the controls. There's a driver, there's a user of the system. And that's what this model calls the soul seed. So we have this driver in our analogy, but what is it really? What is this user mechanism, this soul seed, actually made of? Let's dig a little deeper into its mechanics. Now, this is a really important distinction. The soul seed is not some kind of ghost in the machine. In this model, it's the primary initiating mechanism. In other words, it's the core function that actually comes first, and the body and mind form around it to serve as its vehicle and its interface.
Okay,
And
pause it
just
real
like the
quick.
engine of existence, it's made of two distinct but totally inseparable functions.
Okay, just put a pin in that because I'm gonna have questions about the soul seed. I just wanted to remind you about that. Go ahead. You can play it now. Sorry about anybody if that disrupted the flow. Soul seed. I have
Working
questions.
together. And those two functions have some interesting names, the quark anchor and the quanta lifter. The anchor is exactly what it sounds like. It provides stability. It's the part of you that keeps you, well, you from one moment to the next, that constant sense of me. The lifter, on the other hand, is what allows for change, for learning, for adapting. And you can see how one without the other would be a disaster, right? Pure stability is just being frozen in place. Pure change is just chaos. To have a persistent self, you need both working together. All right, so if the soul seed is the user and the body is the hardware, what about the mind? What's its specific role in all this? Well, this model gives it a very particular and absolutely crucial job. It's the operating system. Yeah, the mind is the adaptive software that pops up to act as the bridge between the user and the hardware. And it does all this incredible stuff you see here. It figures out what you're seeing and hearing. It builds models of the world. It runs simulations about the future. But look at that last one, identity narration. This might be its biggest job. The mind creates the story of me, that ongoing narrative we tell ourselves about who we are. But here's the kicker. In this model, that story isn't the real you. It's a feature of the software you're running. That is a pretty profound thing to think about. So, all of this, it brings us to a really fundamental shift in how we can approach reality itself. It's about moving away from simple belief and moving towards something this framework calls recognition. This is really the practical takeaway of the whole idea. Let's look at the difference. Belief, in this context, is all about having faith in some external story, right? It's often about taking a metaphor and mistaking it for the actual mechanics. But recognition, that's totally different. That's about observing the internal mechanics of how things form for yourself. It doesn't ask you for faith, it asks you for observation. It's about getting in functional alignment with how things actually work. It's really the shift from superstition to systems thinking. And that leads us to this final, pretty provocative idea at the heart of it all. This framework suggests that divinity isn't some person or entity out there that we have to worship. Instead, divinity is a functional reality. It's that perfect, self-sustaining union of nature and time, of structure and change, that makes everything possible in the first place. So the final question really isn't whether you believe in all this. The question is, can you recognize it operating in your own experience? And what would change for you if you did?
And I'm paused. Yeah, I definitely had some questions about number three. Um, but do you want to give a brief synopsis for that? And I've got the link open for anybody who has questions. I know a couple people wanted to get at them. Now is your time. He gave a brief introduction. Again, this is a 10-part series. It's something that I don't know. You could have put this out as a class for real. Um, and again, that link is in the chat. Shout out Notes from the Underground. No, it's not an AI video. Oh, I guess it is. He did make an AI video. Are you there? You muted, L. Ron Thuggett.
My bad. My bad. Yeah. I'm here. Yeah, it was hey, yeah, that's in my information though.
Pull up,
That's all
King
my
Hurt.
that's all my information.
Yeah, break down number 3 for me. That's what I had questions about.
The soul seed.
Yep.
Yeah, the soul seed is in the quantum truth of the only divinity. Where I told you my philosophy don't stop where other philosophies stop at. We don't look at anything as woo. If somebody identified something as a soul and we've been not trying to identify it since we can remember, then what the quantum truth of the only divinity has done is provided a mechanism that we can look for when you're looking for the soul. It starts with a quark anchor and a quanta lifter. This quark anchor and this quanta lifter generates the frequency that's your soul, the individuality that's you. When you see a mind and a body, these aren't the actual individual that's reacting. This is evidence when you see people do things and it seemed like they didn't think about doing it. That's what I call recognition latency. The latency of the soul frequency that is you making the choice, the footprint of that choice showing itself in what we call chemical reactions in the brain. The chemical reactions in the brain sending the signal to the body, and those are the 3 different components.
Put your slide back up so we can see the slides for slide back through the slides for me.
Let me see. Let me get my slides up. All right.
Yeah, pull your slides back up. I want you to go back through them one by one for number 3. And just make it make sense for the people. Some people, yeah, the soul is a big debate about the soul.
He said the difference between the soul and the spirit, and how is the soul the driver? Well, in quantum onlyism, Daryl, that's a good question. That's a wonderful question. There's only one spirit, and that's the spirit of the universe. It's greater than a soul. Why? Because the spirit of the universe is just that. Its existence that's set forward through Fatimona. And you are a microcosm of that soul seed that I told you that generates the frequency of you, your individuality, the only Daryl that can ever be in existence, that is you, the only Daryl that will ever see life through your eyes, no matter what you record, what people see you do or nothing, nobody will ever see it you, that individual thing that's generated through the soul seed is the same thing that's generated as a spirit in existence. The spirit of Father Time and Mother Nature. And your soul travels the spirit, not just your soul, but you in the physical. So the quark part of your soul, the quark anchor anchors you into this physical reality. And when you depart in your body, the thing that you driving ceases to work or starts malfunctioning and you decouple, the quanta lifter of your soul takes over and travels you through the spirit, the only spirit that's in existence. So that's the difference. The spirit of the universe is the only spirit. We have souls, small versions of the spirit.
Hey, I'm waiting on them slides, brother.
Oh yeah, damn. I didn't. Shit, my bad.
I'm over here. I got lost for a second. I was staring at these graphics. These ones fine. I don't know. I rock with this one. It's the colors. That green. I like that.
Let me see what slides I got for you.
Father Time, Mother Nature.
Let me see. Where is my
While you do that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors.
yes.
The tournament that started it all. We are in round 2 right now. Make sure you check it out. Only here on Titans Debate League.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Hey, and we are in round 2 of this tournament. It's coming to a close. And we're introducing the new freshman class. We have a lineup of new debaters. We're going to be introducing fresh faces that you haven't seen before. Yeah, only here on Titans Debate League. Back to you. Where them slides at, baby?
Yeah, man, I'm getting them together right here, right now. If you can, let me see. If you can go ahead and pull me up. Oh, let me see. I gotta go share my screen.
Yeah, you gotta share the screen.
We share the screen. Let me see. I got a bunch of slide decks. Let me see. I think I should have.
And while you're doing that, March 1st, only here on Titans Debate League, we have Gideon Israel versus Big Cosmon. What is better for our people, the Owaspi or the Bible? Only here on Titans Debate League. Don't miss it. I'm going to do the voiceover for this one probably tonight. Be looking for that commercial tomorrow. There we go. Now we got some slides.
Let's see what we got here. See. We on?
Yeah, we on. You live.
Yeah, okay. This is my book 2 of my works, my philosophy. This is called Divine Mechanics. In Divine Mechanics, what I do is, oh wait, that ain't what I wanted to do. Hold on, dang.
I see you over there. You got some.
I did the wrong thing. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So this is the end of the circular question, and this is what my philosophy does with divine mechanics. The philosophical error, I feel like, is assuming that the creator stands outside of creation. And so I don't believe in creation. So I got the closure principle of my philosophy. And that closure principle is that nothing exists outside of existence. Just think about it. Even if you ask who created existence, you ask where did it exist at? There is no logical explanation or no coherent understanding in saying that something exists outside of existence. These are the 2 poles of existence. You see it. Look like the uterus of a woman. But it's the O of existence. That's Father Time, the field of transformation. It's ordering, sequence, detection, and motion, not just clock time. And Mother Nature. Y'all see it. When we think about Mother Nature, we think about the trees, the water, a nice sunny day. Mother Nature is more than that. She's the field of that manifests all that. She's the determinacy that makes those things form into what they are. She's the constraints so they won't go past the boundaries that's set forth for them to be in all their glory. This is Mother Nature, the expression of existence. And what is existence? If you know geometry and you are trying to understand what it is, then one thing that we need to look up is what a toroidal sphere is. This is what existence is. It's in fields. These fields are what I call they call it the unified field. I call it the Unifatimona field. This is the field where Fati and Mona, Father Time and Mona, are together in union, where they can break down and come into fractal form. These fractal forms start with awareness. And everybody wants to know what awareness plays. Awareness is not a byproduct of biology. It is a fundamental field property. And once we get deep into my lessons, we'll understand the difference in existence and what conditions are and what fields are. Fields of opportunity, fields of possibility. Awareness does not emerge late in the story. It was the first thing that was spoken by existence. There was meta-awareness. We'll look up that word meta-awareness later. But right now, I'll just tell you that it's the universe reflecting upon itself. It's the universe doing what it can do because this is all it is. And then there's active awareness. That's what we have. We participate in the recognition of the things that we see. And then there's passive awareness. That's the mechanical reaction of stimuli. That's the same thing as the morphogenesis of a sperm in an egg, or a sperm just getting in the place that it's supposed to be before it goes in its process to be. It's the emergence of complexity that life is. The morphogenesis of life just causes complexity. It seems simple when I tell you that Father Time and Mother Nature are conditions that provide everything, but everything else emerges. And once you understand morphogenesis, you'll understand that when stables find time, they might be stable from the jump. When patterns find time, they might be stable. Even if they aren't stable, they're going to be unstable, but they're still going to persist for a time. This is the persistence of everything that is in existence. The purpose of pattern just to learn itself. It's the complexity. It's not chaos. It's just the awareness and the recognition to grow. You'll have the circle. You see it right here, that life. Life is light, slowed down. And it's a maintaining process because we maintain ourselves. So it's a loop where you get the input of existence. You process what's going on. You try to change it. You output and you make existence and life work for you. This is the dimension of entropy. And your earthbound quantum quark.
Wait. You said existence is light slowed down?
Life is light slowed down within existence. Life is light slowed down within existence. Yeah.
Shout out Team Naga. Drop a bomb for that.
They know what they're talking about. They're just missing a little bit. I'm gonna get everybody right. Everybody was right and everybody was wrong at the same time. This is it right here. Because what we have to start doing now is finding out what we are here for and what we're here to do. And this is the formula of choice. Morality is a thermodynamic intelligence. Harmony saves the energy. It's the fractal geometry of as above, so below. And it's the Bayesian probability of existence. It's what we recognize and what we see that we update. Say you're walking on a path. You see something right in front of you, a chair. What do? You update. What is the updating? It's you ordering the path that you will take for you to not hit that chair. These are the probabilities in life that we have, that we work with. This is the same thing that goes on in the macrocosm of existence. It's all probability of recognition and what can and won't and can't be. Once you recognize something, even ideas, you try to make those ideas come and see if we can actualize them. This is how we recognize. This is the difference between being aware of something and recognizing what it is. When you're just aware of it, it might seem like chaos. But when you recognize it, you'll understand the total mechanism of what's going on. And you'll understand the symphony of energy. It's light and it's sound. These are the two things that make patterns, the patterns that are found to become stable or not. Light is the handshake between Father Time and Mother Nature, not an absence of darkness, but the proof that the recognition endures. The recognition of what? That's what I be telling you all the time. The recognition that time is upon nature and nature is upon time. The universe feeling itself is what sound is. If light is the message, sound is the universe. The way that waves work, and you'll see in the future slides I got the importance of sound within existence. The mechanics of matter, the crystalline consciousness. This is where people always ask me, well, if everything is the same thing, does everything have feelings? Does everything think? Does everything have it? No, it's gradients. It emerges differently through the crystalline consciousness or the consciousness that I described for you guys earlier. Matter is geometry stabilized. It's light slowed down. Everything that you see is light slowed down in some capacity. But every atom is still standing, and it's a standing wave of Fatimona. It's a standing wave of that field. Matter is not the end of motion. It is motion held in, it says prayer here, but that's not what I wanted to say. It's prayer held in suspension. I mean, it's motion held in suspension. Every stone is geometry sung into stillness. So a stone is there so we can be aware of what it would look like if something wasn't moving. The organic recognition of DNA, the biogenesis, the DNA helical antenna for Fatima, CRISPR technology. This is where I show y'all where the soul seed returns to continue to generate the frequency that is you through the same DNA which you left. These are things that'll be shown deeper within the studies. But right now we're going to talk about it because he was asking about the soul seed. This is the mechanism that the soul seed uses as an antenna to find out where your frequency going to pop back up at. So the reason that you might want existence to be good now and when you leave is so when you get back, existence will be better. The mechanics of the mind, we went through that earlier today. I identified that the mind is the liquid barrier that is generated between the body and the soul seed as the software, the mechanism that's used to generate the thoughts and the actions of the soul seed upon the brain, and the brain is the body. The old model is that the brain creates consciousness, but this new model is that the brain is a conductor, a field of recognition that floats through existence, and our brain tunes to that. Thoughts are toroidal loops of electrons and neurotransmitters to align the minds and is to create coherence. And to align the mind, I mean to know that your mind is not you, your body is not you. You are the frequency that is generated by the soul seed. The chemical reactions that they see in the brain is the residue actions of the soul seed having the first what they call thoughts, or for your body to have an interaction. It's not just chemicals reacting. Those chemicals are reacting because your soul seed is stepping in those and touching those so you can react. You guys are different from your body. Everyone knows it. This is why you can look in the mirror and find out what you don't like about your body, because that body isn't you. This is about soul transference mechanics. Once we get into my um, philosophy, you'll understand that humanity is on a push to always try to exist for as long as possible. And so that's what we're doing. When everybody talks about the soul, talks about living, talks about dying, talks about going to heaven, talks about going to hell, these are places where they want to remain forever. But the thing that is forever isn't a number. It isn't a time like number. It's a condition. Eternity is a condition. Infinity is a condition. And we eternally and infinitely reincarnate back into the frequency that is your frequency of the universe. There's no other frequency that can do what your frequency do except you. The soul seed will generate your frequency time and time again through your DNA sequence. Humanity is the cortex, the thinking membrane of our planet. See, everything breaks down into fractals. Father Time and Mother Nature breaks down galaxies. Galaxies break down the solar systems. Solar systems break down the planets. Planets break down to life upon those planets, or whatever actions are going up upon those planets. On our planet, we got this thing called life that hasn't showed itself anywhere else except here in this vicinity of this solar system. Those other slides come deeper because this slides that goes with another. So I'll just go to the end. What simple divinity is recognition. And divine mechanics is not a belief system. It's a framework of recognition. We replace belief with recognition just to recognize something. I'm not asking for nobody to worship anything or nothing. I just wonder if you recognize the same thing I do. I replace creation with formation. Why? Because I know that nothing is divine except the union of nature and time. And that's why we exist. If you take either one of those away, you won't exist. This is why these things should be called God, Goddess, Father, and Mother, for they are the father and mother of existence.
Peace, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Who is that? Sound like the number one skeptic in the universe? Roy Chess. Shout out Roy Chess. I know that's you, ain't it? I ain't even at my computer, and I know that's you.
Yes, it's me.
Hi,
Hey,
number
one,
one.
you hear me?
Hey, is your ism skepticism?
Is my ism skeptic? So yeah, I could be a skeptic. Yeah, I
right.
absolutely can.
How you doing this evening? I mean, this evening.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I have a few things I want to ask you. Like the first thing, because you did a lot of information, so it's hard to keep track of it because I had to like go back to the stream. So I didn't hear everything you said because I was trying to catch up with some of the things that you did. So I had to go back in the stream. So I couldn't be active in the stream and go back at the same time. I'm not that good. I'm not all powerful. So I have a few questions. I mean, the immediate question is, if you started with the universe, how is that different formally from starting with God, right? Because if in your presentation your presentation said that if God created the universe, you can ask what created God, right? Now, if
Mhm.
you say that the universe is already there, the same way God was there, and I ask you what created your universe, what would you say?
That's what I say. The universe has always been, but I can prove that the universe has always been within existence because I never said that the universe existed before time or nature, and that's the difference between me saying that time and nature has always existed and somebody presupposing the idea of a God existing. They say that that God exists and it has power over time and nature, which means it doesn't have a time or a nature to react to. So I just can't never get to that. And with me knowing about inference rules and logic, the logical therefore is that that idea of God, while there could still be a God, that idea that God is a intentional God that is over existence, or I ain't gonna even say over existence, but has power over time and nature and doesn't need to be within existence, is just an incoherent idea.
So why can't God be the time and nature?
I actually identify God as time and goddess as nature,
So are you saying that time and nature are God?
God and goddess. You have to identify them differently from the law of identity. They do two different jobs. The thing that they say God is just time and nature in one body. They make it a person and then they give it power over time and nature. That's the only thing that God got that don't nobody else got. Everything else is a human. They want it to be human, but then they start making it spooky and say, "Oh, he's a spirit or son of that." But really, the only thing that makes him divine is he has power over time and nature. So to me, the only thing that's divine is the union of nature and time because it does that without intention. The thing that your God does, time and nature does without intention. That's better than me having to presuppose that I'm living for something else because then my life would be artificial and I would be artificial intelligence and I was made for the entertainment of some other being because I have to do things that make that being happy as opposed to just being within existence and trying to be as good as I can for the reason of that. That's why that is illogical too, among other reasons. Time and nature just fits that description because that is exactly what they're trying to do when they put.
Yeah, but you're not really answering the question I'm asking you.
Okay,
That if you're saying that something can exist without a proof, then why can't God exist without a proof? I
because
mean,
there's
why can't we use the same thing? Why can't we use the same argument for
because
God?
because I have evidence of time and nature. You don't have evidence of that idea of God that you have.
Okay, what's the evidence of time and nature?
Existence.
I could say God created existence. How is that answering the question?
Where did God exist that when he created existed? Did he exist?
Yes.
Then he was is within existence.
So maybe
Rendering
he is existence. Maybe
rendering
he is.
then
Maybe that's part of his nature, right?
I
Maybe he's part of
then that's what
existence, time, and nature.
and
So
that's what I'm
why
telling
can't there
you.
be a God?
And that's what I'm telling you, Roy. Your idea that you have, while there is a God and a goddess, the idea of God that you have as a creator is incoherent. So you must find what that idea is missing. When
Wait
you
a minute.
think
You got to establish why it's
when
in.
you think of God, you need to understand that God is should be identified with whatever is the reason for existence and whatever sustains existence. All those intentional things that you're looking for does not need to be there. That will give you a God, a goddess, and a highest power. This is why the quantum truth of the only divinity kills infinite regress, because not only do I give you a God and a goddess, but I give you a highest power that all come into existence, or not come into existence, but are existence. Do you understand the
But these are beings.
do you
Are
understand the
these beings, or are you talking about these things are
are
just
conditions? I told you,
existence?
these are the conditions, the preconditions of existence. The thing that you trying to
Right.
say,
So they're not beings. They're not living beings like you or me or
no,
a God, right?
no,
They're not
no,
living things.
no, they're far more than that.
So when you say God, it's kind of confusing because God is like a being, living being.
Come to the classes and watch the classes. It tells you all of that. In fact, if you sit back, I'll play another take for you. When did you get here? Can you share my screen one more time for Roy? Let me get you 6 minutes,
I
maybe.
didn't get here at the beginning.
Yeah,
I got here a little bit late. So
I'm gonna share my screen with you real quick, so maybe it'll give you a little bit more.
and then I think you confused everybody with the car example.
Peace. What's up, guys?
The soul seed. What?
Hey, what's going on?
Am I on? You share my screen?
Hey, peace.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Peace.
thought I was muted.
Monster
I was trying to say, hold on one
Hercules.
second, Roy Chess.
Peace, humble.
We have the mathematician, the legend, King
Okay.
Herc in
I
the
thought I heard
building.
something. I didn't hear it.
And we also have Humble Mystic to the stage. Give both of these gentlemen a round of applause for stepping into the Coliseum.
Herc,
Only a brave
Humble, what
speaker.
up, what up?
Hey. Did you want? Before I ask, but did you want to go ahead and?
Yeah, A1, your mic
No,
came
I
up
was
a
just
little
introducing
broken.
y'all.
But
It's
I
still
didn't.
on
I
Roy
heard
Chess.
something, but I didn't know it was you.
It's okay, Roy Chess. I'm never tripping about the. I know how that happens. We have delays and we overlap.
Yeah, your mic is breaking up a little bit, at least my end. So I get every other word kind of.
Is
if
it
it's for
happening for
everybody.
everybody else, or is it just me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, everybody else says they can hear me.
Yeah,
clearly.
you sound good to me. You all right?
No, I can hear you clear now.
Okay, I was saying it
Now I can hear you clear, but before it was like every other word it was chopped.
Roy is a skeptic. He don't even know what he hear.
It happens.
Nah,
You have the floor, Roy Chess.
No, I was asking him about the the soul seed, and if he can go into why there's a quark anchor and a quanta lifter. Like that sounds confusing. Is there a simpler version of this?
No.
How
Here,
you define a quark?
let me get six.
man.
Can I get 6 minutes and 46 seconds from you guys real quick? I'll show you something.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Am I on? Are you sharing me?
Yep.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are diving into something really different. It's a whole new cosmology, a complete system of thought that takes everything we think we know, from the Big Bang to AI to ancient religious texts, and turns it completely on its head. So, to get our heads around this, we're going to follow the story as it unfolds. We'll start with the very foundation of this new cosmos. Then we'll get into a secret history of heaven. After that, we'll see how that story completely rewrites human history as we know it. And finally, we'll look at the final revelation. You ready? Let's jump in. Okay, so first things first, we've got to understand the basic rules of this universe. And right off the bat, it challenges some of the biggest assumptions we have about, well, everything. So, you know how we usually think about the universe starting with a Big Bang, right? And maybe there's a creator outside of it all? Well, this view says, nope, existence has always existed. No beginning, no end. And what we call creation, that's just us humans finally noticing a new phase of reality that was there all along. So if there's no creator God, then what's the ultimate power here? Well, it's not a who, it's a what. It's a principle called Fatimona. Think of it like this. You have Father Time, which is all the energy, all the action, all the sequence in the universe. And you have Mother Nature, which is all the stuff, the matter, the structure. They're totally inseparable, and their eternal dance together, that is the only divinity. And this gets down to the quantum level. The idea is that reality itself is woven from just two fundamental complementary particles. You've got the time particle, which is like the seed for all male soul potential, and the nature particle, the seed for all female soul potential. It's their interaction, their union, that literally creates the fabric of reality and even the souls that inhabit it. Okay, so we have the building blocks.
This was the wrong slides.
I was gonna say that ain't what you played the first time.
Yeah, that was the wrong slides. That's
You just not noticing in a minute.
I'm on the. I know why too. Damn it. My bad, Roy Chess. I gave you the. That's for later on in the. I'm trying to give you what I gave everybody else.
It still brings up my question again, because the Big Bang theory says that existence always existed also. It's that particle that caused the Big Bang, it always existed. And then the matter just spread out. So you seem to be saying the same thing. You just renamed it.
Nah.
What's the difference?
I'm going to show it to you. Hold on.
I took your screen down till you're ready.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on, but while you're doing that, we'll go to a word from our sponsors. This Saturday, only here on Titans Debate League.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowerment demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League.
And this Sunday, 4 p.m.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, the Andre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, if you could work on that answer, because it's just, it doesn't seem to be that much different from the Big Bang that's already around. You just adding new terms to it. But I'll let everybody else chime in. Go ahead, Mr. Herc, King Herc.
You finished? Did he? I don't know. Was he finished doing what he had to show you though?
No, I guess he's gonna get it, but you can ask him a question if he can answer it. I
don't want to interrupt. I know he got to get the joint together.
I was literally thinking that because I wanted to pass you the mic, but I'm like, he didn't answer Roy Chess' question yet, so I hesitated.
He may never answer it because.
What was Roy Chess' question? What was Roy Chess' question?
Roy Chess got a pen in that question. He ain't gonna forget that one.
What's your question, Roy Chess?
The question is that the thing that you say exists already, time and nature existing already, is not that much different from the Big Bang argument that particles, there were particles that existed already, and that particle expanded to an explosion, and then matter was formed and things like that. So all you did was rehash the Big Bang argument.
Gave you a better mechanism of what it was. And the difference between mine and yours is that your Big Bang is a creation. I don't propose a Big Bang that was created. The things that came from the phase shift, see the difference of mine and yours? Yours is a creation event. Your Big Bang
Wait a
is
minute,
a
it's not a
creation.
creation. Why do you say it's a creation? It existed already. It's not
because
a creation.
You're saying nope, because you're saying God existed already and then he created existence. Your Big
I
Bang
asked you about the Big Bang. I didn't say about
Exactly.
God.
But your Big Bang comes
But
from
God didn't create the Big Bang. No, it didn't. Not according to science.
Okay.
According to science, the Big Bang is not created by God.
Okay.
Scientists, a lot of atheists don't believe in God.
I've never came to upturn science, Roy. I haven't come to upturn science.
No, but I'm asking you, the science view is that's the science view that the
science
universe
view. You
already
see the
exists.
science view in there because it's the truth. That's why this seems like the science view to you.
But you just changed some of the terms. That's what I'm saying to you.
None of the terms. I changed the mechanism.
You added mechanisms, maybe. You added some words. But you got to tell me what's the difference between yours and the Big Bang.
There is no difference. I told you I didn't come to upchange. I did not come to upchange physics or science. I didn't come to change nothing. I'm giving you the mechanism how I see it. My philosophy is this is how I see exactly what you see.
So you're updating the Big Bang with more information?
I didn't come to change nothing, Roy. This is the update.
So you're not even updating it.
This is the update.
That's what I just asked you.
All right, I think Roy, we got the point, bro.
Yeah,
I think we get the point.
I don't know what the point is. I never came and said I came to change science. You know what science say. I didn't come to change science, not one lick. In fact, when you come to all 10 of them, you're going to see how much it all fits together. And you're going to be so astounded on how I got metaphysics and physics together. That's what's blowing your mind right now, Roy. I didn't come to change nothing.
All right. What's the it's a lot of questions come up because when you talk, you say a lot of stuff. You say metaphysics, but yet you saying that there's no creator. So what's your definition of metaphysics?
That's a good question, man. Good question.
Metaphysics is the study of things before the physics. It's what I'm talking about, the preconditions of existence, time and nature.
So you know that
Roy, hold up. I know you. Hold up, Roy. I know you. Roy want to hit you with some logic. So,
get it in there, Hercules. I see you, brother. Go ahead. It's your turn. Go ahead, get it in there.
But again, you said that there was no creation of the existence because the existence already exists. It's already been here. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, you just said metaphysics is before the existence. So how can it be before the existence if the existence already existed?
Existence, physical things didn't exist.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said before physical things.
The preconditions of existence.
Okay. So, all right. So that's where. So, I think that's kind of that's a little. I don't. What's the word for it? It's not circular. It's I can't think of the word right now. But your logic on that is like you're saying the metaphysics is explaining the physical existence before the physical existence, but yet existence is the physical existence itself, because before that it would have to be something else.
Called what? And what did they call it? What do they call existence now?
No, it's
what
not.
does science call existence now? Science calls existence the observable universe. So when time and nature came to union, which is the ultimate state of being where they could break down in fractals, that has to assume that before that they weren't observable, the unobservable universe.
Well, that's come from science. Today's science, it says that comes from the singularity. There was a singularity before that, before everything came into existence, before time itself and matter became into existence. And
I don't agree with that. And that's why I proved them. And that's why I proved them wrong with my.
Actually, I didn't see it. All right, I didn't see that part. What did you prove that wrong?
Yeah, that time and nature has always existed. Everything else comes downstream. There's no time. There is no way that has never been time or nature. Existence is time and nature. Without time or without nature, you won't have an existence. There is existence because there is time and nature. Everything else emerges downstream.
I agree with that. However, the only problem with that is that it would have to be a point in time where a point before time, before he created. And that's what, hold up. That's what the singularity is. It's a point it's a point at the beginning. And that's the same thing that the ancestors said. It was a point in the beginning, noon,
That's
before
what they all
anything
keep
was
missing.
created.
That's what they keep missing. Listen, to even order that, you said before. Before is a ordering function. Before shows the ordering function. And what is the ordering function in existence? That is Father Time. You can't get past it no matter what you try to say. The reason that everybody else, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I do. You're saying
I understand what you're saying. So we just disagree with each other.
No, it's not a disagreement.
It is definitely a disagreement.
There's actual scientific. Hold up. There's actually scientific proof that there was an existence. That something existed before this universe was created, before time and matter was created. And you just said that there isn't, and that it just doesn't. You haven't shown.
Listen to you.
Proof.
Listen. I don't know if you've been to school or not, but listen to the logical fallacy that you just said. That something existed before existence. This is why I have this argument, because that statement is incoherent, sir. Existing before existence. To exist, you have to be within existence, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
So we just disagree.
Okay, I'm gonna just ask this question. How do you prove that there was no singularity before in existence?
Listen, I don't care nothing about that singularity. That singularity is within existence.
It's
when
not.
That singularity,
Not.
Where is it then? How is it a singularity? How does it have any type of form or have any type of temporal actions if it's not within existence, sir? You have to explain that to me.
Because it comes from the fourth dimension.
The fourth dimension is the fourth dimension of place. Is a fourth dimension of place, sir?
Yes, it's the fourth.
I'm assuming it's a dimension, sir. So if it's a dimension, sir, it has some type of structure. That's nature and time. It can't precede those, sir.
Nah, bro. I'm not just going off of science. I'm not just going off.
Listen, I'm going off pure science. Science will tell you that. I don't know what you've been doing or when the last time you picked up a science book or nothing. Science will tell you that it never said that the singularity or the Big Bang was the beginning of existence.
Yes, it does.
Never says that.
Yes, it does.
It says it's the expansion of existence. Look it up.
It does say, yeah, it says it's when it expands.
It don't say nothing about the beginning of nothing, but the beginning of expansion. But it's the beginning of expansion. That's the beginning of an action. Something was already there before the expansion.
Yeah, okay, yo, brother. First of all, my background is mathematics. And so I've taken the classes for all the math, and I've taken physics, all my physics classes. So when you talk about I don't understand science, I do understand it. I understand what they said. All right. So second, I come from a perspective of African traditional religion. So when the ancestors said that there was a creation before the universe, then there was a creator that created the universe, that spoke the universe into existence. And when you said you showed an equation that said it was the proof of how it was something like it was the proof of how the creation came into existence. And it was a Bayesian equation with the fractal.
I said formation. I never said nothing about
the formation of it. And you had the Bayesian equation, and you had the fractal on the other side. But the equation itself that you showed made no sense. So I'm just curious, as a math person, can you break it down and explain how that equation brings the you said it's proof. What did you say? It brings the universe to existence? The foundation.
So you know what Bayesian update? You know what Bayesian analysis is of existence, right?
No, I haven't heard it.
Because you're a mathematician. You're a mathematician, so I know you know what Bayesian reasoning is, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what does Bayesian reasoning tell us? It tells us about prior states, hypotheses, and then the posterior states. This is exactly what recognition is. This is what the Bayesian update is in in my worldview, I understand that what we call recognition is a form of Bayesian updating. That's what you're seeing. If can you share my screen again? I think I need to play this one more time for the people who missed it.
No, I think it'd be quicker if you just explain it, bro.
I think it'd be quicker if you just watch it because it'll explain a whole lot more. Can you share my screen, please?
Your screen shared, Ron Thugger.
When they come to
a lot, I was sharing.
Yeah, your screen sharing, Ron Thugger. Well,
shared.
Well, it was sharing. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it's sharing now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wait. I gotta stop that one. Heck.
All right. Just let me know when you want to.
That's the wrong one. Bet. That was the wrong one. My bad.
Okay. Hey, Ron Thugger, you remember a little while ago, man, you was talking, on the back end, and Roy Chess, and it's so funny because I haven't talked to Roy Chess, but Roy Chess hit you with the same question that on the back end. I told you that for the religiosity people.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's what he be trying to get out of it. He don't never want to say it's creation, but I know from the way that he's inferring that he's inferring a creator, and he can't get past it.
I wasn't even coming at that angle. I was coming from the science.
You don't have to come at that. I understand why you're saying what you're saying, though, Roy. Okay, go ahead and share me.
Go ahead, I got you. Hold on 1 second. I don't see it up there.
Is it up there?
No.
No, not yet.
No, it's not sharing yet.
I'm sorry, guys. Please bear with me. This is my first time trying to get this together. And where I'm at, right there. Oh, I didn't press that. My bad. See it now?
Yep. It's popping up right now.
Bet. All right, I'm gonna play this for y'all. Roy, can y'all please be real attentive? This will answer a whole bunch of the questions that y'all asking me, and it's in the voice that you guys like.
All right, so today we're going to dive into a pretty radical idea. Think of it as a guide to, well, everything: existence, consciousness, the whole shebang. But here's the catch. There's one unbreakable rule: no magic allowed. None. This is a purely mechanical look at reality, one that's built on principles that work inside our universe, not from some mysterious outside force. So the big question is, how does it all actually work?
For centuries, people have been wrestling with this one big question: who made existence? And honestly, it's kind of a philosophical dead end, right? Because it assumes there's a creator, which just leads you down this endless rabbit hole of, okay, but who created the creator? It just goes on forever. But what if? What if the problem isn't the answer, but the question itself? What if we've been looking for some kind of outside cause for something that's actually a totally internal process? And that brings us to the core shift in perspective, right here. The idea is that the universe was never created, it formed. Now that might sound like we're just playing with words, but it's not. It completely reframes the problem. Instead of looking for a builder, it suggests that existence is more like a self-organizing system, something that unfolds from the inside out, not something that was built by some external designer. So this leads us to the foundational principle of this whole framework. It's called the no outside rule, and it's simple. To understand reality, we can't cheat. We can't point to anything supernatural or external to explain things. Every single cause, every function, it has to be found within the system itself. Think of it like a closed loop. We're forced to find the answers by looking at the machine's own parts, not by imagining a manual written by someone else. Okay, so if existence really is this self-sustaining loop, then what are its most fundamental parts? What makes it go? Well, let's take a look under the hood at the engine that, according to this framework, drives all of reality from the inside out. What you're seeing here are the two core components of that engine. On one side, you've got ordering. This is basically the principle of change, of sequence, the unstoppable flow of time. And on the other side, you have determinancy. That's all about structure, form, the laws of nature. Now, the key idea here is that these aren't just abstract concepts. This model says they are two active, functional forces that come together to create the actual engine of reality. So let's break down that first piece. We're talking about the temporal function, which this framework gives a shorthand name, Fati, for Father Time. And I gotta stress, this is not some old man with a beard. It's just a name for the operational principle of time itself. Without this Fati function, nothing would ever happen. There'd be no sequence, no change, no before and after. It's the engine's forward momentum. And of course, the other side of that coin is the structural function, which is called Mona, for Mother Nature. And again, we're not talking about a goddess here, it's just a function. If Fati provides the when, Mona provides the what. It's the principle of form, of pattern, all the physical laws that give reality its shape and its limits. Basically, it's what creates the stable stuff that time can actually do things to. And here's the thing, you absolutely need both. They're useless on their own. Think about it. Time without any structure is just empty, meaningless change. And structure without time, well, that's just a frozen photograph, stuck forever. So one gives you transformation, the other gives you manifestation. And it's their union, this Fati-Mona combo, that creates a reality that can both be something right now and also become something different in the next moment. Okay, so that's the big picture, the grand mechanics of the cosmos. But how does any of this apply to us, to our own conscious experience? Well, to bridge that gap from the universal down to the personal, the framework uses a really simple but I think powerful analogy.
Let's break it down. It's pretty intuitive. First, you've got the body. That's the car itself, the physical hardware, the vehicle. Then you have the mind. The mind is like the controls, the dashboard, the steering wheel, the pedals. It's the software that lets you operate the car. But here's the crucial part. The car isn't driving itself, and neither are the controls. There's a driver, there's a user of the system. And that's what this model calls the soul seed. So we have this driver in our analogy, but what is it really? What is this user mechanism, this soul seed, actually made of? Let's dig a little deeper into its mechanics. Now, this is a really important distinction. The soul seed is not some kind of ghost in the machine. In this model, it's the primary initiating mechanism. In other words, it's the core function that actually comes first, and the body and mind form around it to serve as its vehicle and its interface. And just like the engine of existence, it's made of two distinct but totally inseparable functions working together. And those two functions have some interesting names, the quark anchor and the quanta lifter. The anchor is exactly what it sounds like. It provides stability. It's the part of you that keeps you, well, you from one moment to the next, that constant sense of me. The lifter, on the other hand, is what allows for change, for learning, for adapting. And you can see how one without the other would be a disaster, right? Pure stability is just being frozen in place. Pure change is just chaos. To have a persistent self, you need both working together. All right, so if the soul seed is the user and the body is the hardware, what about the mind? What's its specific role in all this? Well, this model gives it a very particular and absolutely crucial job. It's the operating system. Yeah, the mind is the adaptive software that pops up to act as the bridge between the user and the hardware. And it does all this incredible stuff you see here. It figures out what you're seeing and hearing. It builds models of the world. It runs simulations about the future. But look at that last one, identity narration. This might be its biggest job. The mind creates the story of me, that ongoing narrative we tell ourselves about who we are. But here's the kicker. In this model, that story isn't the real you. It's a feature of the software you're running. That is a pretty profound thing to think about. So all of this, it brings us to a really fundamental shift in how we can approach reality itself. It's about moving away from simple belief and moving towards something this framework calls recognition. This is really the practical takeaway of the whole idea. Let's look at the difference. Belief in this context is all about having faith in some external story, right? It's often about taking a metaphor and mistaking it for the actual mechanics. But recognition, that's totally different. That's about observing the internal mechanics of how things form for yourself. It doesn't ask you for faith, it asks you for observation. It's about getting in functional alignment with how things actually work. It's really the shift from superstition to systems thinking. And that leads us to this final, pretty provocative idea at the heart of it all. This framework suggests that divinity isn't some person or entity out there that we have to worship. Instead, divinity is a functional reality.
It's that perfect, self sustaining union of nature and time, of structure and change, that makes everything possible in the first place. So the final question really isn't whether you believe in all this. The question is, can you recognize it operating in your own experience? And what would change for you if you did?
Okay, we have 2 new people to the panel. We have 3 new people to the panel since that came
Dang, they only cheated.
on. We got GD and Capone. We got the People's Champ. We have Ill Doctor, and we have OTK. Shout out all of these gentlemen. I'll drop a bomb and 100 gun salute, gentlemen. All of you are well-known legends in your own right. I'm going to start all the way to the right. Any questions or comments, OTK? OTK? Okay, we'll move on to next to him, Ill Doctor. Any questions or comments?
Ill, I want to say what's up, Ill
Yeah.
Doctrine.
Hey, what's
How you
up? Is that
doing this
humble?
evening? You all right? This ain't humble. This oh, he said.
Oh, that's is that Thugger?
Yeah, this is me. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing
What you
good.
think? I'm glad I want to hear what you think first.
Well, I've got just 2 things. I want to wish everybody peace, love, and respect that's on the panel. I'm not going to go through everyone. The first thing I want to mention, I recognize that no pun intended. I recognize that you're building a system to explain things, and your system is internally coherent, but it's not going to match up with a lot of things outside of the system that people are used to. It has the same weakness that other systems and cosmologies has. It doesn't answer the question why there is something rather than nothing, which is really a simple. It's simply a weird question because nothing isn't a state of affairs that can even exist. So the question asks, why is there something rather than something? You almost can't even ask the question because nothing isn't a coherent state of affairs.
I hear you, and I'm glad you put it. Well, my bad. I thought you was
Yeah.
finished.
So the question just remains open. There are answers, but there's always unsupported assertions somewhere in the responses. There are a couple people who have attempted to answer it, why there's something, but they never reconcile nothing as a possibly existing state of affairs without conceding that it exists, and if it exists, it's no longer nothing. All right, so that's one thing. So there is a weakness. People are always going to challenge you on that. You should probably.
Well, I got those. I actually got those answers. I answer all 12 of those questions, and when you sit through my 10 sentence, all 12 of the hard questions of philosophy I answer. That question right there is answered within my philosophy. I didn't answer it tonight because we haven't gotten there, but that question that you asked will be answered in the future. Just sit back and watch. I answer all 12. In fact, I'll make that the show tomorrow. I'll show how the quantum truth of the only divinity answers all 12 hard questions of philosophy, each and every one of them.
If you answered that question, you would have accomplished something that thousands of years of great minds haven't answered. But it came up earlier. The challenge came up earlier when Roy Chess challenged you about why isn't God just as good an explanation for what you're suggesting? And the thing is, that actually was a legitimate challenge. At the same time, God doesn't answer that question either, but neither does your worldview. That's not a question that can be answered. But you have to just familiarize yourself with that, because that challenge will always come up from, let's say, savvy thinkers will always bring it up.
Ill Doctrine, yes, I just told you I answered those questions, all 12 of the questions. You sit through here, I answer. If you want me to get my papers and come back in 15 minutes, I have the slide view for you ready with those questions answered. I answered all of those questions simply because I asked myself 6 questions, and I call these the 6 questions to remedy self. Let me look at my papers.
We got it though. We gonna get to it. Go ahead. Finish out.
But yeah, thank you though. I understand what you're talking about too, Doctor. Don't get me wrong. I understand where you're coming from, what you're saying. But I actually do answer those questions. That question that Roy asked earlier about why that isn't a good answer. I thought I did answer it because it's incoherent to say that something exists outside of existence, and that's the difference between what anybody supposes when they presupposes that anything is created by something. And if they're saying that creator is within existence, then they're agreeing with exactly what I'm saying. It is submissive. That idea is submissive to time and nature. So then we must go about the mechanics of how that really happened. And that's what I proved. And like you said, it's questions that people don't seem to be answering. Those philosophers couldn't answer it. And I know why, because they always stop short. They either think that humans aren't great enough, or they either feel like they want to give the credit to a creator. Well, I don't see that, because if you have a creator, then you have to answer for evil. People will say that it's a devil made. You have to go with these things. When I presuppose the same thing that you guys presuppose, and I'm asking you, why isn't this better? Because there isn't any intention in it. If I propose the same thing and there isn't any intention, and it just makes you want to makes you not want to, but have to take accountability for the way you act. Why isn't that good enough? Why do you want to have something to blame on existence?
Well, I agree with you that if something exists, it does in fact exist. And if you talk about God in the ways that it exists, then you concede God's existence. So God is a member of the category existence. I'm with you there. You don't have to go do anything right now, man. I'm patient. This is me as an individual. I'll wait for you to deploy it in a way that's comfortable for you. How you respond to everyone else's challenges is up to you, but it's certainly entertaining. The only other thing that I wanted to mention, you guys were getting hung up on the Big Bang Theory a little bit. The Big Bang Theory doesn't actually suggest that there was a real singularity on the other side of, I call it the emergence of time.
Thank you.
And but what the Big Bang, in layman's words, what it actually suggests is, if you follow the expansion of the universe in reverse mathematically, you get to a point where time emerges. And we can't talk about anything beyond that point intelligibly. So they say, well, let's predict what's on the other side of it with the mathematics. And they predict that there's because temperature is increasing on the way back and density is increasing. So they use the term singularity, and the term singularity in physics has some real problems, or in mathematics. Like the one brother who has experience in physics could probably talk about it. But singularity doesn't mean that there's this dot where every piece of matter has no volume. It just occupies one location. That's not what they're suggesting is the case. And I know that people commonly think that, but that's not the case.
Thank you for explaining that. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I understand what you're saying too. And that's why I presuppose what I presuppose, formation, because that spot that they talking about where it breaks down, if we find the mathematics for the phase shift that I'm proposing, I guarantee you that's what it's going to be. A shift from unobservable to observable, just like you said. It was a phase shift. It seems like an expansion in everything, but it was the universe, time and nature, in those fields of time and nature, those preconditions, finding the most successful pattern that's imaginable, the ultimate state of being, the only perfection, the only spirit, what we call the universe, what we call existence, is the self-sustaining system that sustains itself due to the mechanisms of time and nature. What they call entropy isn't entropy, it's just a redistribution of matter. And I'll prove that through these 10 things. I'm glad y'all got questions. I wish y'all write them all down, but I really wish that y'all would just be like, you know what?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was gonna say shout out Il Doctrine. He's a judge in the tournament. Um, and be on the lookout for some big things coming from him here on the platform. Yeah, can you send me those questions that you had so that way I can make sure he gets them and covers them in the future episodes?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't. I only had those comments. Um,
Can I?
most importantly, I wanted to give more gravity to the first one, that challenging him about why there's something rather than nothing in different forms is useful for him to in a manner of speaking get his shit together but it's not going to produce an answer because you can't answer that question. So
Before
I just want him to be aware that be on the lookout, because people who are what I call savvy thinkers will challenge you why your system doesn't answer the question why there's something rather than nothing. And there are people who have attempted it. I find that their answers are insufficient. So I'll often say no answer for it,
Oh, is
and
that
I've
what?
already explained why. But other than that, man, I don't have any comments. I'm enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the questions and the challenges the panel is posing, and my planes landed. I got that. Who I get that from? Was it Banu landing the plane?
Land my plane.
It was
Yeah.
landing the plane or my hang glider. I think they were landing the hang glider. I can't remember. Let's drop a bomb for that one though. Yesterday was a bunch of jokes going around, man. Next to Il Doctrine, we have GD and Capone. How you feeling today, brother? Any questions or comments on anything you've seen or heard so far?
And shalom, shalom, peace to
Shalom.
the panel. No, I'm just listening right now. I don't have nothing. If anything, I would ask the brother, how do we explain the universal information that's in DNA? How it functions and everything for biological life. It's coded. So how do you explain that from something that just formed out of nowhere?
I never said that it formed out of nowhere. I said there was preconditions set that it formed from. So it more emerged. That DNA sequence, it emerged so complex in form because there was more time in the condition, in the environment that those certain materials in existence were in. That's what existence does. That's what time and nature does. I say it time and time again. Things in existence find stable patterns, or I ain't gonna even say stable patterns. They find patterns and then they try to persist. I say try because that's how we mean it, but they persist for as long as they can. I'll put it like that. I ain't gonna say try. Things find patterns and persist for as long as possible, whether it's quick like that or billions of years. Those patterns are even have the ability to be because there is time and nature, and nothing can get past that. When you think about a God outside of existence, creating existence, you're gonna special plead. You're gonna special plead, and I understand that. The way to get rid of special pleading is to identify that the things that we look for. If you're saying that something has always been here, and I'm looking and I see that the only thing that could has always been here is time and nature, and then you tell me, no, something created time and nature, but I understand to create, you need time. I'm just not going to agree with you. That is an incoherent idea. I don't care how long it's been going on. I don't care how many philosophers overlooked the significance of time and nature. I don't care how many people didn't have the right technology to explain the things that they were seeing, so they personified it and gave it those names. I don't take nothing from nobody. I give everybody what they want, even though it's not the idea that you want. There is a God, but it's not intentional God. But that God that you was looking for, you know that he should have been the reason for existence and he should have sustained existence. Those are should be his main jobs. All of that other stuff is in between. So if I take all that other in between stuff out and I say, what is the reason for existence and what sustains it? I know what I see in existence and everybody else see is that there's time in nature. It's right there.
Okay. So you're using nature as a blanket term. What do you mean by nature?
When I say nature, I mean
because nature comes from the Greek word. It comes from a Greek, I mean, not a Greek. Yeah, it comes from a Greek word, which came from an Egyptian word, which meant a deity or some type of principle, some type of entity.
Principle's good. We'll stick with principle. Then I say condition and principle. I stick with the same thing. I ain't came to try to change nothing nobody else had in the past. All I do is identify where they should be. I take the intentional things out of those words and show you the functions of those words. So I don't care if it came from where it came from. When you use it, it's used as a label for something, whoever forgot it. Right now, we're in quantum onlyism. So when I say the words, I'm going to tell you what I use them for. Now, when I identify nature, I'm not just talking about the things that those other people was talking about, a person, a God, a deity, an entity. I'm talking about part of the conditions of existence that is needed. This is all of the structure in existence. This is all of the form in existence. This is all of the things that you can see within existence.
So when you mentioned nature, right? So let me
go back to him.
What you say?
Hey,
let me go back to you.
I need the road. So can I just say something real? Can I just say something?
Go ahead. I'll come back.
I'm about to go. But brother, listening to you, I would just suggest. I mean, I understand your argument. You coming through with a different type of looking at things, and I do the same thing as well. I've done the same thing as well. But when you do it, I would suggest that you like sit back and take time to really like study the field or just watch the videos on YouTube, you know what I'm saying, of a field of the areas that you're getting into. Because I mean, from my point of view, it's easy to see the flaws in your logic that you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You say it because you're also using a Western point of view, you're using the Europeans frame of reference, their point of view, their worldview. You're not using an African point of view of their understanding of the universe. Because if you did that, you would see the flaws in your logic. All right. And that's where I come from. I come from a traditional African point of view. And so mathematically, and then on top of that, mathematically, where you said the Bayesian inference, you used it to say that's the formula for the probability of the universe of choice. Looking at it, I'm trying to tell you, looking at it, I asked you to break it down. You didn't break it down. And looking at it, it don't even make sense as a mathematician. It don't make sense because it doesn't even look like anything of a Bayesian statistic equation. And so you have the z, you have the rational numbers in the denominator, and then you have an exponent in the numerator, and you got the default as the time. And I'm trying. Okay, what is that? I don't understand. How does that doesn't relate anywhere at all? So, I mean,
Sir, I think you got the wrong idea about the probability of a Bayesian reasoning is a philosophical analysis. Do you know what a
philosophical? Bayesian is statistics. That's pure math.
It's statistic, but it's the statistic analysis of philosophical views. Okay.
Brother, I gotta go.
Wait, hold on, time out, man. So now I want to tell you, I understand your urgencies about what you, and I insist that you please come to each and every one of the sittings that we have when I tell you the quantum truth, so you can understand exactly what I have here. You telling me to go read and go listen to people on YouTube, I defer. I have 46 years of experience. The experience that those people have, I have. Now, I took breaks in there. I want to tell you, it's a shame that you haven't been able to step outside and critically think about existence. But this is what I'm fist to give you that no college, no math class, or anything could give you. I'm going to give you the mathematics of existence. This is the mathematics that you don't know about, and I can tell. And I'm telling you now,
You're doing too
all
much.
of
Now,
those
let me know
questions
when I
that
can
you have, I don't think you have them for real unless you sit through and see if I answer them. And when they be answered, then you come talk, because all of those questions you have, I understand why you have them. But the quantum truth of the only divinity ain't just a page that you see. This is an entire philosophy, sir. And I don't know if you've been to school long enough or if you just take mathematics, but you should know what it takes to form an entire philosophy, not just the entire philosophy, but a philosophy that rivals all the other philosophies that people had. Because it's
don't understand you.
Hold on 1 second, People's Champ. We're gonna let Thugger land his plane, and then we're gonna get to the People's Champ and Gideon. Go ahead, Thugger. Land your plane. Go ahead.
I'm just my bad, man. This ain't even no plane. I just jumped. It just looked like I'm flying. So I'm gonna land. Check this out. I just ask y'all, please come to each and every one of these sittings. And if you miss it, try to find it on live as soon as you can. Because all of those questions y'all have, you should have them, and you would have them. And it would seem like you don't know what I'm talking about because you ain't had no interest in it and really sit down like you sat down in those math classes to learn math. Before you knew how to do that math and had your math things, that math looked crazy to you. You had to sit down and learn it. Sit down and learn the quantum truth. And I'm gonna teach it to you like that white man taught that math to you, and then you'll know the math of the quantum truth. And I promise you, you will understand each and every concept that I set forward to you.
All right. Hold up. Wait, let me reply. He was talking to me. Let me reply real quick. Because, brother, I was here from the beginning of the video. And you said at the beginning of the video that that you typed in your thoughts in the AI to get your results.
You say I typed in no thoughts.
You did.
Hold on 1 second, Thugger. Let him get it in.
No, he's been disingenuous. He's been disingenuous. I didn't say I put no type no.
Hold on 1 second, Thugger, but still let him land his plane, Thugger, and then correct his disingenuous.
So we can get around the panel, y'all.
If you think that's what's going on.
I mean, I might saying it wrong, but come on. The overall thing is that you typed in this stuff in the AI to get everything that you got now. So to say here you got the experience, you've been disingenuous right now. All right. So let's keep it real, man. That's all I gotta say, man. I'm out.
All right. No. We appreciate you, Hercules. Hold on 1 second, Thugger. We got you.
Have a good night.
We appreciate you, Hercules. Thanks for coming through. You always come through and support. You always, sharpen up the environment with your tough intellectual analysis. And we appreciate that, Brody.
Thank you, Hercules. Thank you, Hercules, for your questions too, man. I ain't mad at you. I'm just like I said, I put time and years into this, and for people to try to discredit it because of what they seen, and I'm telling you that I just don't agree with the things because I think they went wrong. When I get my papers back and I take it to colleges, you'll see what I put together. This is an ism that rivals all other philosophical isms. You can go back to mathematics and keep on doing mathematics and find out what Bayesian philosophy or what Bayesian reasoning really is. I don't see how you put it. I mean, it is a mathematical formula for percentages, but it's for percentages in philosophical views. So I'm starting to question what you saying that you got and shit. And as far as you talking about putting my thoughts in an AI, no, I put papers and files into an AI and let the AI do that. These are files and papers that I've accumulated over the years of a philosophy, sir.
All right. Let's hold on 1 second.
More videos you got. I'll check you out. All right, man. Y'all go ahead.
All right, most definitely. Let's get back to Capone so we can go ahead and get to the People's Champ and Brother Gideon. You want to land your plane, Capone? I know you conceded your time. You want to get back in there?
Yeah, I was letting them get in. So I got two more questions. I'm gonna narrow down to two last questions. First question is, since you keep saying nature, let's talk about some nature, right? So what do you what about the biological design of certain animals? For instance, like the woodpecker, right? This is not just happening from something just coming together in the right conditions. A woodpecker, how its biological makeup is like a factory. How they break down the food, how their nose is, their beak is used to penetrate, and inside their mouth it dissolves their prey, like kind of like I don't know if it's acid, but it's something that it's some they got like something that's soluble that dissolve their prey in order for them to digest their food. That's a design there right there. So you it seems like you're skipping over all the intelligence of the universe, and you were putting it in, oh, the conditions just got to be right and these things come together. If I have some wood and a hammer and under the right conditions, I will not get a house.
I disagree with you. You got wood and a hammer. You got the right conditions. That means you got more than a hood and a hammer. You got people that are helping you, and you got enough to build a house. Now, if you got the conditions to build a house, you're gonna build a house. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you still need see what you just said. You got people to build the house.
Yeah,
see?
you just said
so,
you had.
So yeah, so you
just
need
said
the
you had-
people. So you need someone to actually put the hammer to the wood.
Now, can I answer the question?
Go ahead.
We want to keep this short, y'all, because we want to get People's Champ in here and we want to get Gideon in here, y'all.
Yeah, I yield after he answers this question. I yield.
You're assuming that a creator came and created and designed a woodpecker, went to the bottom of the sea and designed all them things down at the bottom of the sea, put all that together. When you know for a fact that things such as water come into conditions, and when it's in a warm condition, it's liquid. When the conditions get cold enough, you see it transform into a solid state. Seems to be intelligent, but it is intelligent. It's finding patterns that are already within existence and finding the stability of persisting within existence. Whether you understand that mechanism or not, I can't do it. If you want to give it to a God, brother, you can give it to a God, Capone. I'm not knocking none of that from you. I'm just telling you that my God is not. You right. I did take the end out of existence, the intention, not the intelligence, the intention. And what's the intention? Because when I get that intention to it, you know what you want when you want intention? You want to be able to blame something on the devil. I know you do. Each and every one of y'all who believe in God believes in the devil. Do you understand that? The God that I believe in makes me not believe in the devil. It makes me take accountability so I won't do those things that we perceive as evil.
That's right.
So when you want to take those comfortabilities, hey, if it's been working for you, go ahead. I'm telling you what I see in existence that makes me take accountability. And it isn't the God up there that's making it, because then I have to answer for the evils. And I want to take accountability and just not do evils.
Do you have a spirit?
The only spirit is the universe.
Hold on one
All
second.
right, go ahead.
People's Champ hold on one second, brothers. People's Champ, you know I'm coming right to you. We got brother People's Champ in the building. What up, brother People's Champ?
Okay, let me know when I can go.
All right. Get it in there, brothers. People Champ. Get it in there.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, brother. I sat back and listened to you. I ain't trying to knock the new brothers or nothing like that, man. But you coming up here with your own coat, bro. And then the crazy part, you want to mix divinity and science together. Where are we doing that at? Divinity, scientists don't talk about no damn divinity. I don't even know how you came up with that one, but hey, this is a new thing. Hey, bro, hey, more power to you. But if you ever bring this in front of me, I'll take the Big Bang side and destroy what you got going on, sir. All right? Because nature, how can nature already exist? How can time already exist, sir? It takes a lot to make nature. What nature are you talking about? Because the first atoms, around 380,000 years after the Big Bang, after the initial hot, dense plasma, the universe cooled enough for electrons to combine with atomic nuclei, forming the first stable atom. See, was they already happening before? What's nature to you? Because nature to me is like the first stars. You see what I'm saying? Years after the Big Bang, gravity then starts to pull these hydrogen and helium clouds together, sir. How about nature also to me? First galaxy. Can you prove that these galaxies was out here before the Big Bang? What kind of theory are you working with, sir? You up here being pseudo. We're not gonna let you slip into the community with this. We got enough. We got Uncle West Cedric. That's enough. You hear me? For life, sir. First water, around 1 billion years. See, the heavy elements create the first stars. Okay, now how do your theory fits humans into this, sir? Huh? See, no, okay, I deal with your nature. Now I'm gonna deal with your time. Okay? Because you said time has always been here. I mean, what is for real, bro? What is your definition of nature? I got the natural world. You see, the natural world. This is probably the most common, ladies and gentlemen. This is the common definition of nature. So, what nature is this guy talking about? I mean, I'm kind of getting pissed off listening to you because you're trying to start a new code. And then you said we don't know what the hell we talking about. I don't even really deal with science, but I either rather deal with the Big Bang or I goddamn creator did it. Something like that for what you coming in here mixing and matching. All right, so let's deal with time, right? He said time is always here. Okay, so in classical physics, that's Newtonian time. In classical mechanics, time is treated as a universal absolute quantity, often represented by a variable, t, and is considered independent of events or observers. While we measured with the clocks, its calculation is mostly about measuring durations and intervals within the asserted absolute framework. See, bro, you up here making stuff up. You got a question. So
That's
show us how time is just.
Will you shut the no,
bro,
go ahead. Hurry up. Please hurry up. You keep asking the same questions over and over.
Take a
I
breath.
can tell you mad. I can tell you mad. You mad because of this. I call that the short
term questions.
One mic, y'all.
my bad. I thought he was done.
If you was chatting, we want let Elron. Hold on, y'all.
Be quiet. I didn't interrupt you. I let you sit up here and lie for her. Out. So here's a question for you.
Go ahead and land his plane. Go ahead. If you was chatting, go ahead and land your plane so Elron can respond, and then we can get to Gideon.
Put this nigga on mute while you talk.
People's champ show up. They can't almost a goddamn hour. I ain't say a motherfucking word. Now let's go, sir. Since you want to call us stupid, you guys just don't know. This is Onlyism and quantumism. And then they gonna add divinity to science. See, this is a new code, y'all. So if time existed before the Big Bang, what is the nature or structure? What is the linear or a cyclical or something else entirely? How do you define nature in this pre-Big Bang state, given that our scientific definition often refers to physical universe as we know it? Huh? Don't answer yet. I'm gonna hit you about 5 more. You write them down. You AI, you do something, because we're not gonna let no new pseudos in here. We got enough. Now I like the young brothers coming out, but you're not gonna do this to us. You're trying to act like we don't know what we're talking about. Okay, let's keep it. What physical laws or principles govern this pre-Big Bang nature and time? Huh? Where the same as or different from the laws of physics we observe today? See, you better be writing this down, because he ain't gonna answer them. He gonna go somewhere else, talking about his book and buy his t-shirts and come to class sounding like ISUPK. We're not going for. We've seen this before. Now, what was expanding during the Big Bang if space itself didn't begin then, but was already part of this pre-existing nature? What's the trouble? Do you want to take this debate against me? Since you up here, should we shoot down? I'm gonna be the voice for the people. I'm a people's champ, and this is what we ain't gonna let come into the community. I dare you to accept this debate, because that's what we do. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. First, say you want to accept the debate. I dare you.
First of all, he's already got a debate over here lined up with Suave Boss. They just
Boy,
had a preliminary. The
I
topic
got three debates.
is Does Father Time Need Mother Nature? And this one
This
is coming. What day is this again? The 28th? The 8th of
Yeah,
April.
but I'm trying to figure out what you first
They
law
named
are.
the AI stuff. That's too funny.
4 months. What you talking about? But they knew, so I see why he jumped in. But he can't be up here running his
Hey,
mouth.
can we get the brother Gideon real quick? We got brother Gideon on the platform. You know he been sitting waiting patiently.
Shalom, shalom. What's
Brother
going on, my
Gideon,
brother?
what's up, brother Gideon?
Man, nothing. Just man, I'm listening, man, and I'm rather quite boring, man, because basically I'm just an Israelite in West Africa, willing to debate that, and everything I'm gonna say has been written, and nothing
Con,
coming out the cosmos, the stars, and none of that. I'm just a regular guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most definitely, most definitely. We appreciate that, brother Gideon. Um, now y'all already know it's the brother Humble Mystic. I've been listening in the back end. I wasn't always up, but I was in the back listening in the comments. I did come up. Quantum, you had a great presentation, Brody. Um, we know when we dealing with information, there's levels to information, right? There's adept information and there's neophyte information. Sometimes there's neophytes in an adept class, and there's people who look at things on a surface level and override. And I'm not talking about nobody in the panel. I'm just saying in general. And this is just for some touch up points, for my brother Quantum. Um, when you had these conversations, it's important to be, and what you were, it's important to be direct on the terms that we use and how we use the terms. Because you are looking for the slip ups to, oh, well, you got a hole there, I can attack that. You got a hole there, I can attack that. You got a hole there, I can attack that. One of the best advices I think you received today was by brother he just got off the panel too. Uh man, I forget the brother name, but when he come back up, I
Ill
don't remember.
Doctrine.
Ill Doctrine. Yeah. One of the
Hey,
best advice I ever
hey,
received.
let me when you get done, let me address this guy that's hiding in the comments. Since he want to put his comment up there,
I got you.
let me deal with him.
I
Yeah.
got you. Hold on. And so, and the reason I say that is because when you go back and you go and look at and study some of the ancient Commission work, then you'll be able to frame, or you'll have at least a foundation to where as though you can frame quote unquote the metaphysical, right, in a manner in which adepts can understand what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? So for an example, and I'm gonna land my plane with this, in Kemet, when people talk about Ptah or Tahuti, they both have creational stories, and it's dealing with spoken words, speaking what we call creation into existence. And so me as an adept grasp the concept that Tahuti is just a representation of intelligence, right? It's literally just a concept to embody what intelligence is, because there's no physical, tangible replication of intelligence. Ptah represents the conscious articulation of what existence is. So here I'm speaking about concepts that we can't put in a ramification of what someone can conceive. So when we're speaking about these things, we must emphasize the fact that we're speaking about concepts and not deities or gods or this or that. So when scientific people hear it, they can grasp the concept that's attached to the name without religionizing the name that you use. You see what I'm saying? So I think that was one of the greatest pieces of advice you got from the brother Ill Doctrine. And hey, brother, listen, keep working on your philosophy, bro. Keep strengthening it. You know, people are saying here poking holes. You know, this is doing you even more of a justice, because now you get to go back and you get to see what people are looking at and how to strengthen your argument a whole lot better. And you know, when you come back with them papers, man, you know, you'll
do something.
more information with them papers.
I want to ask
for allowing me to speak.
Real quick, let me get Cosmon.
Can I let me
go ahead, bro. You don't want to debate.
People's champ. I cut you down when you was talking about. I seen Mystic, so I knew you was back up. Whatever you said, I understand. I call that the short circuit.
Mm-hmm.
I tell people this all the time. It's all right, brother. Just calm down. Will you answer 6 questions for me honestly without telling a lie?
Hold up, bro. Yeah, hold on. I will, after you answer my question. I got 6 more. You didn't even answer the first one. So this is the tactic, y'all. See, I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't even hear your questions. I told you I had you turned down. Will you answer these 6 questions? Because I got a whole. This ain't what I'm saying.
You teacher, what the hell you asking me questions for? We questioning your
because I'm teaching. I'm asking you questions so I can see if you was paying attention.
Any questions I want. Don't try to distract and run. Answer the first question.
I'm teaching. You said I'm teaching. Let me ask you some questions, student.
Brother, I mean, no, because you should have came up with this nonsense.
Hey, well,
you want to ask questions?
You just talked for 45 minutes. You just talked for 45 minutes.
Yes, answer questions now. You teaching. So now we listening. Bro, you didn't answer nothing about divinity. You didn't answer the question about nature. How the hell nature's always been here? What's your goddamn definition of nature? You made it up. What is it, sir?
What you mean I made it up?
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to give it to you because
I have to identify the things that I identify. When I say nature, when I say Mother Nature, I'm gonna tell you again. It's been in this whole thing all night. You know what it is? It ain't just that thing that you said, but it's all of the structure and all of the form in existence. It is the whatness of existence. Anything that you can point at and see that it's something. It is the whatness. That is what nature is. All of the structure and form in existence, not just the activities that go on within nature. It is the structures and forms that's formed by nature.
So how did they calculate time before the Big Bang? How do you prove that time was already here? Go ahead. You got the floor.
You prove that time. You prove that time is already here by knowing this. This is how you prove that time is already here.
So I could be a scientist.
Anything can happen.
Hey, well, what are we doing, man? New people up here, but this ain't it.
Gonna let me answer the question.
You ain't. Go ahead, answer it again. What now? Tell us about time again.
No, what we got to worry about that's new is getting you a new microphone, brother, because we can't hear you.
Man.
All right, hold on. Can you hear me now?
He got a good microphone. I'm gonna tell you what
you going on.
Yeah, you made us suffer through your bad audio.
Don't come say
we did it because it's JJ. But
no, don't come
around.
You in the train? You in the back? It's training day. I'm just saying. You hear me? Except I ain't shot. Now how about this?
No, you let that white boy shoot you in your ass.
Get the clock out. You want to get the clock out?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. JJ, hold on 1 second, y'all. One mic.
Hold on.
One mic, y'all. One mic.
I was getting ready to say.
Hold on, y'all.
People's champ.
I was getting ready to address Cosmo, but you kept talking. I was getting ready to leave. So let me address him when I'm leaving. If you be pseudo and trick everybody. Can I do that?
Been talking for 45 minutes. You ask me questions.
Hold on. One mic, y'all. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Let JJ land.
All right, JJ going land. Hold on 1 second.
Man, he gonna crash that motherfucker. Y'all bet that. He gonna crash that motherfucker.
Hold on. A1 was speaking. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, JJ. A1 was speaking, y'all. Hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on 1 second, brother. We got you.
Let JJ land.
Yeah.
Capone.
Go ahead.
Beat each and every one of these niggas up. All right, now let me deal with Cosmo. Now, all right, now Cosmo, you ran from getting it 2 years ago. We still got the flyer for the debate. He's not going to show up. This is what Cosmo do. So the rules of this debate should be: you can't cry about the Bible, and he can't cry about the OSP. Teach us what's beneficial in that book. Because when we debated, all you did was cry about the goddamn Bible. I brought you science that came out the Bible. I gave you 101 principles that's in the Bible. How to treat your family. What about health? The OSP has none of that. Your prophecy, you don't have prophecies, man. Hey, bro. So these clowns that want to get in front of us and try to tear down something that's already been established, coming up with a new quotes. This is what I'm here for, to tear that down. You're not coming in here with no quantum code. You're not coming in here with no racist book called the OSP. None of that. I'm going to be in the bushes lurking every time. And when they let me on stage, hey, get the clock out and you're going to get destroyed. Come on.
Peace. Have a good night.
Please wash under your arm.
Man, these motherfuckers, they turn everything down.
Oh man.
Thank you for your questions. I don't know where you went. I would have answered them for you, man. But hey, check this out. If y'all stay in here, please do. But I'm fixing to go. I gotta get off my computer and get on my phone. So I'm coming back in here. I answer questions, but I'm gonna be in my car. Is that all right? Is y'all or is you fixing to start another live?
No, do your thing. We just gonna keep this one rolling.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
I'm dropping that link. If anybody else want to come up, go ahead.
Also, GDN, good to see you. Nice to meet you, GDN. I seen your actions last night. I didn't ever get to see you debate my homeboy, Humble Mystic. I can't wait to see that. I know there's some good things going. Y'all, everybody too, remember this. I ain't trying to get again, I'm gonna say this one more time. I got a philosophy that I call the quantum truth of the only divinity. This is to rival other isms that's in the world. So I'm taking this to college. I don't care if y'all believe what I'm saying or followers. I don't want no followers. This is a totally different road. This is going to be taught in like this is an entire philosophy with an ontology and an epistemology. It answers all 12 of the hard questions of existence. You go philosophy, you go look up online and you see what those hard questions are, and you keep coming to my classes and you see that thing say teacher of the philosophy of Onlyism. I'll show you how I answer those questions. Now, you hear people that come in here and they get upset when I start putting ideas. But remember, I didn't come to change nothing. So when people tell me about the idea of God, and this is where I'm gonna let my pain because I gotta go. When people talk about the traditional God, that's an idea of something that's trying to answer a question. They say this idea created existence. To be logical, you have to ask yourself, can something that is not existing create existence?
You just messed up.
He just said that I messed up. He just said that I messed up. It's because he can't answer that question.
You thinking so you got it backwards. The God is existence in itself, in its totality, and everything exists through the deity.
See, GD Capone, you need to keep coming to classes. In the end, you're gonna understand that the same thing that you're saying is just what I'm saying.
I know. I know. If you was here the other day, you would have saw me break that down.
That's why I said I know it's gonna be some good things.
Written in scripture too.
I said it's in there. We'll get it together and stuff. Everybody identify.
No, it's all good.
The only necessities for existence is to have time and nature. The only thing that's sufficient, the thing that we know existence can't do without right now, is time and nature. This is why I identify them as mother and father of existence. This is why I identify them as God and goddess, because a god or a goddess would be what sustains existence and what's the reason for existence. Through my travels, I found that the thing that is the reason for existence is because there is time in nature. I found that the thing that sustains existence is the interaction of time and nature through small fractals of itself, which come all the way down to us. And I explained that on the inside, but that's just the big. And that's what I'm riding on. I don't understand how people don't see that. Roy, I'm not trying to upturn science and none of that. If the things I tell you look like science, it's because I haven't come to upturn science. I've come to preach what I identify because it answers questions that other philosophies don't. So your sciences are safe. Your science is safe. I ain't trying to say anything. This is a metaphysical idea to answer the questions of existence, not sciences. even though I tied science with this metaphysics because I understand it, don't be upset. It's okay. There is a God. It just ain't the God that you identify. But that God that you worshiping and you want to pray for so much, just do it the time. And understand that you're going to still have to do whatever you need to get done. And understand that even if you do something bad and you say, Lord, forgive me, the devil made me do it, I know and you know that it was you that made you do it. And y'all going to have to get out them supernatural ways sometime, because when you reincarnate, life going to be here. And you're going to have to stop going through them same things, because you ain't going to never remember your past life. And I'm going to land my plane right there. Spaceship. I'm in a spaceship. Y'all still in planes. I'm in a spaceship. Ah.
Hey, we got my man Thugger out here throwing them shots, man. We got him throwing them shots.
Hey, and I'm just to step out, y'all, but I'm gonna be back in here. And if y'all want to ask me some more questions, please gather them up and stuff. And like I said, though, I got a 12-part series that my man don't let me have, and I know Humble Misket and everyone. I know y'all asking questions just to I know. And I want y'all to know that too. I know ain't nobody trying to tear me down. If you don't believe me and you don't agree with me, you just don't agree with me. If you got your own things and stuff, and then if I say a point and you say a point and we don't agree, we just ain't going to agree, and we're going to go on past the next thing. That's what this is right here. But I guarantee you, by 2028, quantum truth going to be taught in your nearest college. Y'all can get down with this and be part of something that came right here from the golden brown Aboriginals of America. You don't even know who those people are. Y'all identify them as something else, but I'm gonna identify us as the golden brown Aboriginals of America. And y'all, we got a whole lot to go. We got a whole lot golden brown Aboriginals of America. We got a long way to go. We gonna get that. Can't nobody bear it like we did, y'all. Anyway, I'm just to drop, y'all do y'all thing, and I'll be back up in a few minutes. Thank everybody again for coming. Thank you, A1. Thank you, Teen Titans, if y'all out there. All of the other groups, the Barbarians. I know some of y'all somewhere lurking, looking. All of the other teams out there. Honey, I know you somewhere listening. If you ain't, you're gonna listen. Thank everybody again. Thank you for coming to the Quantum Truth of the Only Divinity and for Quantum Onlyism 101. We'll be back tomorrow. Please tune in. Thank you.
Most definitely. That's how we get it in. PSA really fast, y'all. PSA really fast. And sometimes, we just gotta be having friendly reminders sometimes. We love when we get it in. Sometimes the rain to get hot, sometimes we get spicy. We just want to remember to, have decorum, remember that no one can hear the premise if we talking over each other. So we want everybody to be able to hear what's going on and hear what's being said, so we can all grasp the concept of what's going on. And keep it clean, man. Keep it clean. But we love when it get hot. We love when everybody in here clashing. We love when we being challenged, and we love learning. That's what it's about, y'all.
Well, can I give a comment? Even though he's not here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the problems is that he's not identifying concepts correctly, right? So some things he's renaming, and some things he doesn't have an answer for. So my first question to him was a formal question, right? I wasn't even talking about whether gods exist or not, but I'm talking about the format and the structure of his argument. That if time and nature can exist, then why is that the only thing that can exist, right? The flying spaghetti monster, how come that doesn't exist, right? I gave him an instance of a god, but if you're telling me that something can exist without a cause, then I can make up stuff too, or you can make up stuff too. He didn't answer that question. And Ill Doctrine made a comment that represented what I said, right? That you can't answer that question because it's a nonsensical question, because you're starting from that you can't prove, which according to some people that's an axiom, right? I think it was King J or somebody who thinks that every argument has an axiom, So his argument definitely has an axiom. That's why he can't answer that question. And then that's where he messes up because sciences don't allow axioms or definitions like other subjects do, right? Science has to have observation and experiment. They don't allow just axioms where you have to take it to be true and just deal with it. So he's already in trouble.
I have a question.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead, get in, do your thing. You ain't gotta
Yeah.
you ain't gotta do that
So
every time. Just go ahead and, and hop in.
no doubt, no doubt. So my thing is like, and I might, like I might not know what I'm talking about, but to me, like, so when I hear the brother speak about like the sciences and metaphysical and all that stuff there, to me, it seems like it be a exercise in vanity. But and let me say why I think so. Because we're in a place like somebody like myself, like I can go to the source material and I can be like, okay, I can study it just like a scholar do. I can read the Mesha Stella and I can see the translations, or I can read, travels to the interior of Africa. I can read that. I can read primary sources and make an assumption off of that instead of letting the scholars, the European scholars who definitely was racist in the past, not let them make those conclusions off that source material. I can do that.
Can I respond to that? Because
No, because
that's
I'm not finished yet. So
oh
give me
okay.
10 seconds. So the
Okay.
problem that I be seeing with brothers like scientists and stuff, it's like you can't do that. You can't go to what your primary sources is, which is the actual, experiments, that you're talking about. Like, and why I say it be an exercise in vanity, because if you wanted to pursue that, why you're not like in some type of college or school, or what I'm saying, some type of place of higher learning where you can avail yourself to those resources. But I'm just wondering, was like, I don't know.
Can I
It's probably
respond
more
a
or less
little bit?
like a
Yeah, go
statement.
ahead, Roy Chess, and I'm getting after you because I got something to say after that too. That's an
Yes.
important question.
So it's not
I
a
like
question.
when the brother Humble Mystic hop in.
It's just a comment to what he was saying because a lot of people, a lot of Israelites and Hoteps have that same ideology, and I would just want to caution you that just reading yourself is dangerous, right? So, like if somebody is in a graduate school program reading those sources, the same sources you're reading, do you think that you're getting the same knowledge as the person in the graduate school course? I mean, I could tell you you're not, right? So just reading is not enough. And I can't stress this enough that reading, when I say read, people read too much, this is what I'm talking about, right? You think that some knowledge is not verbal or hidden from the public. It is. That's why people spend money on these degrees, right? So to think that you're going to be getting the same information that these academics are getting is mistaken. You can read, but your reading is not reasoning, right? You're not reasoning. Like you use the word assumption, which is correct. So your assumption is going to lead you to conclusions that may not be correct, right? You might accidentally be correct, but you won't have a way to verify it. So that's why the reasoning aspect is very important, not just reading. You can read, but you have to know how to reason well also. That's what's holding people back. I'll drop the plane. I'll land my plane there.
Most definitely, most definitely. I want to piggyback off of what Gideon was saying because he's absolutely correct. Um, as researchers and scholars, as we call ourselves, we should be able to go to, or we should be able to be skilled enough to go and get research papers, articles, books, whatever resource that we gather, or whatever, field that we study. And we should be well studied in that field enough to know when something is lining up. We could cross reference. Okay, this line up, this line up, this line up, and when something don't line up, and we as studiers in that field should have the articulation on our own to say, okay, this is verifiable and this is not verifiable, based off of the people who already did the work on the ground. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, and basically what Brother Gideon was saying, is when we ourselves apply these skills to this research, these researchers, everybody else out here researcher, why is it that we can't read these things like everybody else can if we're applying these things? And it helps because when you're not going, me and a brother Capone had a conversation, I believe it was yesterday, right, Capone, on the House of David. Me and him came in on the panel, and they was talking about the House of David, and
today.
Oh, that was the day, okay. And I asked the question, right? And the question was, if they were writing in Paleo Hebrew and there were no diacritical marks, how can we separate DOD from DWD? And that's an important question, because only with diacritical marks can we, all the modern people, tell the difference. Without diacritical marks, we as modern people cannot tell the difference. Now, why is that important? That's important because of what Brother Gideon was saying earlier. When Eurocentric, paleontologists, archaeologists, when they go out and they go excavate these places, they put their worldview on what they research. So they're manipulating the information, so to speak. For an example, I would just use talking about the House of David. This is why that's such a common thing, because there were biblical believers who were excavating the site, who seen this phrase, and instead of them saying, well, this could mean this, this could mean this, this could mean this, this could mean this, we don't know because there's no diacritical marks, they say, well, we're going to assume it means this and we're going to push this to the public. And only later did people find out. They're like, wait a minute, y'all can't say this what this mean. How, on what basis? Me and the brother Capone was talking earlier, and Capone asked me, he said, well, when y'all talking about the metal nature, how do you tell the difference in words, or how? Because they're determinatives, which they don't have that in the Paleo Hebrew or the Phoenician Canaanite, as I like to call it. They don't have diacritical marks for you to separate. For an example, when we have the word Dawood, right, or Dawd, as they say, right, to separate and how they use that. We don't know when we see that word if it's talking about the title of a king, if it's talking about the title of an uncle, if it's talking about the leader of a household. We don't know because there's no diacritical marks to tell us that. So we're leaning on our own understanding when we do that. And so we have to give these people the same criticism and the same observation that we give each other up here on the panel. The same way we poke holes in each other's joint when we research these scholars and stuff like that that's out here, we gotta poke holes in their stuff too. We can't just accept everything they say. This is why cross-referencing are so important. Because if you just taking all the information from one person, and that one person is the minority in a scholastic group, then you're going to have the majority say, bro, this is why that's not correct. This is why that's not correct. This is why that's not correct. So I just want to be clear that we have to cross-reference everything we're doing and everything we're researching. We can't take anything from one single source. And if we're making up anything, we're creating anything new, as we like to say, right? It's best if we ground that on a solid foundation first and then move forward with that. I land my plane with that, y'all. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Anybody else want to say something before I start talking? A1, I sent you I just sent you an email. Can you share that image? Because what Humble is talking about is called levels of information. And I was going to, the brother right here, I was just going to ask him about this. You have the first level is statistics, right? Statistics is like it's just a bunch of symbols. It's not formulated, it's not in the language. It's just we just have symbols in no particular order. Then you have coesthetics, right? So I believe coesthetics is when you align them, right? But you still don't know what they mean. Then you have semantics, right? That's the third level. Then
Hold on,
after,
real fast. Hey, Capone.
go ahead.
You said you sent something that you want to be shown.
Yeah, I sent it to the email
What email? Hold on one second.
to the Titan
Send it
debate league.
to. Do you have the ability to send it to the back to the private chat?
Let me see how you do that.
On the side they got comments. Oh, never mind. It's up here. Go ahead, get it in.
Okay, there you go, right there. So the third level is semantics. Now, semantics is we know that's the how does semantics go? The semantics is okay. Now the words is allowed, but we still you can't read them yet. We can't read them. It's still not in the language. And then you got pragmatics where it's in a language, but it don't make sense. So no one could respond from it. Then you have the fifth one, which is the highest level of information, aprobatics. Now, alphabetics is how we communicate today, where I can say something in a common language, and you can hear it and receive and know to say something back or to do something. Like if I was to ask you to do something, right? You'll know that you have to do something back, right? Give a response back. So acrobatics is what our DNA and the amino acids in our DNA is coded in. It's the highest level of information. This is intelligence. That's why what you was talking about, Humble, earlier with the what you were just explaining about the diacritical marks, that would be statistics. That's the first level. That's why once they put it in the alphabetical order, it became it's a whole different language. So I want to land right there. I just wanted to say that. I don't know if y'all brothers, if y'all have any more details on the levels of information, and y'all can go to it in more in depth, please do so.
Hey, that's my brother Capone right there, man. That's my brother Capone. He keep me sharp. Listen, that's why.
Can I comment on that right quick?
Yeah, because, I got you, Art. I got you, Chess, really fast. That's my brother Capone right there, y'all. That's why I like locking up with the brother, because he keep me sharp. He keep me sharp, as y'all see. Go ahead, brother Roy Chess.
Okay, so the number 3 and number 4, I think you have mistaken, right?
I got them mixed up. Okay.
You have semantics is how you understand language. That's how we understand the words or the communication, right? Semantics is the words we use for it. So if we see a dog, we give it a word, right? We just call it dog. We could have called it anything, right? We give it a name. The semantics is how we use the language, right? And the pragmatics is sort of like how we apply the language, right? Like looking at something and giving it a name to call it so that people understand what we're talking about. Statistics would be a classification within mathematics. So it doesn't have to be just symbols. I get what you're saying, but would you put mathematics there as well, or just statistics is only?
Well, it's just data, right? But we can't draw. It's not decoded. It's like it's like it's foreign. Like it's just symbols. We don't have no meaning. It
has meaning. No, it has meaning. Mathematical symbols have meaning. So that's why.
Yeah, but when it's in statistics, when it's the statistic stage, it doesn't. You don't know the language, so how you know the meaning?
No, if it's a symbol, then we have a meaning for it. That's why we use the symbol.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know if that's correct either. Right.
Well, I get the definition.
We're not just randomly doing.
I was going off the top. This is a slide that I used in one of my debates.
No, where is this from? Where did you get this? Where did you get this from? Like, is this what
No,
field is this?
this is what I made, but I do have a source to it. I mean, it's just this the levels of information.
Well, there's errors with it. That's why I'm bringing this up.
What's the error?
Well, one, like the mathematics, right? The symbols mean something. You can't say they don't mean anything. And the semantics also fits into that because we're communicating. The pragmatics also fits into that because you're actually writing it down and then you're applying it.
Right.
So
So
those three things
the
are very
pragmatics would be
related.
like oh, go ahead. My bad.
Those three things are going to be closely related.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I probably explained them wrong, but you saying that this is wrong, this
well,
this diagram right here?
No, I'm not saying the order is wrong. And your
Okay.
breakdown is sort of an error. There's errors.
Yeah,
in it.
yeah. So
really fast.
I was just trying to give the gist of it. That's why I put that at
really
the end. If
fast.
y'all
Let me
could
read
expound
something.
more on it, please do, because I was just going off the top, but I do have the definitions for each one.
Right. So it's the five levels of information, right? It's the core idea. Information exists in layers from raw sensory data to high order conceptual synthesis. Each level compresses, interprets, and reconstructs the level beneath it. Think of it as a ladder of abstraction. Level 1, raw data, right? Which we would call statistics, right? Uninterpreted sensory input, pixels, sound, numbers, vibration. These have no meaning, no structure, no context. Example.
Wait, why are you calling it statistics?
Hold on 1 second. I got y'all. So example, the binary code 01010101, or a loud bang, onomatopoeia. The database. This is why people confuse facts that is not just signals, right? So it's a raw data. This is sensory data that this is computer data, right? Binary coding, right? Zeros and ones, right? So this is the most basic level of information, right? That we see in reality. Then we have process data, level 2, patterns, right? Patterns. The system detects structure, edges, shapes, repeated sequences, and correlations. Still not meaning, just pattern recognition. Example, this sounds repeat every 0.5 seconds, right? So now we come from raw data, right, to process data. That's level 2. Level 3, information, meaningful patterns. Patterns become meaningful because they are placed in a context. Example, the repeating sound is a heartbeat, right? So now in level 3, we actually start to get meaning for the information that we're encompassing or that we're grasping. Level 4, knowledge, integrated information. Information is connected into the coherent model. Example, a heartbeat indicate a living organism with a circulatory function. So now we're taking the feedback of the information, now that we got the meaning, and now we're integrating the information. So level 4 is integrating the information into reality. Now, level 5, last and final level, understanding causal models. You grasp why things happen, not just what happens. Example, the heart beats because electrical impulses trigger muscular contractions, right? So, in this level, we grasp the understanding of the nature, we was talking about nature earlier, or slash aka the essence of what a process does, or in simpler terms, what a thing is. So these are the 5 levels of information. These align with what is here on the screen.
Where is that from? What subject matter? Does it say? Is it like
human
psychology?
cognition. This talks about human cognition. So this would be anthropology.
Can I
No,
answer
it doesn't look
Roches
like
real quick?
Yeah.
I was looking it up as the brothers were talking. this list statistics. I think that's cosinics. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but the list that's on the screen, 5 levels of information. It was composed by a Dr. Werner Gitt. It's a German dude with legit credentials in information technology. Worked at Institute of Physics and Technology in Germany. And hold on, let me change this real quick. He's got an article about it that he wrote himself on answersingenesis.org. But the level 1 statistics is for code is just described as a physical representation such as letters, symbols, or binary digits focused on the transmission of the accuracy of transmission. The second one, I don't know if he came up with this name or if it exists. I've never seen it before, but cosinics, cosyntics.
I spelled it wrong. I see the problem. I spelled the word wrong.
Yeah, that just translates to syntax or grammar, and the description is rules and arrangement of symbols defining the structure of the information.
Right.
Then level 3 is semantics. We all know what that means. Pragmatics, the applied action, the application of the information. And level 5 is apologetics or purpose, the goal or intended outcome of the communication.
Yep.
It strikes me as a model that he came up with to describe transferring information. I'm interested in it. I don't know much more about it. I'm looking it up right now along with you guys.
So Warner Grit, is that the name that you said? Warner Grit, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
So he's a European, but I believe he was a physicist, but he was an atheist and he turned a believer. So I was reading his work, why as an atheist became a believer, and he had this. I seen this, so I used it. But so yeah, that's all. I just want.
Can you spell the? Do you know the last name? Like, is it
That list be subjective? Is that list subjective?
GITT.
Humble.
No, they both said what I said.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I gotta hear the question. You said, is it less subjective?
No, is that list that you just showed just now? Is that subjective?
I'm gonna post it in the chat.
All right.
It has a context, so
it has a context, right? That's what I'm about to say. It has a context that we can follow. So, like for an example, I can't really say binary code is subjective because that exists outside of the ramifications of my subjectivity. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I respect that.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to exist actually, because there are other models, right? So that one is not a necessity.
Well,
yes, so that's why I'm talking about. Is this list subjective? Because all we know was knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Now, all of this right here is applying more things to it.
Yeah, but we use it every day.
Go ahead.
Well, this is talking about the understanding of information, how we as beings, human beings, grasp understanding of information, right? So we can travel. That's why I said this.
Yes. So then it's subjective. Because everybody don't grasp information the same.
I don't think that's what he's
that's
trying
not
to do.
what it's saying. No.
Wait. So you don't understand the language that we speaking?
Yeah, bro, I understand the language you're speaking.
I'm
talking about this model. Hold up, bro. I was only talking about that model that was presented just now, bro. That's
you see how you just respond to what I'm saying, to what I just said? That's an example of apologetics. I said something, you understood it, and you knew that I needed a reply back from it. That's what apologetics is. That's what they mean by purpose. I said something purposely for you to respond to. It's called apologetics. It's not suggestive.
Okay. All right. Bet. So if I didn't give a respond to it, then what would it be? Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. That's questionable, right?
Yeah,
I get what he's saying. It's questionable because I wouldn't say it's objective.
To understand it.
I wouldn't say it's objective either. So it's very, it's like on the fence. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's
we
objective.
wouldn't call things like sensory things. Like it's just your functions are not subjective. We know the normal human being has sensory detail functions. We have depth perception, we have critical questioning, we have critical reasoning. So we all have these functions, and
perception
so these functions are not subjective,
bro.
Yes,
Perception
those
is
are
subjective, bro.
Yes, they
yes,
are.
it is. Perception is subjective, bro. Yes.
Bro,
Because
wait a minute.
see,
Time
I
out.
might not
Time
see.
out. Your time
What you
out.
see, I might not
Hold on 1 second. Your ability of sight is subjective?
Yes.
So are you saying that everybody who is not blind do not see?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, it's the levels. It's the levels of seeing, though. That's subjective.
We ain't getting there yet. We're talking just
my fault,
sensory.
my fault.
Yeah, the fact that you see something.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Sight itself is an objective thing unless you're blind.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What you see is not objective.
Everybody on this panel,
born blind, bro.
Hold on, real fast.
You're making a bad inference.
Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. Unless you're blind, everybody on this panel have the ability of sight.
Yeah, but you're making a bad inference.
I'm not. That's
you guys are talking about two different things. Humble. Hey, by the way, Humble, I was talking about you earlier today. You are the most humbly aggressive person I've ever met. Like, your aggression is humble. But Humble is arguing that sight exists objectively, and Roy Chess is trying to explain that the experience of sight is a subjective experience. Both of you guys are right.
Right. I wouldn't say that the experience of sight is not subjective. Of course, yeah, the experience of sight is subjective, but sight as a thing is an objective thing. So when we're talking, and that goes into what OTK was saying when he's saying, is this subjective? When we're talking about sensory data, that's an objective thing. The experience of the sensory data is what's subjective, but the sensory data itself is an objective thing.
Not necessarily.
The only thing I would correct is, and I'm correcting myself, when I say the sentence sight exists objectively, I'm speaking loosely, and I say that for fear that Roy Chess is going to jump all over it. That can actually be tightened up and made more precise. You know what I'm talking about, Roy, right?
Yeah.
Like, that statement can be tightened up a great deal and be made more precise by mentioning wavelengths, what exactly is sight, because sight actually occurs on your brain.
Yes.
It's not something that occurs. So, and then we have to juggle universal or objectivity, but I'm gonna I'm gonna beg Rochette for mercy, because I know what I did, and I was just trying to speak commonly at that moment.
Yes. But also you have to factor in, is it necessary, right? So when you use the word objective, it has to have some necessity to it, right? It could not exist, because then it's not objective, right? So if it's a possibility of it existing and not existing, then it's not objective, right? It's not a necessity. Something objective would be a necessity. It can't be something else. It can't change value.
So, Roy Chess, let me ask you this question. Is sight not a necessity for survival?
No.
So
Some
why
animals
did we
don't have
evolve?
sight.
So why did we evolve to use sight to catch our food and run away from prey? Run away from predators.
It is easier, but it's not necessary to do it. You could do it without it. I mean, it's been done before you had the sight, right? The organisms that were living before humans were doing it, right? The single cell and they had no eyes, no arms, the single cell amoeba type of stuff, right? The microorganisms, they were doing
And
it, and they
and
didn't have
somewhere
sight.
along in life, right? Life was like, wait a minute, we can't keep going out like this. We need something else better. Feeling is not so. I watched this
So it's
video.
convenience. Actually, you're describing convenience. You're not
Right,
describing necessity.
but that's necessity.
No, it's
Oh
not.
boy, I
That's a
gotta make it to my charger in case my phone go off. But that's what I gotta do. I'll be back though.
Most
okay, but
definitely, brother. Most definitely.
you don't have to have leather seats in your Beamer, right? You could have cloth seats, right? You
Right.
want
No,
the
we're
luxury
talking
life.
about survival at this moment, right? So
No,
we're
it's not just
talking about
survival.
things that life needs to survive. And one of the things
That's not
that
one of
life needs to survive is sensory detection. Because
yeah,
without sensory
right.
detection, it won't be able to find food. It won't be able to run away from predators. It won't be able to have spatial recognition,
So
right?
you right there, but you switched it from sight to sensory perception.
Yeah,
Right,
see,
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
so
I caught that.
That
no,
was a nice catch. I didn't catch it. He did do something else too. Can I say it?
Yeah,
Mhm,
He switched context
mhm.
where he switched from the environment uh making sight necessary to an
yeah,
environment where there are predators and basically he's
Mhm.
talking about mammals in order to survive. But I need my sight because I can't run as fast as what's chasing me. So
There
I
you
yeah,
need
go.
to see it when it's far away.
There you
yeah.
go.
And so that yeah, but if I were a single cell um amoeba or something like that, I wouldn't need sight and I could still eat. I just, what do they call it?
Exactly.
I
Right.
just eat whatever I bump into or it eats me. But
Yes.
Exactly.
the way that sight developed was amoebas or bacteria or whatever single cell organisms would go toward light because light and wavelengths did exist, and they would either find that they survived and were able to reproduce, or they would find that food was over there and then they would reproduce more competitively than those that just stayed in the dark. And so eventually a way to determine where the light is how we developed eyes.
Right.
Exactly.
But
And would you
that's a
call that
convenience.
right?
That's a
I was
convenience.
just about to ask that question, Roy Chess. So, brother L Doctrine, that process you was just describing, would you call that a necessity or would you call that a convenience?
Well, the process itself is you have to determine like am I in that environment or not, because I could be in a dark cave where there's no light and so I don't get exposed to it. So in
Mm-hmm.
that sense, no, it's not necessary. But
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, is it necessary for me, like if I smell McDonald's, for me to go to McDonald's because it triggers like a desire to eat? It's like the argument is that the pre-eyeball organisms would respond to where light is either because it was safe there
Mm-hmm.
or because they knew food was there.
Exactly. Now, when we touching on sensory, right? And we sticking on sight right now. But when we touch on sensory, this is why we had to evolve, right? Because when the single celled amoeba had no eyes, right, it couldn't determine anything. There was no meaning for anything. It was just things. And I was either going to survive or I was going to cease to survive. I was going to go obsolete. Those were the only two options. So to prevent this from keep happening and to at least have some control, right? Now we have eyes. So I don't have to keep guessing where my food is. I don't have to keep unknowingly moving to environments that I don't know is safe for me. Now I'm aware of what's going on around me, right? Without my eyes, I can't do that.
Facts, facts. I agree with
Right.
that,
But
humble. Are we just talking about the human right now? Or are we talking about all species right now with this conversation as far as what eyesight, humble?
Oh, we took it back to the single cell. Brother Il Doctrine took it back to the single cell amoeba.
Roy Chess did that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so if
He
he's
said
taking
Roy-
it back to the single cell organism, how do snakes see?
Through heat.
No, they see through their tongue.
Right,
Well,
but they picking up heat.
I'm going to
All right,
echo
so they
A1
feel.
on this one.
So they
If
so then
bringing
they're
up
feeling,
snakes,
correct?
Hold on 1 second. What'd you say, Il
Yeah.
Go
Doctrine?
ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
I
go
want to
ahead,
say
El Doctor. My
I'm
bad,
going
my
to
bad.
echo
That was
A1. If you, who is that brother right there I'm talking to now? I don't think I've met you.
Oh, open the knowledge, bro. My bad. 1,000 pardon. Respect to you, brother. Respect to everybody on the panel. I'm one of the newest persons that started coming around here with A1. You know what I mean, with the debate Coliseum, because I respect the brother and these brothers that be up here, and I respect all the conversations. You know what I mean, no matter whether
OTK.
I agree or not, because we can have a good conversation. But go ahead, bro. 1,000
All right,
pardon.
my pleasure. My pleasure to meet you, brother. I want to say I'm going to echo A1 earlier. If you bring up snakes and how they use their tongue and detect thermal signals, that's actually smuggling in again sensory input when we were which kind of generalizes and makes broad what we were talking about. When we were talking specifically about sight. That's a good pivot though, and this is a good time to say, you know what? I think sight is a little too constrained. Like the scope is too constrained. Let's broaden it a little bit and say sensory input. But then you would have to concede to Roy Chess that sight isn't exactly. I don't know how you guys want to work that out. I don't want to get in it though.
No,
I'm knee deep in it though.
Right. It's just we know that while every living organism on this planet doesn't have sight, we know that sight is a necessity for every living organism on this planet that do have sight. Because if
So then it's not objective.
if the organisms on this planet that do have sight no longer had sight, they wouldn't know how to navigate the world.
Nah, that's not objective. Unfortunately,
That
it's
is
not objective. No, it isn't.
So distance and space and relativity between space and distance is not objective?
Time for space.
No.
And time.
No.
No?
Absolutely not.
So
Yeah,
you
absolutely
saying
not.
if I'm standing 50 feet away from something, no matter who is looking, no matter where they're looking from, I'm not standing 50 feet away from something.
Yeah, because it's the problem is the measuring device. The measuring device can always
right,
the measurement can always be wrong.
Right?
Yeah,
so
but
measurement is no longer an objective thing.
The measurement tool itself can be mistaken, can have an error, right?
No.
So if I make a ruler and I'm a little bit short, right, and I don't know it, my measurements are going to be off. If I have a laser, right, and I don't calibrate the laser, right, there's ways to make an error, right? Because if it were objective, we would never get it wrong, right? So our measurement methods can be questioned because we get them wrong. So that means it's not objective. You can't be an absolute. It can't be an absolute.
I often tell Roy Chess, I play chess too. I think I play chess a little better than he do. Hey, Roy Chess, how do you first point out the fact that, all right, when we was talking about sensory and things of that nature, right? We was talking about the eyes, that I pivoted and talked about sensory, right? Yeah. But now we're talking about objective space. And now you pivot and talk about, yeah, but this could be off. That could be off. I'm talking about an exact space in reality.
Yeah, but how do you measure it is the problem. In order for you to talk about that space, you have to measure.
How do you measure it?
Yes, that's what my objection is.
Measure it with a tool.
Yeah, and the tool can be manipulated. It can produce an error.
See, and now you're adding depth to the conversation. We ain't talking about manipulating anything.
No, I'm not talking about manipulating anything. I'm not talking about it like deliberately making a false result. It happens in life in general. You can never be absolute with those measurements. That's what I'm saying. Any tool you use can be questioned.
Yeah,
like, do people get measurements wrong?
They gotta be calibrated.
And that's facts.
Right.
And that's facts.
Right.
That's facts.
And if it's not calibrated, it's going to get
wrong
wrong results.
Really fast. You are aware of the Great Pyramids, correct?
Yeah.
So how are we sitting here talking about we can't be precisely accurate with things when we have precise, accurate measurements around us right
Well,
now?
actually, the
So that's
pyramid
not enough.
is
No,
off.
That's not enough.
No, it's not enough.
Hold
You
on,
have an
hold on.
instance of it. That's an
Right,
instance of it. You have to show me all of them. Do you always get it?
You
though?
said that's not
I think
enough.
one of them is slightly. I think the Great Pyramid is slightly off.
One of them, right?
As far
A
as
bunch
the
of
alignment,
pyramids
the
are
measurement
off.
alignment.
A bunch of
Yeah,
pyramids are off. A
So
bunch of
there
them
you
are
but
go.
off.
it's off by like a point, like 0.5 or
but
some
what do
point.
we?
There you go. There you
Crazy,
go.
some
It has
crazy
power.
number, but
Listen, hold
it's
time
off.
out. I don't know
Probably
if
like
you
the
know
point
how
that they
old.
give us
Hold
for the year. It's probably off by that much. That's how
on one
exact it
second,
is.
Right.
So I don't know if
And
anybody in here is a contractor or a construction or ever
I
did
am.
yes, I
work
am.
in construction. Okay.
Yes, I am too,
So
bro. I
what
am
do
What?
too.
y'all
Hey, what
use?
business you in, OTK?
I'm in irrigation. I
Okay,
bring
I'm
water.
in
so
I take
concrete.
water. I take water from the ocean and bring it to the land to feed the whole community. That's what I
Okay,
do.
Hey,
okay,
thank you for your service, man.
most
Yes, sir.
definitely.
Yes,
So
sir.
y'all would know the answer to this question. What do y'all use when y'all are making floor plans for a project?
You mean
Take
it's
that.
to produce
Yeah, we
prints?
use a measurement. We use measurements,
Yeah.
and we use a tape ruler, bro. Yeah, we
And
use a tape measure.
if
Yes.
your measurement when
Yes.
you're making floor plans and you're using the ruler and your measurement is off, what do you do?
Adjust.
You
We have
adjust
to
it.
adjust
Thank
to
you.
it. So
Thank you.
therefore the
Well,
measurements. So therefore the measurements will be subjective. Because if
Yes.
it was going down to what we wrote it down
It
to
depends
from
on.
the floor plans, it would be objective. But now when we see we little slightly off
So
because of this and that right here,
so
that's
with,
when it becomes subjective, bro. Because
That's
you got
why
to
the
make
so
this
with
measurement
adjustment.
is key.
so with plans and measuring things, you have a space of error that
Mhm.
you can utilize. Like it's like a tenth.
Big
I
facts.
forgot it's a wait. So it's for a. It's like an eighth. You can
Yeah,
make
it's
a
an eighth. You're always an eighth off.
yeah,
Right.
eighth
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
So you can't be
Right.
objective because you're always an eighth off. That's what you can't use
Correct.
objective
Correct.
in the word error in the
there's
same sentence.
Correct.
in my business,
Correct.
if we're eighth off, we just say it looks good for my porch, and
Yeah.
that's about it.
Right.
An eighth
Right.
doesn't mean anything
Right.
in concrete.
And so
Right,
Hey,
who
eighth
gonna
of
trip
inch
about
is
an
spot
eighth off?
on.
Yeah.
right.
Who's not gonna notice that?
And
Nobody gonna
so
notice that.
and
That's
so
real
the
shit.
thing
Hey,
the
humble,
point I'm
you're not
making.
wrong, humble. I
No,
want
I'm
you to
not
know,
saying I'm
humble.
wrong. Hold
You're
on one
not
second,
wrong
OTK. Hold on one second, OTK. I
with what
got
you're
you.
saying, bro.
Right. No, I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm not saying Brother Roy Chess is wrong either. I'm saying that the very fact that we can measure something, right? And when we measure it, it's in that place. That's an objective thing.
No,
Like
it's not.
that is. We
No,
can't
it's
sit
not.
here.
Then if measurement is not objective, then it's nothing is.
So
No, science
listen,
cannot
hold
be
on one
objective
second,
by definition.
So Brother
Measurement
Roy
is
Chess.
part of
So
science.
now this is where I have to say that Brother Roy Chess, where me and Brother Roy Chess miss each other, is the fact that I grasp the concept that objectivity, it's something that is stagnant in space and that is there whether I'm aware of it or not. Whether my essence of being is aware of it or not is still there. So when we're talking about things that are in space, when we're talking about distance, when we're talking about foundation, those things are objective, right? The building right here on
No.
Carolina Bank Street,
Your
that's an
definition is
objective
flawed.
object because
No.
that exists. I'm gonna land my plane in 1 second, Roy Chess. The building right here on Carolina Bank Street, that's an objective object because that exists whether I'm aware of it or not. It exists whether any of you are aware of it or not. That's what make it objective.
No, your you cut the definition off, so that's why your conclusions are wrong.
Yeah.
Right. That's part of the definition. You need to continue
Right.
the sentence. right? There's other components other than that. So you're right on that part.
Get the
But then
definition.
there's a consistency part, right? That it has to maintain that value. So whatever value you give it, it cannot change. And that's the part you're missing, right? So it has to be something that's without bias, without prejudice, without corruption, right? It has to be a pure thing that exists, right? And
so all humans are subjective.
What?
So all humans are subjective, is what you saying?
No, we're gonna
say that again.
We're capable of error.
What he's saying, right? Is
error, then yes.
Hold on 1 second, brother. I got what I'm hearing Roy's chest say is okay. So for a thing to be objective, right, it must be stationary in time and space. It must take up time and space, but it must keep the same value than what it started with, right? So when we apply that to humans, that don't apply to humans, right? No, it must be consistent in what's going on. When we go to humans, that does not apply to humans. So he's saying we're subjective.
Are you guys identifying a physical constant?
That's what I'm saying. When we're talking about physicality,
no, it's not a physical constant.
We're talking about
objectivity. But a physical constant would be objective, though, wouldn't it?
Yes.
No, it wouldn't, because it could change. If it changes truth
value,
but
the physical constants don't change, though.
No, they do.
You can't if you change any of the physical constants, the universe will go out of balance and life will never form.
No, that's not correct.
What we have to understand. What we have to understand.
I got the quote, bro. I'm showing you.
You're using the word objective in the
Hold on, let's let Roy Chess get in here real fast. Go ahead, Roy Chess.
You're using the word, science is misinforming you guys by cutting off the definition like that. When I say constant, I'm talking about the truth value, right? So if I ask you, is this true or false? That truth value has to stay the same forever. I'm not talking about whether it's physically there or not. I'm talking about a truth value constant, not.
But here's the thing about that, brother Roy. You don't stay 12 forever. That's a truth value. It's a truth that at one point in history you was 12 years old.
Yeah,
it's another truth that later on in history you became another age. That truth value changed, but you
changed the concept
object in reality.
No, that value would never change. That once I was 12, I can't go back to that.
Hey, Roy and Humble, you guys mind if I referee real quick?
Yeah,
of course, brother, of course.
Hey,
yeah.
It's a great conversation too. Great conversation.
It is.
Great bill, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all.
To be objective. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, OTK. To be objective, a thing has to exist in short, but not rely on a subject. That's just an easy way to remember. If it's objective, then it means its existence doesn't rely on a subject. And like I would be the subject. If there's a subject, then it's subjective. That's just an easy way to remember it. Now the building.
So in other words, you're saying that the sun comes up and everybody know that that sun comes up or that moon come up, but we don't have to call it the sun or the moon, but we see it every day. So you're, and then that can be objective because in some places, the sun shines 24 hours a day, 6 months for the year, and then the moon comes out in Alaska. It's dark there for 6 months. So then that will make that same theory subjective.
So,
well, there's a difference between. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead,
ill doctrine, would you say that the Higgs boson is that objective? Because the Higgs boson particle rely on gravity, space, and time matter as well.
I don't know enough about that particle to answer, brother. I don't know anything about its nature of existence.
Yeah, but they time rely on space. So what you was just saying is how you was just defining objectivity. Time relies on space, and space they rely on each other, and it's also matter in force. matter, force,
Okay.
space, time, and energy. Or emotion.
One of the reasons I mentioned that this is just the easy way, with scare quotes, an easy way to remember it, is to help them iron out, is the building existing objective? There's certain things about it, and it really does depend on like the sounds that you utter. Okay, the statement, if you say the sun is visible, that's saying something different than the sun is visible from my location. Or these are different things, and the words that you utter are completely different than the idea that you're referring to, which would be that the sun exists in a way that a mechanism of seeing could capture its wavelengths, or like whatever precise way you can describe it. All I was saying is I wanted to get back to them because they were talking about measuring tools. Like length would be the objective property in measurement. 6 feet or 50 feet away from me is not objective. That's a way of measuring length. That's just a unit. Words like building, or if it's a church, that's like a social assignment. The concrete and steel are objective. It's an objective physical structure.
That's a confusing context because again, you're leaving out the truth value of it. So that's why
the truth value of which part, like specifically.
Like if you're saying something is objective, right? So let me ask you this so that it's clear. If you're saying something is objective, can it have an error in it?
My statement that X is objective have an error?
No, not the statement.
Or are you asking me, does the building have a? Are you asking me, does the building have an error in its construction?
Can it have an error?
Can it have an error in its construction? Yes.
I guess it depends on the builder, and as a builder myself, I'm going to say the like.
Right. So that means the truth value can change.
Hold on one
right?
second.
So you keep on.
Hold on one second, y'all. Let
that
El
out.
Doctrine answer the question. Let him land the plane. Go ahead, brother El Doctrine. Because he was saying, in his opinion, as a builder, but he never said yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion as a builder, nearly 100% of buildings that you see have an error or probably 1,000 in them. But that doesn't change that the building exists. So I don't know when you say error, I'm not sure what you're saying.
So
what you're asking about, is there an error in its existence?
Yeah, can there be an error in the thing itself? Can you be? Or let me say, because you asked me about the statement. So of course we know that the statement can be wrong, right? So that's one way to look at it also, because the thing itself and the statement about, we understand that they're different, right? But okay, let's go with the statement. Can the statement be in error? If I say something is objective, can the statement be in error?
So the statement X is
how
objective.
would I do that?
Can that have an error?
Right. Yes.
It depends. Okay, you'd have to plug in. You have to plug in something for X.
Yes.
Well,
so that's what I'm asking for.
Then
Can you plug in? Can you give an example of something that's objective that we know it has an error?
That's a.
Well, someone has
is it self-contradictory?
Hold on. You're like dragging me down a grocery aisle like I'm a 3-year-old child. Like you're going too fast for me. If the original scope of contention was the distance the building is from me, and the building was a switch from possibly a predator or something. It's like, how do you gauge depth in its relationship to the experience of sight? So you can be wrong even if it's prey. If you aim your bow and arrow for something that you intuitively feel is 50 feet away and it turns out it's 60 feet away, you're not going to eat that day. This is what he was contending. And you were saying,
right, but I'm asking you, is that objective? That he made an error, is that objective? Can you be objective?
Hold on. You're using abbreviated language. When you say is that objective, I need you to identify what that is.
What you just described.
Which part?
The scenario
I described
that you so that the prey, you said objective, you said something to be measured objectively, about prey, right? So a hunter and a prey, he miscalculates the prey.
Yeah, I
So
built that into the statement. I said he intuitively feels it's 50 feet away. It's actually 60 feet away. So
right,
that's something that we assume in the scenario that it's not
right,
50. It can be
right,
75.
right.
So
So
intuitively he thought it was 50, and it turned out to be not 50, and he missed, and he didn't get to eat that night.
so is that action, is that objective? What I'm trying to get to is can you have an objective claim that has an error in it? And I think the answer is no. That's why
Well,
I'm
hold
bringing
hold
you up.
on, hold on. You have to you have to translate that scenario that I described to you into the technical language that you're using in order for me to evaluate what you're saying. So you have to map out your technical words onto my scenario.
So I'm asking that scenario, was the person wrong because he didn't get to eat that day? His calculations were they objective or were they not objective? Because he was wrong.
His calculations were subjective because he used his sight. He intuitively felt it was one way, and this is a subjective assessment of his environment.
So
Because he is the subject, and he's the central point where the information is aggregated and evaluated, and then he deployed behavior with a certain goal, and it didn't work out because he made an error in his judgment in judging the distance.
and it seems to me that because he made an error, it's not objective. But that's the
That
point I'm
what is
trying.
it? But the what I was saying, that you and Humble were burning the candle from two different ends, is he's right in that something there is objective. And what I said earlier is the length, that depth exists, that length exists, is objective. Length is an objective existing property.
It can't be.
But why isn't it?
Because how do you measure it? And whatever you measure with it is going to be
This is
subjective.
different. This is different. The measurement of objectivity is different from the existence of objectivity. Those are two different things.
No, so again, I think you're leaving out part, like just as he is, that you're leaving out the truth value of it. When you say something is objective, I don't think any of you think of something false, and that's what I need you to recognize. If I tell you something is objective, if I say something is objective, right? If I say 2 + 7 is 500 million, right? That's obviously off. You're not going to say that's objective because there's an error there. So if a statement is in error, it's obviously not going to be objective. So that has to be a property of your definition, that it cannot have an error. It cannot possibly have an error.
I don't need to define length in a way that it can be false. Length does exist. That the length is an objectively existing dimension.
Just like God.
I don't think that God is an objectively existing dimension.
So how is length objective?
Hold on for a second. Hold on. I'll be more than happy to walk down this pathway with you if you tell me there's a chance you believe length does not exist.
I understand it as a concept. I don't know if the physical aspect I have to question.
No one said. I told you earlier that 6 feet or 50 feet is a measurement of length. And I said the existence of length is different than the measurement of length. So I'm only now talking about the existence of the dimension length and whether you believe it exists. If you don't believe it exists, then I will have this conversation with you about the truth value and objectivity being false. If you do believe it exists, then our argument is pretty much closed.
Well, I'm confused why you're avoiding the truth part, though. That's why we're having the discussion. Because I don't think you can give me a false objective thing either.
Hold hold on. I've already told you that I can't talk about length in a way that suggests it can be false. Length does exist, 100%, absolutely. Whether I'm
Okay,
here, whether you're here.
let's assume that. Give me something that's objective that can possibly be false.
What does that have to do with length existing? You're asking me.
No,
You're
we're talking about
burdening me.
objective.
Hold on,
No,
hold
I'm
on. Let
not
me
talking
tell
about
you.
length.
Let me tell.
Hold on,
Let
hold
me
on.
tell you what I
Wait,
perceive you're doing. I want to tell you my perception of what you're doing. You're asking me to shoulder the burden of a claim that I didn't make. The claim that I did make is that length is a dimension that exists objectively. You're asking me to do something outside the scope of that claim.
No,
And then
I'm
you're
asking you
kind
about
of
the
ridiculing me
topic.
because I won't do it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking you about
Well,
the concept of what we're talking about. We're talking about the
that
concept of objectivity, right? You're giving me an example of something objective, which is length.
right.
We were
That's the
talking
candle
about
that
the
you're hold
concept.
on. That's the candle that you're burning with humble. My input only had to do with length.
Yeah, but we're
And
talking
so
about the same concept, though.
you're talking about that concept in its totality with humble. My
Yes,
input my input culminated in the claim that length is a dimension that exists objectively. And I don't want to shoulder a burden outside the scope of that. That's all.
yeah, I can't really comment on it because you can't give me another example. So
No,
yeah, we
it's not that I
agree.
can't. It's that I won't. And you've already said that I won't. And the reason I won't is because I only wanted to contribute that statement is that length does exist objectively. It's a property. It's a dimension.
It's a
And
concept.
well, almost everything we discuss is represented as a concept in some way.
So to
But
say it's objective, I don't
you're
know. That's up in the air still.
I was trying to facilitate a better conversation between you and Humble because he, like I said, you guys were burning the candle at two different ends. You were talking about it in a way that would lead to a falsification or a statement that has falsification. And he was talking about distinguishing between the subjective experience of sight and the objective existence of that thing being seen.
So
That
that's where you're wrong, I think, because I'm saying to you that he's leaving what I'm saying out. That both things are part of that definition, and you and him are only talking about the first part. There's a
but
second part.
here's where you're mistaken. I'm not on his side. I was
But you
adding
said the same
clarification.
thing.
No, actually, I did not. I did not
You
say the
did.
same thing as him.
You defined
Well,
objective the same way he did.
I don't. How is it that I offered him a definition of objective when he had already defined it?
Yeah, well, I'm saying you and him agreed on the same definition, right?
Okay, hold on. You're misordering things. I suggested a layperson's definition of objective, and he accepted it.
No, I think he gave it first.
The way that you're characterizing it is as if he said it and then I echoed it. That's not how it happened.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your definition agrees with his definition, and I'm saying
I
it's
don't have a
incomplete.
problem with that.
I'm saying
Well,
that's
what's incomplete about it? Because
you're
it might
leaving out the
hold
truth
on.
value.
There's a whole bunch of things that are incomplete. The amount of content that's in my definition covers the scope of the claim that I made. The truth value, the truth value has no bearing on whether length is a dimension that exists.
It does, because you can't. There's no way for you
Okay,
to justify it.
if you think it does, the burden is yours to demonstrate how the truth value has bearing on whether length exists.
Because so you are making an existence claim. You have the burden of proof, not me. I'm not making an existence claim.
Okay, then my response to that is this. Do you disagree that length is a dimension that exists?
Yes.
You think length does not exist?
Yes, it's a possibility that it does not exist. Yes.
I really don't know how to walk down. I want to walk down that pathway with you, but I think the position you're taking is absurd.
All right, now,
yeah, but there's
really
no way to
fast,
disprove.
really fast,
There's no way to verify.
Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. Don't forget, brother, Il Doctrine is supposed to be refereeing. I'm just waiting patiently in my corner until my referee tell me, all right, brother, Humble, it's your turn.
But you're both making the same. You're both making the same point. Is what I'm saying. Like you're leaving out the truth value, and
Yeah,
it is an
the thing
essential
is,
part.
to you, I'm making his point, and to
No,
him, I was
I'm not.
hold
You're
on,
not.
hold on, brother, hold on. To him, I was making your point, and here's the deal: that's actually the truth, because I wanted to show the two of you where you were missing each other. Sight is subjective; it's a subjective experience, but he was always talking about the objective existence of things that are seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we agree.
And
I don't disagree with you guys, right? I'm saying it's not complete. I'm saying all
what
you got to do is add the other part.
well, here
So we would agree.
here is a suggestion to go forward. Why don't you why don't you complete it for us without and that way we don't have to have antagonism between us or challenges or contention. Just tell us, hey, what you guys are saying is this, and you've already echoed it, so we know you understand it, and then say, here's the completion of that idea.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do when I say add the truth value to it. So everything
Okay,
you said about being independently observed and all that, you have to attach a constant truth value to it. Then it becomes objective.
I don't
Okay.
understand that.
All right, my turn. My turn. Is my turn, Doctrine.
Yeah,
It's
go
my
ahead.
turn.
I'm gonna
All right. So,
ding
brother
ding.
Doctrine, I'm gonna open up with a question. Would you agree that the sun is an objective object in space and time?
Yes, I believe it, but I believe it as a result of convention, which means that I believe it with a high degree of certainty because everyone else does, and things work better when I believe it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most definitely. And I asked you that question because I was going to follow up with, if we had a human that was born underground and was never exposed to the sun, would that then disqualify the sun from being an objective object in time and space?
No, my understanding of the sun is it's completely mind independent. So it exists independent of perception. And I'm okay
Okay.
with that.
Most definitely. And I agree, and I appreciate the ending when you say it exists um outside of mind, right? And the reason that's important for me is because it lets me know that when things are objective, right, they exist whether we are aware of them or not. Now, when we're speaking about, in this case, we're speaking about the very nature or essence of, because I think my man, who was it earlier that was doing that presentation? Quantum. The man Quantum, he said nature enough for all of us today. So the very essence of a thing that is objective in nature isn't dependent on a person's perspective for it to hold a truth value. The truth value is in the very fact that the thing exists. Did I make sense to you there, brother Ill Doctrine?
Yes.
Okay. Now here's our grand scheme, and I love how this has just went so smoothly. Now, the conclusion to all of this is the fact that there's a thing such as objective reality and subjective reality. Objective reality operate independent of person to person experience. Subjective reality depends on a person experience to be validated. Can you give me any feedback on that statement, brother Ill Doctrine?
That really gets too confusing for me. I don't understand how you're using reality, and I'm gonna like people use reality in a different way. So subjective reality, uh, uh
I can't
Oh,
hear him. Is he
I
talking?
was gonna say, yeah, you breaking up, brother El Doctor. You talking?
and but then even when you consider what the how's this?
Yes,
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
can hear
That's
him.
perfect.
Man, that delay is like 10 seconds long. Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
great.
I can hear.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm gonna say going back to my layperson's definition of objective. If there's a subject involved, it's still subjective.
Mhm.
And so my perception of reality is subjective. Even if I interact with other people, this is still a subjective activity.
Mhm.
Now
Mhm.
we can talk about reality in an objective way with measurements, mass, volume, length, and other dimensions. But we have to work really hard to eliminate the error of subjectivity. So we know the sun has mass, and we know that the sun has temperature, and those are things that we know, or at least we believe to a high degree of certainty, exist whether we're here or not.
Mhm.
So because the sun has all those things, it has all the markers of objective existence, and so I'm okay believing that it exists objectively.
Mhm.
When you start changing objective reality to like interperson, I think you described interpersonal communications or experiences.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
think there might be another word to describe that rather than reality, because there are even more subjects. Just with one subject, it's subjective reality. Now you
Mhm.
have a whole population of them. I think there might be another word rather than
I'm a fan.
reality that could describe that. I'm not sure what it is right off the top.
Most definitely. And the reason I typically use the word subjective reality is because it's reality filtered through our own world perspective, if that makes sense. Right? So it's reality, but it's reality with how I feel. It's reality with what I think. It's reality with what I'm gonna act on. You know what I'm saying? And so that type of reality is different, I would say, than the type of reality that exists independent of those things. You see what I'm saying? So the reality for me that the Lakers suck is different than the reality that Wake Forest Drive have 100,000 trees in the forest. You see what I'm saying? Like one
Yeah, yeah,
reality is
yeah.
an
This
objective
is
reality, whether we want to admit it or not. The other reality is that's just how I feel about the Lakers. That ain't the truth about the Lakers. You see what I'm saying? That's just how I feel. I mean, even if they playing as if one would say they suck or they're trash, that's still how we feel. You know,
hey
so that's
the
how I would classify the two.
when
Yeah, but
I used to call it freedom of language, and then like lately in my old age, I call it just linguistic freedom. I don't really know what to call it, but you can say anything. So you could say, my opinion is a fact, and you have words for it, paradoxes and oxymorons, just false. You can utter any words at all, and that's where strategies for eliminating errors from your statement, or that the idea that the statement represents, come to play. And speaking of, it's a good time. Roy Chess just had a show introducing everybody to Logic. I thought it was outstanding. I can't wait to the next one. So I
Amazing.
wanted to appreciate you, Roy Chess, for doing that. It was a really really good show.
thank you.
Um,
Thank you.
What was I saying? Oh, so logic is a system that you can apply to ideas and to help eliminate errors from it. So statements like you made, I might say that the Lakers are the greatest or the Lakers suck. That doesn't satisfy the term reality in any strict sense. That's like a colloquialism. Like it's okay. Like my reality is the Lakers suck. That's just like in a manner of speaking, like a figure of
Mm,
speech.
I
So
see. Yeah.
it's a colloquialism. It's a way of using reality in common language. But
Mm.
as you get closer to more technical and strict language, like that wouldn't survive the test of like the appropriate way to use the word reality.
Right. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes
Oh,
sense.
here's a good spot. Roy Chess, like he's something I've been wanting to share with you. What I think a lot of times, at least for me, I'm not trying to speak for anybody else. I come from a non-technical background, and your background is formalized and very technical. And like if you can imagine us trying to have a conversation as if we're handcuffed to our background and we're just missing each other by a few more inches. Like sometimes I get to the boundary of what I can do, and you're still requesting that I take more steps toward your technical background. You have to recognize when the person that you're talking to can't do it, and that's why your show is something that this community needs. And if you know that you have these tools and other people don't have those tools, like keep it in mind when we have these discussions, man, because I think that there's still a couple more steps toward your partner in conversation that you can take and kind of cover the distance rather than like challenging people and we're already outside the scope of my competence as far as being strict and technical. You make that happen, man, and you'll see an elevation in technical language in this community that will make your own head spin.
Yeah, that's what I'm
What
trying.
you're
I'm
doing, the
intentional.
trajectory of your show, the trajectory of your show, just off of one show, is incredible, and I'll always be there um, to be in the audience. So if you only see one person in the chat, that's probably me.
Thank you very much. I don't know why I can't see your comments though, and you can see mine, right? I don't know why that is.
No, I can't see. I can't see him. I was joking that he must have blocked me when we had that argument a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, there's
But
a
I can
couple
see
of people I
them.
can't see. Like I don't know
I
why
don't know
that
why.
is. Like you're
We'll
one of
figure it
them.
out.
I can't see certain other people. Like, but
Mm.
I see Cosmons in the like because I'm up here. Like, but when I'm in the chat, I can't see them.
Oh,
I
that
don't know
does
how that
happen
happens.
sometimes. That happens sometimes. In the comment section when you're in the comments, sometimes the comments be moving so fast, the comment section will glitch, or sometimes it just misuse. Some comments be glitchy, man. I
Yeah.
noticed that on all platforms though. Comments are glitchy after a while when you in them, for a while when you type in. Sometimes they lag behind.
Like I
Sometimes
can't even read it when he types though. Like if
yeah.
they type, I can't read it. But everybody else seems to be responding to them. So it's weird,
Hey,
but
who was that brother that brought up the list of five? Uh,
Oh, that's my brother Gideon Capone. Man, he keep dropping down off the panel. I know he in the comments. We gotta get it
listen,
in. My man Gideon
I
Capone is
wanna.
terrible.
I don't know
That's
if
a
he's
good
still in the
brother right
chat.
there.
If you get a chance to talk to him, I want to say that model of information and Rochester. That's what it is. The name of the book. It came out of a book that Werner Get wrote. It's called. The name of the
Mhm.
book is "In the Beginning Was Information," and
okay.
it's he just argues that the concept of information is a fundamental entity on equal footing with matter and energy, and so that's the foundation for the book.
Hey,
It's
buddy.
free. It looks like it's free on Answers in Genesis, and it's actually a great find. So I wanted to appreciate the brother. You say that's Capone that brought that up.
Yes, brother GD and Capone. Come up here, GD and Capone. Come on up here, brother. Hey, yo, stop getting off the panel, man. Get up here, brother Capone. Listen, if we was on Bigo, me and Capone would be on the same panel, and we'd be listening. We'd be popping out chops back and forth. You feel me? Man, he over here, he wanna be acting all shy. Get up here, man.
Yeah, that's on answersingenesis.org. That
Okay.
that book is, it looks like it's free.
I'm gonna look into it.
And I'm interested in it. He says that information exists on equal footing as matter and energy. Okay.
Hold, really fast. Did I just hear Roy Chess? Wait, I gotta play the rewind button real fast.
What did I say, man?
Did my man Roy Chess just say he about to go look into some information? My man, yo, Doctrine got Roy Chess going to look into some information.
Well, I'm not looking to check like what they're saying. I'm looking because of the interest. Like I'm not like I'm fact checking it. No.
Hey, Roy Chest, I tricked you. We gonna turn you into a reader before it's all over. I'm not even a reader. I'm a listener. I listen to audiobooks, but I'm going to read this just because it seems interesting, and he's modeled. He looks like he's building a system, a model, and it's interesting as hell. There's some heavy stuff in here. Just real quick, like
I got
it's
more.
18 chapters. I'm sorry, brother.
No. I cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay, 18 chapters. Chapter 16 is a biblical analogy of the four fundamental entities. Aspects of information is found in the Bible. So it's theistic at least, but questions often asked about the information concept, some quantitative evaluations of semantics. That's a dope chapter. The quality and usefulness of information, 3 kinds of transmitted information, the 3 forms in which information appears, and so on and so forth. It seems like a dope book.
Yeah, it seems interesting. Can I comment on the what we were talking about? Because Humble asked about the sun being objective. The sun is a star. I think you would say that's objective also, right, Humble? Well, can stars explode and not exist anymore?
No.
What do you mean no? Stars don't explode. They live forever.
Stars turn into supernovas, which then turn into dwarf stars.
Not
so
always.
they still exist.
They produce new stars, but
right.
Yeah, but that's not always the case.
And then it's another one after.
No, that's not always the case, though. That's not always the case. Some stars, for example, turn into black holes. Not all stars turn into supernovas, right? So depending on the conditions of the star, which again would demonstrate a value change, a truth value change, that all stars don't do it, some of them do it, which would make it non-objective. There is no science that it can be objective, technically. If you add the truth component, you're leaving out the truth component. That's where your reasoning goes wrong.
Can you explain truth component? Oh, hold on. Let me
time objective. Time is objective in life.
Not really,
right?
No.
A star is a label of an object that has mass, it has radius, it has temperature, and most importantly, it has form. So a star is the name of an object that has form. If it explodes and scatters all across the galaxy and universe, it no longer has that form that's embedded in the definition of star. Boom. Check.
Right. So it's not objective because of that.
Like, well, it's objective.
Because it's subject to change?
No, it's not objective because it's not always true.
It's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Eternal is what you're saying, right? It's like if it doesn't have like eternal existence, then it's not objective. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that because the truth value changes, it's not objective.
But
because it
everything
can be wrong. Because there's a 1% chance or higher of it being wrong. That's why it's not objective.
No,
when you say it wrong, what do you mean by it?
So I get what you're saying, Brother Roy Chess. I think you're confusing the term wrong with the term change, right? We know change happens over time, right? There's a whole study on it called evolution. So change the act of changing over time doesn't disqualify something as being objective because it's wrong.
It's the truth value. The truth value changes.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The change over time doesn't negate the truth value of what the object is.
It does. It changes everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it does. Because it changes into something else. It's no longer that thing anymore. Right? You even said it changes into
I was just going to say evolution is
it's no longer a star anymore. Right?
I think you're crossing
changes, the truth
categories, man.
Of the claim also changes. So that it's not anything with an error cannot be objective, basically.
But
the error has to be first detected.
Hold on, really fast, Capone, I got you. Evolution over time isn't error. Evolution over time is change over time.
No, you're using the word error wrong. I'm saying the truth value of the statement, right? If I tell you something is objective, that value has to remain true if it's true. You said it was objective. So I also take it to mean that you take it to be true. People don't take objective things to be false, even though that is a thing also. Something can be objectively false, right? So it doesn't always have to be true. Something could be objectively true. Something could be objectively false, right? All right. So when you say the sun is an objective truth, and that's
not what he said.
No, I know that's not what he said. I'm not quoting him. I'm giving him an example here, right? So if you were to make that claim, or anyone were to make that claim, that means if they bring up that it could change form, like by exploding, turning into something else, that means the original claim is no longer holds anymore. That you have a new statement and a new truth value.
Right.
So that's why it can't be objective.
You're embedding an element of permanence into the definition. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
So what exists objectively that has the degree of permanence that you think it should have?
Time, force, space, and matter.
I wouldn't say those things. So
no,
that's science. Science cannot be absolute, right? So objectives are absolutes.
Where is it? Is there any? What I say? Times.
Those are science. Those you're referring to science. You're referring to sciences.
Everything has mass.
Not everything has mass. That's really not true. Ideas don't have mass. Right?
Ideas come from something that has mass.
Yeah, but the ideas don't have mass themselves, but they exist, right?
Well, that's your perspective.
No, it's not my perspective.
Can you measure an idea?
Well, why are you using science? Why are you like a science? You're worshiping science in front of me. That you're using that as the standard. Yes, you are. You're absolutely using science as a standard. Like if it's not science,
time out really fast, y'all. Hold up.
Like if it's not science, I can't.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all get back into it. In one corner, we got Brother Roy Chess going to go. Finally, we get my brother to go hit some more books. On the other corner, we got Brother GD and Capone, the Hebrew of Hebrews that I know is a Hebrew, talking science now. Let's get into it. Yo, this is a good one, y'all. This is a good one.
I always say science agree with the scripture, so it don't deter my faith, because I know that the power that put the science for it to be discovered. So in this physical realm. Go ahead.
Yeah, but there's other forms of science. There's other forms of knowledge.
The sun, was the earth here before the sun, or was the sun here before the earth?
That's subjective.
No, I'm answer the question, brother. You know how we get it in.
That's subjective. Who was here to observe that?
I mean, you're God. You're God.
You're being inconsistent. You're being
Hold on
inconsistent.
1 second, Roy Chess. Hold on 1 second. Your
I
God
wasn't
was
here.
here.
I wasn't
Your
here till
God.
Just drop down. Just drop down. Don't give Humble this victory. Run away.
Oh no, he
Run
ain't gonna
away.
give me no victory. Listen, he ain't gonna give me no victory. Hey, listen, he most definitely gonna give me a fight for
So
my money.
do
On
the
that.
Drop
sun
down. Say your phone broke
do
down.
the sun shine on the earth?
Do the sun shine on the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, the light from the sun the light emitted from the sun comes across the earth. Yes.
So in order for that to happen, which one you need first?
You need the sun first.
Why? So the sun will just be shining on nothing.
Well, according to how science work, you said the Bible agree with science. According to how science work, right? During the Big Bang, when everything happened, it let us know that our stars formed out of cosmic dust. So we know that the stars formed out of cosmic dust first, and then the planets came from the stars. Then we know science is telling us that the sun was here before the earth.
So that the cosmic dust or the Big Bang was that light?
Was what light emerged from the Big Bang?
It emerged. Did that light emerge before the sun? Before the sun was formed?
Yeah.
Or okay. So that's what the scriptures say.
That's not what the scriptures say.
It said, "Let there be light." So light formed first, and then out of that light, he formed other lights, greater and lesser lights, to rule the day and the
Bible
night.
says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth."
Right.
And the earth was without form and void. Mind you, the earth is here. He said, and the Spirit of God hovered upon the face of the deep. Right? And then he said, "Let there be light."
Right.
And he saw the light, and he saw that it was good. And he named, this is where the sun come into play. He named the lighter light day and the darker night moon. The darker light night. So my thing is, how was the earth here?
You have to identify what that first light is. If the sun comes from that first light, then the sun is before. But what I'm saying is that everything in the according to the scriptures, and it's multiple scriptures, is designed to give light to the earth for times and seasons. That's what the scripture says.
You said everything in the cosmos is designed to give light to the earth.
Yes.
Well, what about other planets?
Other planets don't have life.
Oh, you said life, not light.
I said light, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Can I get in here, guys?
L-I-G-H-T?
I say, can I get in here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, brother Ill Doctrine.
I'm about to. Okay, we about to make this a triple play because Roy Chess about to read a book. Capone using science as a standard, and I'm an atheist. I'm about to teach the scriptures real quick. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless. Correct.
And the earth was without form. Yeah. Okay.
And the earth without form. When did God give earth form? Before or after light?
Before or after light? Before.
Yeah.
Before.
Can you show me what verse that's in?
Yeah, it say the earth was without form and it was void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. Then he said, "Let there be light." That's him forming everything.
When he said, "Let there be light," then light came into existence. I don't know what that's called in like
it's
the
called
circles.
it. So in the Hebrew, my bad.
I'm sorry. I call it a divine decree. He just decreed, "Let there be," like a divine declaration.
Yeah,
so
he
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. It's okay.
No,
we
my
talking.
bad.
It's okay.
No, I was saying that he said the time. That's when time started. That's all I was trying to say. When he created that first light in the beginning.
Right. So we were contending, did light come before the earth, or did the earth come before light? And so we know the earth
My bad.
existed at least as a category in Genesis 1:1. And the earth, he created the heavens and the earth. But we know the earth didn't have form. So we know whatever creation happened right there was a type of creation that didn't result in form because the earth didn't have any. Then he
Mm-hmm.
created light, let there be light. It was after light that earth is talked about having form. So the form must have come after light.
What the form is him is the deity. How can I say this? When he divided, so he divided the light from the day, and then he put the firmament. That's forming it, and then and after he formed it, he made the inhabitants thereof. So and that's plant life,
That's after light.
fauna, uh, animal kingdom, and then mankind. Yeah.
Yeah, that's after light. Anybody got a Bible? Let me just open one real quick.
Well, real quick, I think the plants came before the light, like before the sun was formed. That's why a lot of atheists attack that verse, attack that chapter.
Indeed.
What on day
No,
4?
it was darkness. It was darkness, and it was filled with void. And then he said, "Let there be light."
Right.
Yeah,
And
verse 1.
when they say "let there be" in the Hebrew, that word it means exist. It means
Right.
existence. So it
Well,
means for
light
something
doesn't
to
mean the
exist.
sun there. Light doesn't mean the sun there.
So
The sun was
before,
formed after.
Yeah,
So
well
there
they
was
they
light
And
before
you
the
adjusted.
sun.
They pivoted
so the
from
sun,
absolutely
sun
so
to
so
correct.
light.
the sun
And
was
you
created.
absolutely correct.
So
So
the
now you
sun
would
was.
have to show me what is the other source for light.
So hold on. So the
I know where you're
sun.
going, OTK.
All right,
You want
my
me to
bad,
say
Roy
it?
Keys, my bad.
You want me to say it?
Nah,
I
So
was
this.
I'm gonna
gonna
let you
say it.
wait.
I
I'll
was gonna
let you
say it.
wait.
I don't want to spoil it. I was gonna say it,
Go
but
So
it's
I
not
ahead.
got
my
a
I'll
argument.
great.
wait. I'll wait.
Have y'all ever seen the what they call it, the cosmic radio background? Y'all ever seen that?
Yes,
Y'all
yes.
seen models of
Picture
that
of it,
where it
yeah.
show where the sun, where the light first emits, and then everything comes out of that.
Hold
Well,
up. You
it's
said
everywhere.
models.
So if
It's
Hold up.
you're
You
everywhere.
talking,
said that
so
have we
the how
seen
the
models? Hold on,
so
hold on, hold on. You
hmm
said have we seen models of this?
yeah,
You did say
yeah,
models,
models
correct?
of a cosmic radio background. Can you pull
Okay,
that up?
okay, okay. Bet.
Can you pull up the cosmic radio background?
Cosmic
But
But
radio
but
background. Yeah,
you're
give me a
talking
second.
about the
I'll pull
image.
it up for you.
You're talking about
Yeah,
the
right.
image. You're
yeah,
talking about
Yeah,
the
he
image,
said they
right?
got
Okay.
yeah.
models of it. If they got models of it,
No,
it's
there's an image
definitely an
of it. I don't know about
image.
the model. What do you mean by there's an
Yeah,
image of
that's
it? Like,
a image. Ain't that's the image? Well, correct me
well,
if I'm
the way you're
wrong,
using it. Okay, if you're using it that way, then that's fine. I just want
because
to
they
make sure
wouldn't
we're
have
talking
a
about the
That's
same
direct.
fine.
thing.
It's a model. It's a. It's a.
A
It's.
computer image,
I
right?
don't want to.
They
I don't want to
generated.
say. I don't want
It's
to
like a
say a
Hold up.
computer.
theoretical model, but it's a
Is it a working
mathematical
model?
model.
It's a computer
A
mod. That's how they did it.
mathematical.
Yeah, they did. They
Okay.
did it with computers.
Oh,
Yeah.
with computers.
So it's
So it's
called the.
not a
It's
working
called the
model. It's
CMB.
not
The
a
co.
it's not an actual living working model. It's a AI or computer generated model by
Yes.
typing in mathematical equations, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Go to
Okay,
images.
I
Go to
bet.
images,
Bet.
humble.
All right.
So right. Go to
And it's a
images.
fire ass conversation. I'm learning a lot from you old
Oh, right
smart
there. There you
ass
go, right there. You
intellect
see the
ass
You see that
niggas.
second one?
Hey,
Blow that
hey,
second one
boy,
up
you
right
bringing
there.
the smartness out of us old niggas, man. Out of older G's and shit. Humble.
No, the second one. Go over to the right.
Man,
Right there. Yeah, that one
shit.
right there. So the one that was in green, see that green one, that's the cosmic radio background. Microwave, cosmic microwave background, CMB. So this one, can you zoom in to the one that you clicked on at the top?
Hey, Cosmon, scroll all the way up to the top of
Zoom
the
in some
chat.
more.
The link should be
Zoom
in
in
the
some
chat,
more.
Cosmon.
So
It
right
should be
here,
in the
so you
chat,
see
Cos.
that inflation. So right there, that's where light. That's the first light right there. And then you see how it's spread, how it's like it goes through a cooling stage, and then it's like stretch. So I brought this up because it says, "Let there be light," and out of that light, then that light gets divided from the darkness from the light, and out of that, and I think Genesis, when it gets to 4, it says, "Then he made," meaning he formed these two lights and set them to be a greater and lesser light. So
So what
that
happened
that
to the
that sun and
darkness, bro?
moon
Once
came
it
from
was
it
light,
came
what
from
happened
it
to
came,
the darkness, bro? Was the light shining through the darkness? What happened to the darkness? When he said,
what you
"Let there
mean?
be light," what happened
Hmm.
to the darkness? Where did the darkness go at?
You looking at it, don't you
The
see it?
darkness didn't go anywhere.
It was
Oh,
divided.
so darkness is still there.
Yeah, he
Yes.
called it
From
night.
this model right here, darkness is right there. So it seemed like darkness gets slimmer in the middle. Correct? Am I not? I can't really see it. I know that I can't really see the words, but that what I'm seeing right
I
here?
think it
This
gets
almost
wider
like a
as it goes
megaphone.
longer.
I
It
don't
goes
Yeah,
understand
this
what you're
almost like a
saying.
megaphone. Correct? This like a
yes,
megaphone
it's like
or
a
a
megaphone.
speaker
So it as it
or a
goes
speaker.
longer,
Right?
it
Correct.
widens up.
So it's being expanded.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
okay.
widening up
Respect.
as it gets longer.
See, you say the Big
All
Bang
right. So
expansion
why the darkness? So what happens to the so does the darkness
is
get
things
overcome
that
by the
give
light?
is so this what happens. It's things that
Go ahead,
give
bro.
light, and then there's things that are just darkness. But we call it space or void. That's what it is. So you in space you have what they call it, dark matter or something like that. Is that what they
Yeah,
call
that
it?
dark matter.
Dark matter?
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
That's
You have
unexplainable.
dark
Yeah,
matter,
yeah.
but you also have stars, lights, nebulas, galaxies, and all these other things, right?
You also got the
All
dark
those things
hole too, and that's what
emanate
this looked
light,
like.
right?
This looked like the dark hole model, but
Yeah,
they
you can
ain't never
take it
had no
down now.
model for the
I was
dark
just
hole.
showing that to show that the sun was formed with when the light was divided. That's why he say he made
Mm.
two. It don't say it says he made or he formed um
Mhm.
two great lights, meaning one to give light, one greater light and one lesser light
Yeah, but the sun
for the
comes after.
to rule the night in the day.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
that's
those are.
after the
Whoa,
sun.
that's contradicting. Go ahead. I'm falling. Go ahead.
That's
Appreciate
Put it
y'all.
after
in
the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
put it in Chat GPT. See if it's contradictory.
it's
Believe
I
me,
don't
He
know if
said,
it's,
put it in
ChatGPT,
Chat
bro. I
GBT, see
can't.
if it's contradictory.
Yeah, put it in the
Can,
chat DBT. That's like
because I got I
assault
have
now.
it's
Hey, do
astrophysicist. So I
y'all
got a
know
book.
chat
So I got a book. It's
GPT? Hey,
called
bro. Hey,
Go
don't you
ahead.
know, bro? If it's 1,000 people that believe the same thing you believe in, and they type that and they putting that shit in chat GPT, that's what it's
With
gonna pull up.
So
So
what
chat
about all the
GPT
physics?
ain't no
What
different than
about
Wikipedia. It's just
no
now you
look.
just don't have to submit your work. It's
So
about your
what about
research
all
your
the
work.
physicists that agree with the scriptures and they agree with science?
Hold up, though. It's a bunch of scientific people that
Astrophysicists,
don't
my
agree
bad.
with the Bible. Hold up.
No, it's
This is
not.
the beginning of
No, it's not. That's
there's
a
more
pseudoscience.
than just
minority.
Hold up. Stop.
there's more than
That's a
just
Stop.
believing.
minority.
Stop, bro.
That's a minority.
Bro, stop
No,
it
it's
real
not.
quick,
It's a
bro.
Yes, it
majority.
is.
It's a majority
It's not the
that don't go to
majority.
sleep.
Come
Hold
on,
on,
Israel
one
is the
mic,
bro.
majority.
one mic. OTK got to land this plane.
Yeah, all I was saying to the brother, because he said something, he said that all of these physics agree with the Bible. That's not true, bro. That's why you have this thing called pseudoscience. Pseudoscience was really created because when they was trying to prove the Bible, you had half of the science world saying, look, we can prove the Bible this way. Jesus came from immaculate conception. And then you had other people, and they also was trying to prove God. They also was trying to prove God. But now, once they
See
couldn't
that you're
prove
talking
God,
about
hold on, bro.
doctrines, though. Oh,
Hold on. Let me
go
finish
ahead,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Yeah, and when they couldn't prove God, they can prove that when they said Jesus came from Joseph, this is where you had the split within the church. All of these was within the councils of these meetings, not just the Council of Nicaea. Remember, it was 900 years of councils.
Chaldea, or whatever they want to call it.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah, yeah.
900 years in
Hmm.
council before the last council of Nicaea. And all of these was in the discussion in these councils, bro. I advise y'all to be Hebrews. Y'all need to go and research these councils, because these councils let you know what everybody is believing in, whether you agree with the church or. And then when science came into play, boom, that gave another split with the church.
Yeah, but that don't have nothing to
No,
do. The
bro.
councils don't have nothing to do with what we talking about with light and
No,
everything. Did
no, that
okay?
let
Let
you
me ask you this.
know. That
Let me
let
ask
you
you.
know
Out
that
of
they
all
all
those,
didn't agree
listen, hold
with
on, hold
that,
on,
bro.
listen. Out of all those councils, did Genesis 1 and 1 ever change?
Yeah, some of the councils say that that wasn't the beginning of the book. Matter
Show
of
it to me.
fact,
Look, hold on. This is hold on.
hold on, bro.
Go
Matter of
ahead.
fact, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Matter of fact, until the last council, that's when they put all of these books
The numbers in
together.
the chapter, yeah, we know that. But
Whoa, hold
I'm
up.
talking
Yeah,
about
this is when they put all of it together. So before then, they were scrolls.
right. We understand that. So what I'm saying
All
is,
right, then.
does
So you try to
the
trick me up just now,
Genesis
bro. You try to trick
does
me up.
Bereshit change as far other than the other being transliterated?
Uh,
Does that wording ever change from in the Hebrew? And
I
I'm
don't.
gonna tell
I
you it
read.
don't, because in
I
Genesis one
can't
and
read
one tells you
Hebrew.
time,
Yeah.
matter, time, force, energy, space, and matter. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In Hubert Spencer, he wrote the scientific principle of,
Mhm.
and he in the scientific principles, this work that he wrote, I think it was in like the 1700s. He said that
Uh-huh.
he said these are the things that we need to study the unknown: time, force, space, and matter. Time, force, space, energy, space, and matter. Now
Okay.
he also said this is all captured in Genesis 1.
Oh,
And
so
not
he's
only that,
relating.
hold on,
So
listen,
he's
listen.
relating
So
science.
he
No,
said this
no.
is what you
I'm a
need to
roll
know
with
to
you. Go
study
ahead.
to study a phenomenon, right? So
Uh-huh.
not only that, um,
Uh-huh.
not only that, so he said that,
Phenomenon is unexplained, correct?
right,
Phenomenon is
an
something that's
unexplained
unexplained,
event,
right?
yes,
Okay,
like the
then. So
Big Bang.
why
Remember,
do you
they didn't
how
have
can you
they didn't
study
have
how
no
can you
knowledge of the
study an
they didn't have no
unexplained
knowledge
event,
of a Big
bro?
Bang back then. They had philosophy in the Enlightenment period and everything.
Uh
they was just getting there, right?
right. I
So
agree. I agree.
so
I agree.
not only that's in Genesis 1 and 1. Damn, man, I
Mhm.
lost my damn train of thought. But
Nah, you
oh, no,
good.
no,
The only
here you
reason
go.
why you lost
We
your
still,
train of thought,
no,
the only reason
hold
why
on.
you
We
lost your
still,
train of thought,
listen, hold
bro,
on.
because you lost your
No, no, hold
regurgitation
on.
point.
Here you go, right here. Here you go, right here. Because no, it ain't regurgitated. This is stuff that I researched, right?
Okay.
So we also, you put this in your chat GBT right now.
No, that's not
Time,
research,
force,
bro.
space, matter, and energy is what we use today to measure a scientific phenomenon. Still to this day, we
I
still use his principles.
Hey, bro, you cannot measure a phenomenon. All you can do is
Well,
do guesswork
I
with a
meant to
phenomenon.
understand it. To
Hold
understand
up,
it.
bro. Hold up. That's what I'm
Hold
trying to
on, we're
tell
gonna
you,
let
bro.
OTK land his plane, and then we're gonna go to Big
Yeah.
Cloud Kicker, Big Cosmon. You know what I'm saying? Go
Okay,
ahead,
go ahead,
OTK.
go ahead. Go
No,
ahead,
land your
humble.
plane, brother. Land your plane.
Yeah. So all I was about to tell you, bro, is something that's called a phenomenon. That means it's unexplanatory. That all it can do is make suggestions on why it happened. That's it, bro. That's why it's called a phenomenon. You know what I mean? And we have a thing called natural phenomenon, meaning things just happen when they don't expect it. So that means the weather, they putting on the weathercast that tomorrow's supposed to be 80 degrees, but tomorrow could be 50 because they don't know. You feel me? And that's all of this is, bro, is guesswork. Now, some things are proven through experience and through scientific research, following the scientific method. Correct, bro. But one thing about nature, nature don't need no explanation for it. And that's the thing. People trying to explain nature and things that's natural. That's why it's a thing called natural science, because it's separated from the rest of the science.
Hold on. Okay,
All right,
so
hold on one second, Capone, before you respond. We got brother Big Cloud Kicker in the building, Big Cosmon in the building. What up, Big Cosmon? Are you still going by Big Cosmon, or is it Cloud Kicker now?
I am Big Cosman, and I have always been the cloud kicker. Anakwa Kaiki. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to y'all brothers, man. Y'all keep building.
Shout out to Cosmo.
You don't want to get in on this.
Shout out to
You don't
the
want to get in on this,
vortex.
Cosmon.
No,
Hold
I'm
on
coming in on the ass end of some shit. So
Okay.
I'm just waiting. You dig what I'm talking about? So what's the word out there to everybody?
Shout out to the
Salute.
creator gang too, man.
Yeah, shout out to the gang, man.
was in
Shout
there
out my dog
earlier.
OTK.
Yeah, Daryl was in there earlier, man. Daryl Cosmo, he was in there earlier, man.
Word. Shout out, that's my brother, man.
hey, humble. I want to send you something because I want to share something. Right, this is an AI overview. I wanted to share this.
All right. Well, hey, you got a WhatsApp, Capone?
No, I ain't got WhatsApp.
Dang, bro.
All right, look. So I'm gonna say it. So look.
Hold on 1 second. You got Facebook, don't you?
Yeah, I got Facebook.
All right, when we go to Beagle, send me your Facebook and stuff. So when you get up here and you want to send me stuff on the back end, you can send me stuff on Facebook. I can go to my Facebook, copy, paste it over here, and I could just post it across whenever you want to share.
So humble, do this for me.
Hey, bro, put
put
that
in
Beagle in the chat, bro. Put that
Yeah,
Beagle
what is Bigo?
Yeah.
So
that's
Bigo, really
platform
fast. I gotta give some exposure real quick, brother Capone. I told you what I tell you, brother Humble was here to do, brother Capone. So really fast, let me give some exposure. So Bigo, for all of those who want to know, is a broadcasting app, much like TikTok, much like YouTube. It's just a smaller platform and it's downloadable to your phone. Over on Bigo, we have some amazing panels just like this over here, just like this one that we're holding now. We talk about we hold all kind of topics, all kind of conversations, from religion to science to philosophy to real life situations. We got brothers over there who get it in, man. We got brothers over there who claim to be the Holy Ghost incarnate. We got people over there who pretend to be Jesus incarnate. We got some characters over there, man. So that's just a little bit about Bigo. If you go over there, you most definitely can find Humble Mystic. You can find Brother GD and Capone. And that's our stomping grounds. That's our way home right there.
Yeah, definitely put that in the chat, bro. Definitely put that. Let me ask you
Bigo
this,
Live
Humble.
TV.
What kind of restrictions do they got? Do they got the same kind of restriction as TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube?
Yes and no. Yes and no. No on the restrictions of you can say whatever you want to say. There's no blanket terms, or you can't say this. You can go over there and say whatever you want to say. Yes on the only thing is you can't have extra body parts exposed. You'll get kicked for that. And you can't be smoking in the camera or drinking any alcohol in the camera. You'll get kicked for that for a couple minutes. But other than that, it's free reigns. And listen, something else as well. If y'all come over there, I'm gonna put in the comment
on camera.
Yeah, but we can always cam down, just like we cam down on here. We can cam down over there too.
Right, just cam down.
Or you can move out the camera and smoke.
Yeah.
Or cover what you smoking.
Yeah, just as long as your camera
also.
So that would be a terrible place to start a smoking show, huh?
Well, only if you want to cam up. But if you want to cam down, people do smoke sessions over there all the time.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to put out here as well. When y'all do download this, please either hit our brother A1, try to get in contact with myself. I already got a team over there of people who help newcomers navigate the platform. We do a little tutorial. We show you how to share your screen. We show you how to send emojis, work the chat, all the above. You know what I'm saying? And
Yes, sir.
yeah, my
Yes, sir.
want to be over there as well. And hey, y'all come over there. Hey, the space is open for all of y'all. The space is open for all of
Hey, so when we log on to it, how do we find you?
you. My name
You
right
need to
now,
put
I'm
that in the
going.
chat, bro.
I
You got to
got you.
put
I
that in the
got you.
chat. Yeah, bro. How do we find you?
I got you. Just
Hey,
humble.
shout out to A1, man, for letting
Most
me
definitely.
you know what I mean, for letting me up on here, man. You know what I mean? This brother ain't know me from Adam or Eve, man, but it's something about me that he like. I'm hoping he can get me a debate, but people be ducking, but it's all good. You know what I mean? It's all good.
OTK, we listen. We gonna get it in one day. OTK, we gonna get it in, bro.
Hey, I already know. I already know, humble. See, me and you can build together, bro. It
Uh-huh.
wouldn't be as much as a debate. It would be a discussion, an
Yeah.
intellectual discussion, like an older brother with a younger brother. And
Mm-hmm.
your
Mm-hmm.
mind frame though is not young, bro. Like you're very research, you're a student. I respect that. You know what I mean?
I
And
appreciate you.
word, bro. Word.
And I gotta
Just keep
and
doing
something
what
I
you
gotta
do.
say right now. I gotta give a big thanks to my brother GD and Capone because the wars I done had with this brother, the clashes I done had with this brother, definitely sharpened me for these kind of environments. The brother, like I said before, the brother most definitely keep me on my toes. Um, and what y'all see now, this is just again, I always say this, but what y'all see now is just a little bit. We most definitely got more to come. Wait till my brother Capone loosen up. That's another pit bull on the loose. I'm telling y'all, man. That's another rock waller right there, man. And when it comes to this information, we get it in. We go far as debunking. We go back and forth. And one thing I always respect about this brother Capone is he keep it strictly on the information. He don't get personal with it. He don't, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gotta attack your family. He ain't gotta call you out your name. And no, we keep it strictly information. When we walk away from the arena, me and my man Capone be on another panel, laughing and talking shit. You feel me? Hey, yo, that was fun over there, man. So, we keep it, we keep it cordial, we keep it brotherly love. But at the end of the day, we both some warriors and we love to get it in this ring, man. We love to get it in this ring.
Word. That's what's up, man. I'll
And he a
support y'all
Hebrew
anywhere y'all
Israelite,
at.
y'all. He is a
He is.
Hebrew Israelite.
You a Hebrew Israelite too, or you a
Nah.
Commission? You a Commission?
I would
Or
no,
you a
I would say I'm more quote unquote again. I have to find a brother ill doctrine. Maybe you could help me find another term to use other than spiritual. I really don't like using that term no more. But I
not
would
a
classify myself
spiritual?
right now as
Spiritual
spiritual.
is beautiful though. Spiritual is beautiful because that's what I say I am, bro. I'm
Yeah.
spiritual. I ain't religious. I'm spiritual because it's things that's tangible to
Mm-hmm.
me.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
see
that's spiritual to me, bro.
right, but
You
see
know
the
what I
thing I
mean?
have with spirituality is the fact that it's
Mhm.
starting to gain such a negative connotation because of the people that are also attaching themselves to it. And so you know
Mhm.
how people classify, oh well, this is now what spiritual mean because all these people saying the word spiritual. So, but when I
Mhm.
say spiritual, I mean spiritual in a
Right.
more naturalistic sense of way.
Yeah,
Just
it's
like
not a
brother,
belief. It's
exactly,
not a
exactly.
belief. It's not a belief. And that's the problem. If you don't know how to
Right.
separate somebody else using spirituality as a belief system, then then you don't even have spirituality ground.
Right.
Because once that person start talking, you will know that they only got spirituality within their religion.
The
You
fact is,
understand what I'm
the
saying?
fact is,
And go ahead.
spirituality has nothing to do. Excuse me.
Go ahead,
My
big
bad.
cousin. No, you
Uh,
good, brother.
the
Well,
the
anybody
fact
can be
is,
spiritual.
the fact that the fact is, spirituality has nothing to do with belief and all about what you do. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's one. So that's the difference. And also it's I think I think many people are conflating, and it's common, like the brother is hinting towards now, the definition of religion and spirituality, and people trying to say, "Oh, well, now I'm not religious. I'm more spiritual." When in fact, how do you prove that? When spirit is a thing not objective, right? It's not readily objective to the human senses, right? But then so you know what I mean. You would have to prove it objectively. You get what I'm talking about, or attempt to. So I just think when you stay in them realms, it allow more spiritual things to be understood when you look at them subjectively and objectively. And I think if we stay in them realms, we can really start to glean some good information out of what anybody can say.
Most definitely.
But don't everybody have a bias though?
Yeah, but biases are not for scholars. You dig what I'm talking about? A scholar will delve into not only what he believes, but also what he doesn't believe, and he's going to look into the middle ground.
Nevertheless,
Because that's where we usually find. You would agree that's where we usually find a lot of truth.
yeah, but if you have a bias, then nevertheless you're gonna have a presupposition on your stance of whatever you are observing. So you're gonna have your bias. That's why people have beliefs in spirituality.
Yeah, but beliefs in spirituality ain't got nothing to do with science. You dig what I'm talking
Why you
about?
say that? Science started from people that had beliefs.
No, I don't think so. Science was started by watching nature.
Facts.
Did those people that watched they had a belief? Nature goes back to the belief. Hold on. Nature goes back to the belief that they had. Nature go back to the word netter. Nature goes back to the word netter.
No,
in their text,
nature
it
goes
says
back to the
Hold on one
netter.
second, y'all. One mic. Let Capone land his plane. Then we're gonna get OTK, and then we going back to Big Cosmo.
Let me just say this. You keep saying nature. Y'all be throwing that word. That's why I told the brother who did the presentation, he's using that word very vague. He's using it very vaguely. So what I'm saying is nature. I'm playing. It's a little bit semantical, but this helps out. The English word nature comes from the Greek word. I forgot. It's nature too. It say nature too, but it comes from the Egyptian word in the metal netter that means netter, right? And the Egyptians believed in the netters. They worshipped the netters. The netters told and gave them things. They had a whole spiritual, scientific cult, religion, whatever you want to call it, following. So
you said the right thing.
I'm just breaking it down for you. I'm just but I understand what you're saying when you're saying they observe nature, but
yeah, that's
we
what
have
all
to be
science is
politically
based
correct.
on. And then I use nature a little different than what the brother how he used it. I use nature as the visible part of all creation.
Tangible.
Yeah, the tangible, visible.
So it's space.
Objective, real. The thing that's in the 3 dimensions. Your third dimension. You know what I mean? Those
so what about the things that's not on the earth?
Huh?
What about the stuff that's not on the earth?
It's still stuff. It's still out there.
Yeah, but that's not tangible though. You can't grab it and touch it.
Yeah, but it doesn't negate the fact that it's real.
No, I ain't say that it wasn't real. You said tangible.
Okay, so you think stars aren't tangible?
I'm not making a claim. I'm saying you said things when you said tangible is something that you can reach out and grab and touch, smell.
No.
No, I didn't. I said those are things in the 3rd dimension.
So okay, is a ghost is a ghost tangible?
Brother, look, like I was saying, I use the word nature for the visible,
Right,
real,
physical.
objective, physical. Hold on, for the
Mhm.
physical part of the creation that you can see. Right? That's what I use as nature. The part of all this creation that you open up your eyes and see, that you can see, I call that nature. Right?
Okay,
So if you
so
can see it, it's part of nature. And
that's
also
called
the part,
reality.
and then also guess what? Also, on the flip side of that, there is a part of nature you can't see, but it's also yet real and objective also.
So what?
Wait a minute. You just said
Wait,
there's
you
some
just
parts that are
contradict yourself.
yeah, that you just said that you use the things that you can see, and then you just said that you can't see some of it. Which one is
I
it?
was show for the.
Or is it
Yeah,
both?
but you don't have to be able to see a thing for it to be objective. You didn't know that?
No, I know that, but I just want some I wasn't questioning you. I was just saying that there's a little confusion. If you can clarify it, that
Yeah.
would
The clarity comes in the fact that you don't have to be able to see a thing for it to be objective. You don't even have to know. Hold on. You don't even have to know it exists.
Correct.
All right.
And
So
it's
how
still
do you know?
How you explain
How
the
do you-
superposition?
a superposition would be like the sun.
The sun is not a
Regardless of how you
superposition.
feel about it, it's there.
The sun is
It's
not a
there.
superposition.
It
He's
is.
asking for a specific thing.
It's totally objective.
No.
it's
He's
not.
asking
However we
for
feel
position.
about it,
A superposition.
where you think it is, what you think it does,
A
that none of that
superposition.
matters. We can't deny the objective fact that the sun exists. It's a
Yes, you can.
Exists.
Yes, you can. You can't deny the sun exists
How?
because it can explode.
How?
It cannot
What?
exist.
No,
The sun
we
can
didn't
exist.
say we
So
didn't say
scientists-
it can. We
No,
didn't say
scientists.
we know by your
Scientists know that.
listen, by the
Scientists know that.
understanding of science,
Let him
listen, by the
Hold on.
understanding of science, we know all things are created. There's a process to all things.
Yeah,
So
but
there was a time when your star wasn't. So guess what? There's going to be a
Fact.
time when your star isn't again.
right. So it's
So,
not
so
objective.
guess what? The measure of that is called time.
Yeah, but then it's not objective. If it
It
changes,
is
it's not.
objective.
No, it's
It
not.
is
Because if it's
totally
not there,
objective.
Time
if
for
it's here and then it's
Hold
not
on
there.
1 second. We gotta let Roy Chess get in here and respond, and then we're gonna go to
He just-
Capone, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
so
Roy
if it's
Chess.
here, if it's here, and then at some point in time it's not here, you can't say it's objective because
It
the
is.
fuse back. No,
Because
it's
it can
not.
be measured.
No,
Just
I
like
don't
Humble
care if
was
it's
trying to
measured.
tell you, and you couldn't
So can something
understand,
objective?
the
Okay.
measurement is objective.
Hold on,
You
hold
didn't
on.
get that. You didn't
Okay,
get
hold
it.
on. So when I say something is, if I say a star is in a particular location, and then you go to look for that star, and it's not there because it exploded or turned into something else, is that statement false?
No.
No.
What is it then?
No.
It's not false.
That-
So the
No.
star is not there, but it's not false.
No.
Was the star
So what
there,
is it?
though?
Was the star there?
Was the star?
Hold on.
Was the star
Yeah,
there?
it was
Yes.
there.
Yes. Was
All
it
right,
Well,
was
then
it there
yes,
at some
that's
point in
objective.
time?
That's
That's
But you-
objective. The star is there. Just
No,
because,
no.
just
It's
because,
not there
listen,
now.
this-
It
listen,
was there.
This is, hold on,
You
brother,
was there in the past.
brother. Hey, come on, Humble.
Hold
And
on,
it's
one
not
mic.
there now.
We
It
gotta
was there in the
let.
past. It's not there now.
All right,
Right.
all right. Now go ahead, Big Cosmon, and then we're
Okay.
gonna go to
See
Capone.
what the brother, he has a faulty sense of logic. He think because a variable changes later on, right? That it renders a thing not objective. That's a illogical thought, and it's a faulty premise,
No,
right?
it isn't.
And your supposition is incorrect.
You
That's
have to
all
show
I'm
that.
saying. I'm saying
You have to
I'm
show it.
not arguing what you argue. I'm saying that's not even logical. So I
It
wouldn't
is.
argue. It's
It
not.
is.
Okay, hold on
It
1
is.
second before y'all go back and forth. Let's let Brother Capone get in here. Go ahead, Brother Capone.
No, I mentioned the stars and everything, and I think I mentioned a planet like Jupiter or something, because you can't touch those things, which will not make them tangible.
It's not.
That was the point. I wasn't trying to go
Conversation.
this deep, but tangible means something that you can touch, that's perceivable that you can touch.
No, that's bullshit.
That's
That
not
is.
all that it means.
Pull up a
No,
definition
tangible
of
don't
tangible.
mean that, bro.
A tangible can be measured.
Pull up a
Can you
definition
touch
of
your
tangible.
Can you touch your dead grandmama? If your grandmama died, can you touch her once she buried? Can you touch her? But she's tangible because you
If
know
I
she
was able, if
existed.
I was to dig up,
Because
if I was
without
to
her,
dig
it's
up
no
her
you.
grave, and
No,
yes,
that's
I would still be
tangible,
That
able
makes
to
bro.
touch
none of
the
that
flesh
don't
that's
make
That's
still
none of
there.
that.
tangible, bro. That's
That makes
tangible.
it
Without
tangible.
even knowing her.
All
You
right.
might not even have known your grandmama. That's tangible, though. You know she existed.
I'll be
Because
able to
without her,
touch
it's
her
no you.
skeleton. Her skeleton to be tangible.
All right, y'all. We have
And then
a
she once was tangible.
definition request. Hold on 1 second, y'all. We got a definition request. What is the definition of tangible? Tangible means something that has physical presence, can be touched, or can clearly be verified in reality. That is the core idea of everything else is a verification on that thing.
Right.
Thank
So
you.
it's not just being touched. You can
Touch.
you can gauge a thing. You can measure it. You can
So is a
find out.
ghost? So is a
You can find out
so is
its
a ghost
pressure
tangible?
per square inch.
So is a ghost tangible?
No,
If someone
bro,
said that they saw an
stop with
apparition
the
or
extra
something,
questions,
A
bro.
ghost
Stop
is
with
not
the
tangible.
supernatural
a ghost
questions,
is not
bro.
tangible, but a
That's
ghost
not
you're
tangible.
seeing, but you're observing a ghost in your
GDN,
reality.
but GDN, what you not
How's that not
understanding
tangible?
is, but listen, what you're not understanding is the
By the
difference
definition that
between
Humble gave.
brother, you're not understanding the definition between natural and supernatural. A ghost
It's
ain't natural,
supernatural,
that's
bro.
supernatural.
That's
How you know?
supernatural, bro.
How do you know that?
That's
Right,
supernatural.
because
How
it's
do
not
you know that?
tangible.
How do you know that?
Because it's not
bro.
tangible to reality in real time. It's not
How do
tangible.
you prove that?
It's
How do you
subjective.
prove that? No, it's
Okay,
not. How
it's
do you
it's
prove
not tangible. So then what? So
If you
what's
can
the
measure it,
difference between never mind. Go ahead.
if
I'm
you
done.
can measure it, if
Yeah.
you can measure a frequency, how do ghosts exist?
How do you
How do you
measure
how
the
do you counter
frequency
that?
of a ghost,
Okay,
bro?
measure a
How do
ghost.
you
How do you
measure the
measure a
frequency
ghost?
of a ghost?
Frequency.
How?
Because it has
How?
a
What frequency?
It's a
How?
frequency.
What
What do you mean
frequency?
how?
Hey,
Just
Ghost
like
there's
sound has a
there's
frequency.
no
frequency.
evidence that a super
Yeah,
nature
what
even
frequency?
exists.
No, I
What
know
frequency?
that. I
Show
know
us what
that.
frequency.
All right.
you,
Yeah,
I'm
Elder.
just giving
I'm
him
talking like
Thank you.
a
I'm giving him
apparition or
I'm
something.
giving him an
Thank
example
you,
to
Elder
show him
Doctor.
that it can't
Right.
be.
I mean,
His
I mean,
reasoning
OT,
has to be
OTK,
faulty.
you
But it's
crazy,
people
right.
bro.
that said they seen ghosts or
My bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
Hey, no
I don't
thanks.
know about no
people
ghost, brother. The
because
brother
people have
brought up ghosts.
people have claimed to
because
measure it. That's what
right.
these ghost hunting shows are for. These
Yeah,
ghost busting
but
shows
measure it with what?
with sound. That's what I'm telling you.
With
You never seen
sound?
that? Yes. You never seen the shows?
Well,
Oh
all
yeah,
right,
with
They
well,
going
vibration,
around
yeah,
measuring.
yeah,
hold
with
on, hold on,
vibration,
hold on,
yeah,
hold on.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hold
Roy
on
Test,
1 second,
Roy
y'all. One
Test.
mic.
With sound.
frequency,
Can
yeah.
wind give
Yeah.
off? Can wind and air give off a sound?
Yeah, does
They
it
can-
give off
They
frequency?
give off I didn't say sound. I said a frequency.
Okay,
Does wind give off a
listen.
frequency?
Do buildings
Yes.
give
Doesn't
off
sound? Isn't
frequency?
frequency created by
Yes,
Yes.
sound?
Building. I don't
it's
know
call
about building.
resonance.
Okay,
Do
when
all
they're
It's called
buildings
hunting
do it?
these
resonance.
No.
So
ghosts,
therefore,
when they're
wind
hunting
can
these
create
ghosts, are they
frequency,
in
correct?
buildings?
Are they in? I don't know if they have to be, and sometimes they are. Yes, I don't know if
Okay,
all of
I
them
mean,
are.
they're probably catching some type of resonance from the structure. That
No,
makes
the
sense.
structures are unmanned for
I mean, it's
years.
just no. I listen, brother.
There's
I don't
no
want to
there's no
debate you. I'm
machinery.
just
There's
saying
no
there's no
machinery.
proof to the claim you're making. It's okay.
Well,
I
according to
understand
them,
what you're saying. I seen the TV show too.
okay. So that you have to consider that and show me why that's wrong.
No, I don't have to consider it because it's not real.
He
No,
said,
how
I
do you
seen
know?
the
They're
TV
measuring
show
this.
too.
They're measuring the frequency. They have a
Of what
tool.
frequency? That's what I'm saying.
They
Are they
have
measuring the
tools.
home? Are they measuring Earth's frequency?
No, they're
Are
measuring
they
the
measuring the frequency of the
they're
wind?
measuring the ghost frequency.
Are
Obviously,
they? No, wait a minute. Do they have? Wait a minute. They
He's
can
saying
also
Dan
catch.
Aykroyd
Listen,
and the
they have
Ghostbusters are
multiple.
real.
1 second. They have
I'm not saying they're
multiple.
real.
They have multiple machines in one building. Could they be
No.
catching those
No,
frequencies
there's no
also?
machines in there. They're
There's
just the ghosts
multiple
in there.
machines.
That's why they're doing it.
He
There
said
are
it's just
multiple.
He said there's just the
at
ghost
least
in there.
there's at least your frequency reader and there's at least the camera. That's
Hey,
multiple.
Humble.
Bible.
Hey, y'all been
What?
trying to figure out what God Roy Chess believe in for the last couple of days. Now we see he
He
do it.
said,
Hey, I've been watching, and I've been trying to figure out too. Now
Oh
we
man.
know
Oh
his
man.
God is different than the God of Israel and all of that. His God is the all-knowing, all-omniscient, all-present God. His God is better than everybody else God.
Absolutely.
Roy Chess.
hey, Roy, when you were talking a minute ago, like most recently, about you said the sun doesn't exist objectively because it could not exist, right?
Yes.
You're using modal logic. Am I right?
Yeah. So it's
I'm sorry, modal logic language. You're using language from modal logic.
yes, it's not necessary that it exists. Yes.
Yeah, necessary possibility. The
Yeah,
anchor for me is
possibility necessary. Yeah.
possibilities because it's
Necessity.
possible.
Yes.
Necessity and
Yes.
contingency, correct?
Yes.
That
Yes.
those okay. And do you think those have? I always struggle with this word. Uh, uh, epistemological value.
Yes. Yes, they do. It's,
Yeah, I'm gonna, but it's not an epistemological system, though, is it?
Yeah, okay.
it is. Yes. It does generate. It does generate a form of knowledge. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Don't know
Now,
what that
what
word
about
mean,
let's
but ain't
say
nobody can say that word like you, bro. I don't know what that word mean, doctor, but ain't nobody can
it,
say that word like you. Say it again, Powder.
a brother, epistemology is just a study of how we know things, how we know knowledge,
Well,
how
it's a
knowledge
field.
is attained.
Yeah.
Like what? Yeah, it's a field in
It's a
philosophy.
field. It's an entire
Hold
field,
on
right? It's
one
not just a
second,
word.
y'all. Hold on, give me
Okay,
1 second, y'all.
okay.
I want to shout out to the brother OTK for sharing this live to his platform. Man, I just thumbs up your video. I just shared your platform across my platforms, brother OTK. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. We appreciate you. You already know Titans up. Hold
Yeah,
on one
bro.
second. Let me get a little crowd. You already know, brother. Thank you so much, brother. We
Word.
appreciate you, OTK.
Ahoo, ahoo, ahoo. We fight, and we fight. That's all these
No,
wild Indians
OTK,
know over
cut the
here, man.
crap.
So,
hold on real
OTK.
fast. We gonna hold on Wall Street. I'm about to introduce you right now. Before we get further into the conversation, we got brother Wall Street Willie up on the panel. What's up, brother?
Peace and Pan Africanism, brother. Peace
You
and
already
Pan
know. You already
Africanism.
know. Hey, you got any intakes you wanna, give any intakes on the
nah,
conversation?
nah, nah. Don't talk to Willie
See?
right now,
Man,
Humble.
See?
Willie, man. That's
Don't talk
Backstreet
to my
Willie.
dog Willie right
I am
now.
on down,
Hey,
Backstreet
yo,
Willie.
OTK, I ain't had no
That
smoke for you,
Willie.
man.
Hey, Humble, don't.
Willie.
Hey, Willie will detour the conversation. Let them brothers finish before you bring Wall Street in.
I
Straight up.
got
That's
you.
my
I
nigga. I
got you.
love him.
All right,
I
so
love
I'm gonna
him now.
give Big Cosma and Capone 5 minutes. Your total of 5 minutes.
I
I'm gonna
done,
let
I'm
y'all get
done.
in
I'm
I done
done
conversation.
with that conversation, bro.
yeah, that
Oh,
No,
y'all
no.
conversation
done?
is
That
over with.
conversation
Doctor and
over.
Roy Chess was going
I
at it,
sent
bro.
something to
Doctor
the
and
Oh,
Roy
my
chat, but
Chess
bad,
was
my
going
Hey,
bad,
at
my
it.
bad,
when
my bad.
somebody
Hold on one
listen,
second.
when somebody tell me the sun ain't objective, we done
Oh,
talking.
all right, hold on one second. So it was Doctrine and Roy Chess. I apologize. I'm gonna give y'all 5 minutes to get it in there, brothers. If y'all hear this sound right here, this means one mic, one mic. If y'all hear this right here, that means a fallacy have been committed. Somebody either encroached on somebody, they disrespected somebody, and that's the
Yeah.
automatic disqualification from the clash off that's going on. So I got y'all 5 minutes right here. Get it in, brothers. I don't know which one of y'all was talking first. Whichever
It
one of
was
y'all
me.
want to take the floor. Oh, go ahead, brother L Doctrine.
All right, I wanna point out again that there are five main branches of philosophy, and Roy Chess, you're gonna have to help me out. I don't remember them all. There's epistemology. That's a field dealing with what knowledge is and how we attain knowledge, like how we know what we know. There's aesthetics. Aesthetics has to do with what's beautiful. There's logic and ethics. I don't remember what the fifth one is.
It might be ontology.
That's very possible. I'll have to look it up, but I know that there are five of them. So epistemology is one. So basically what I asked him is, does he think modal the system that he's using is modal logic? And like I had to listen to you to figure out why we were missing, and it's because you're using modal logic. I'm not super familiar with it, but I know it has to do with necessity and possibilities. But when you said
Mhm.
possibility, that was the clue, and that's what I
Mhm.
was talking about earlier. If you had just said something like, hey, applying modal logic, blah blah blah, that would have helped close the gap, and then I could understand what you were saying. And you're right, using modal logic, that system, you're absolutely right, because it is possible the sun
The
doesn't
fifth
exist.
one
And
is metaphysics.
metaphysics, thank
Right.
you. Who was that?
That's the one you missed.
Who was that?
Well,
That
there's a
sounds
bunch of them.
that's got to be Wall Street. Yeah.
This
Yeah,
Wall
that's Wall
Street.
Street.
Don't pay me no mind.
Hey
I
brother.
thought metaphysics is theoretical.
No, metaphysics is a general term, though. Like
Yeah,
Don't let him
We talking
it's a
about the
sidetrack. Let him
major
finish his
branches
thought.
of
Let Dr. Ren
philosophy.
finish his thought, y'all.
Oh yeah,
Let Dr. Ren
philosophy. Oh
finish
yeah,
his
yeah,
now.
thought.
yeah. Philosophy. I thought you said logic.
Metaphysics, Dr. Ren was the last one. Go ahead, Dr. Ren. Finish your thought,
Now,
bro.
even in modal logic, I know that uncertainty, which is on the other end of possibility, that doesn't undo existence simply because there's some uncertainty about the existence. That objective existence will still be the case if it's truly objective. And
Facts.
to meet my definition of objective, there just has to be mind independence. There's no subject, so then the existence is objective. In the sun, it has mass, it has composition, it has radius, it has temperature, it has lots of properties that we know will continue to exist
Agreed.
mind independently. And so it's safe, very safe, to say that the sun is an objectively existing object or exists objectively. Now, before you go, a better what I think yields better knowledge, of course, is induction, abduction, and deduction. I think that those yield more, let's say, concentrated. They have a higher yield of epistemic value than possibility, and well, maybe not so much necessity, but definitely more than contingency and possibility. And that's what I want to share with you, brother. So I'm not going to challenge. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not going to challenge you now that I know that you're using modal logic. I'm going to encourage you rather to stop using modal logic and talk to us using induction, abduction, and deduction, because the rest of us have better access to those methods of knowledge.
Well, I wasn't speaking strictly with modal logic. The concept goes outside of modal logic as well. So it is a universal. I can bring it up into many different topics. So that's what makes some of the logical systems objective, right? Because I can transfer them from subject to subject to subject, and it's a constant. So that's why I'm including that that you have to add. I'm suggesting. Well, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but you guys are leaving that out. That it has to have a constant, right? So if the elements can change, if the truth value can change, a constant truth value,
The, the
right?
only the only the
So
only
that
thing
means
that you've established that will change is form.
Yeah.
That's the only
okay. So
property
even
that you've
then,
established.
Y'all let him
even
answer. Y'all let him answer real
even then, you're still changing the attributes of it from the statement. So let's say someone makes an original statement. Let's say they say the star is a certain mass, and then later on, 100 years later, it does not have that exact mass. That now the information is changed from true to false, right? Because it does not have the
But
mass of the
right,
original claim, right? So now
what you're
you're
not
going to
accounting
say
for is that
Not necessarily the false, but that's
no,
only
no,
one variable.
No. It's definitely false.
What you're not accounting for is that the mass is changing consistent with our understanding of
It doesn't
star.
matter. It doesn't matter how it's
So
changing or why it's changing.
hold on.
Changing.
Let me describe it for you. Let me
It
describe it
totally
for you.
matters.
So when we say star, we're talking
y'all
about
shoulda
a
let
big
him
yellow
finish,
ball
yo.
that every day loses one photon. So when we say star, we're talking about a yellow ball every day, every 24 hours, it loses one photon. So over 10 days, its mass will change by one photon, by 10 photons over the course of 10 days. So what you're saying is because the mass has changed, it doesn't exist objectively. And what I'm telling you is that the change is accounted for in our understanding of what it is.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist because of that. I'm saying it's possible for it not to exist.
It's just
right?
a variable.
Right. And so my response to that objection was earlier in that uncertainty, which is what possibility invokes, uncertainty doesn't diminish the fact that it exists.
No,
Just
it
because
used
it
to exist.
because
Maybe it
hold on,
stopped
because
existing.
Roy Cheese
okay,
is
hold
a
on,
smart
brother.
Sun
motherfucker.
still exists.
Because
Hey,
it's
hey, bro.
possible for it to not exist in a possible world says zero about whether it exists in the actual world.
Right.
And
No,
in
it
the
does.
actual no, it doesn't. It only talks about you because
In your
the fact
made
that you
up
say it.
imaginary world.
Y'all
Listen,
got 316 left on the clock. 316
hey,
left on the clock.
when
Yo,
you say the
boy.
words it could possibly not exist, you are immediately talking about a possible world. When you say the word it could possibly not exist, that's a possible world that you're bringing into the story. And we are
Yeah, but it could
talking about
reflect
an
reality.
actual world.
Yeah, it could reflect it though, depending on the timing.
It
Right? So
could
I don't have
reflect
it.
it.
I don't have it. I
So
don't
now
have
your
it in front of me
statement
to show you.
Now your statement is when you say it could reflect it, now your statement has doubled up on possibilities. It could
No,
possibly be a possible world is what your statement has changed to.
no. I'm saying that it may be accidental that what I'm saying happens in reality. That I just can't show it to you. That's what
That's
that
another
means.
layer of possibility. Like you're adding
Yeah,
more
but
and
it
more
doesn't stop it
uncertainty.
from being real. It doesn't stop it
You're
from being real, like you said.
that's what I'm telling you. It doesn't what you're
Yeah, that's
So
saying
what
that
I'm
means
doesn't
trying to
stop
both
it
tell
of
from
them.
being
you.
real.
That means both of our statements are objective, then, right?
I told you that a minute ago. You're
No,
right
so
in
my
modal logic.
no,
Using modal
You're
logic,
changing, you're
but using
using it only
hold
in
on.
the context.
Here's the thing that you keep forgetting. How we are using, and you understand how mapping out a system of logic changes things. You talked about this in your logic class. You're using modal logic. We're simply using what we have access to. I don't know what the other brothers have, but I don't have any formalized training, and I don't use modal logic to discuss common themes like does the sun exist. And
So
so
what is our logic
the,
that we using, bro? What would you call it? Common
I would
logic?
say
Common
induction,
knowledge.
abduction, and deduction are how most
Okay,
people
all right,
access
bet,
knowledge.
bet,
Well, most
bet. Go
people
ahead,
don't use
bro. Keep on
deduction.
going.
Actually, most people use induction,
Listen,
especially if you're a
the
scientist.
abduction, induction, and deduction for me all go hand in hand, and they attain like certainty at different levels.
I
So
know
I'm
what
No,
saying
those.
only
most
one of
people
them. Only
exist
one of
in
them
that
I know
attain.
domain.
what those. I know
No,
what
only
those
one of
things
them.
mean. But can
Only
y'all
one of
break
them
those
obtain
down real
certainty.
quick?
The others don't.
Hey,
Only one of
I've
them
had that
attain
in.
what?
I
Roy
had that in the
Chess.
presentation. Only
Hold
one
on,
of
Right.
Roy
them.
Chess.
Abduction is the best possible explanation. Induction
Okay.
is the
But it's not
probable.
Mm-hmm.
certain.
Hold on. But
Hold
it
on.
is a level of knowledge, though.
It is a level of
Okay.
knowledge, but it's not
Okay, that's
certain.
all. That's all. I don't, it doesn't matter if it's certain. It's not possible knowledge. It is a level of knowledge.
A
Yes.
level of
No,
knowledge.
it
Okay,
is
when
Okay.
possible knowledge.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
And
Does
what was
deal
the
with
last one?
possibilities. The last
is
one deals with
deduction.
possibilities, and
No.
induction deals with
What you take
possibilities.
away?
Induction deals with
Deduction.
Deduction is when you take
probabilities.
away.
That's what I'm
Deduction
saying.
is when you
Probabilities.
take away,
Yeah,
right?
no, possible
Correct.
comes out of that argument. The
Probabilities.
Yeah,
induction, deduction.
we can say the word possibility in a lot of ways, but it doesn't
I
have the
said
Not
same
applying
impact.
probabilities.
it to
Hold,
abduction,
hold on.
induction, and deduction.
Induction deals with
Uh huh.
probabilities and past statistics. And we could talk about uncertainty, and we can talk about possibilities. We can actually use those words. They're not excluded from those ways of attaining knowledge. But modal logic, where you talk about contingency, necessity, that's built on the idea of understanding possibilities. So when
yes, but it's
that's
deductive.
hold on, brother. When you talk about possible worlds, you immediately are conceding these worlds don't exist. They are not the actual world.
That's not true.
Yeah, they are possible.
Okay,
That's not
does
true.
the sun? Okay, hold on. Does the sun exist? Does the sun exist?
Today,
I'm not
yes.
making a global claim about all modal logic. I'm only talking about its relevance and application in this discussion. When
Right,
you say
so-
it's possible the sun doesn't exist, you're talking about a world that isn't the actual world, because in the actual world the sun does exist.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you say something is objective and time changes, we're going to get a different truth value. And then you
Not
would
if
say
that's
that
our
it's
understanding
still-
of what a star
you're
is.
not.
For instance, I could tell you, I could say, you say, does change occur? If I make that statement, and then you're going to say, well, no, change doesn't occur because it changes. I'm sorry, who's brother? I overtalk people only because I talk into my speakers.
No, El
like that.
Doctrine. I was telling Humble I got a question for him after y'all finish because
Yeah.
y'all
Oh.
just sparked a question. I was saying, Humble, I got a question for you. This is how me and Humble gonna get in and let y'all
Most
keep on
definitely.
building, but me and Humble gonna ask each other. My bad, El Doctrine. 1,000 pardons,
Right.
bro. 1,000
Right. So
pardons. Y'all having a
my
great
only
build.
point to
I'm learning something right now.
my only point to you, Rochester, is not to prove to you that the sun exists right now. My point to you was to say, hey man, you're using modal logic when you talk to us. And you're doing it, and we don't understand modal logic like you do. So you're the one that has to come to us and say, hey, first of all, I'm using modal logic. Here's what modal logic means. And this is what possible worlds mean. Because I'm not saying that you're wrong, you're actually right. But we're not talking about possible worlds. We're not applying modal logic. We're talking about, hey man, in the context of the actual world. You know, when you have a discussion, you have to define scope. The scope of our conversation is the actual world. There are no possible worlds.
That's the range.
We're only talking about the actual world. If
You're
you
talking
bring
about
in
present time also. Present time only. Not
like,
past
does the sun
future.
exist now? Yes. The
Yeah.
answer is yes.
If
It
you're
does
talking
exist.
about right here, right now, that's what I think you're doing. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Okay,
talking.
and your objection to it was, well, over time, it's possible that it can't exist, and therefore
can't
you can't
exist.
say it exists now with
So
any
it
certainty.
has to be a constant. So you can't have a time frame. It has to be constant forever.
Constant.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
You can't have a
Okay.
time now,
Hold
a
on,
past,
hold
a
on, hold
present,
on,
and a
hold on.
future.
Hey,
Before
Roy Test,
you're
hold on
like
real
running
quick.
off.
Hold on. Hey, El Doctrine, hold your question real quick.
All
Hey,
right, brother.
Humble, I'm just trying to make sure, because we trying to get the gist of this. I'm on the outside looking in. Any questions I have like this, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I call my brother Cosmon. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I call him on the goddamn phone for him to explain it to me because he ain't gonna lie to me. Because regardless, he's not gonna lie to me. But Humble. So what I'm getting out of this is that this whole thing is what quantum. Quantum defies mathematics. Correct, Roy G? Just a quick yes or no.
Quantum defies mathematics. I don't know what you mean. Like
No, it defies. It defies. Yes or no?
defies, like it breaks the rules.
Meaning regular math could be 1 + 1 = 2, but in quantum, 1 + 1 don't equal 2.
No, yeah,
Yes,
that's
yeah.
fact.
There's some context where it doesn't. Yes, yes. There's some context where it doesn't work because of context. Yes.
So now when I hear quantum, the first thing that comes to my mind is an ultra universe because of comic books and all of these Marvel Avengers and all of these different things that's coming out that's going into quantum worlds. So now the reason why Roy Chess has so much contention with us because he's not speaking in the physical with us, ill doctor, and like you said, he's speaking in either the past or the future.
Or a made up world.
It doesn't have to be made up.
I'm going to try and
humble
because we ain't never seen a world without the sun.
I want to try and
that,
explain what modal logic is, or my understanding. And Rochester, you're welcome to correct me.
Just hold that real quick.
Go for it, brother. Go for it.
Let him get it out, OTK.
Is the sun inside the black hole?
Hold on, y'all. 1 second, y'all. One mic. Go ahead, OTK.
No, I was asking Humble the question. You know what I mean? I also was asking y'all, but I was asking you that question. Like, is this what you hearing too? Like, like Roy Chester's on a different playing field in a different universe than us.
So it's called
the sun could exist now, but that don't mean it's gonna exist years from now.
Right. So this is what it's a field. It's a field. It's called astro. Wait, what is it?
Astrophysics.
It's theoretic. It's theoretic. It's astrophysics.
Theoretical physics.
Theoretical physics. Yes.
But that's
where they say other dimensions and worlds exist. In that's
a science. That's not what I was talking about. Modal logic is different from that.
Oh, okay.
But even then, even still, like I'm saying what I'm saying because it can exist, right? There's a lot of just because I say something.
Can you give us some proof that it can? I don't think it can. We don't see it ever in nature.
Yeah,
where a world exists without its star.
There are plenty of planets that they've shown planets that have been kicked out of their galaxies, and they don't have a star. Right, but the planet still exists.
They don't have a home star.
Yeah, they don't have a home star. They don't have a star at all. They're not part of a solar system or a galaxy anymore. They're just floating.
Rings and don't got all the moons.
So what do you So the fact that it could be falsifiable is why it can't be objective. That's my point of why I'm bringing it.
That's not the definition of objective.
I'm saying that's an aspect of it, right? That's an aspect that you guys are leaving out. That's why I'm bringing up the exceptions. Why I'm bringing up some. I keep bringing up something that falls.
Understand that truth?
Because you're not going to say the word objective when I make a false statement.
Truth or false has nothing to do with objectivity.
Hold up.
It does.
So
it doesn't. You made that up.
No, I didn't. Objective. You're using science as a measuring tool, as a trump card. You're using science as an ace and joker.
I can't argue your belief. Remember, you're in a made-up world.
I didn't make up a world.
In the made-up world,
all right, hold on, y'all. One mic. We can only hear one person at a time.
You made up a place where the world didn't exist. You made up a world where the sun didn't exist.
No, I didn't make it up. That has actually happened.
You said it's never happened. When?
No, I never said. You said it never happened. I know for a fact that scientists have found planets that have lost their orbit from their galaxy, and they got kicked out of the galaxy. There's no star around.
Where?
What do you mean? Where?
Scientists ever find?
Are you talking about? Are you referring to a dead star?
No, I said a planet. Yeah. I didn't say a star. I said a planet has been kicked out of it.
But a planet is
ever found an Earth without a sun?
A planet is a constellation.
There's only one Earth, right? So how do I answer that question?
And does it have a sun?
There's one Earth, so yes, it does have a sun right now.
Is that an objective claim that you're making, or a modal claim?
I would say it's a scientific claim. I wouldn't use the word objective the way you guys are using.
So are you making the claim, or are you repeating to me a scientific claim someone else made?
This nigga like
I'm repeating the scientific claim. I don't know for a fact that this is the case.
Right, and this is what I was trying to tell them. Induction, abduction, and deduction are all about justifying and accounting for believing stuff. Now, there's some truth value involved. Modal logic is about how something is true. Is it necessarily true? Is it contingently true? Or what's the other one? Is it impossible? And then no. There's a contingent, necessity, and a contingent.
Was it implicit?
No, not implicit. There's what is it, Roy? It's contingent, necessary, and possibly. Is that right?
Yeah, so contingent means that the truth value will change, right? So necessary, possible would be contingent, right?
Yeah, that's
So
what I
that
No,
thought.
means
no.
it's no longer
Possible
objective,
is
right?
it's not
So that
true,
means
but
it's
it
no
could be
longer
true.
objective once it
Yes.
Contingent
changed,
is
right?
it is true, but it doesn't have to be. And necessary is obviously necessary. So
Right.
that's what the
No,
three are.
no,
Those are
no.
how something
Contingent means
could
it could be either or. It
could
doesn't mean it's
contingent
true.
Yeah,
contingent
because
means that it
contingency, they
doesn't
mean
have to
it's a
be
battle
true.
between the two.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be true. It could be true or false. You don't know the
And
value.
That mean
possible,
it can
okay,
be a
fine, that's
Libra
fine. And
scale.
possible is it's not true, but it could be.
No, possible means it's just maybe it's true accidentally. We don't know.
But it
But it's
is.
not true.
No, it doesn't mean it's not true. Like I said, it could be accidentally true, right? Just because there's no evidence.
How would you?
This is not a science.
How can
It's
you
not.
make?
It's not a
How
science. Is
can you
not the.
prove a thing is accidental?
What do you mean? How do you prove it? Because it's
It's
there.
possibly true. You don't know that it's true. You don't know that it's false. All you can say
Yes.
is
Right.
it
Yes.
satisfies enough to be possibly true, which means that it's not true.
No, it doesn't. You can't say that.
Possibly true is not true. It could
No,
be
it's
true.
not.
It could be false. It's the
Yeah,
same as saying it's not true and it's not
No,
false.
it's not. No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Here's the point. A modal logic sits on top of regular logic, like upstairs sits on top of downstairs. It's just a stricter extension of it. And what I've been asking him to do tonight is to be less strict when he's talking, or tell us the rules of his strictness. And now that I see he's using modal logic, he's going to continue being right while at the same time we are also right. Because he's not. We're not even in the same category.
Right.
He's dealing with modal
We're not even
logic.
in the same universe.
Yeah, and we're in two different knowledge systems.
Yeah, right.
And like
He in some
so
stuff that's
like if
based
you think he's
on
wrong, like he's not wrong. He's
Right.
actually right. If
he's
you apply
right
the
in
rules
his
of modal
in his
logic.
mode of thinking. In his mode of thinking that
But
you know,
hold on,
yeah,
hold on.
It's not
but
my
it's
mode
not.
of thinking. It's not
Hold
a
on,
mode of
Vortex.
thinking like it's personal.
Vortex. Hold on. It really is a very, very, very legitimate mode of thinking. Modal logic
is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
is
is.
more formal than I'm familiar with. I'm like already at the end of what I understand about it, like just talking to him now.
Right.
But I do understand. You
It's
know what I mean?
almost
I'm
like
already
that. It's
leaning over the
almost like that.
boundary.
It's almost like that atheist shit that you in. You know what I mean? It's two different types of atheists.
Yeah.
Are
something
you?
like that. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He said, "Are you agnostic or you an
That's why I
atheist?
had
Which
to
one?
ask that brother. That's why
Who,
I
me?
had
I'm
to ask
atheist.
him when
You
we
atheist.
deal with quantum. Hey, yo, Roy Chess, the first time that we even see quantum, did that have to deal with the atomic bomb, bro?
No, I don't think so.
With Newton and all of them, boy? You sure?
I would say
Can you show
quantum
me
physics is go
quantum?
back to the
Can you show me
early
quantum
19.
physics?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
can you show
had
me quantum physics before the atomic bomb?
they had it before. I think they had it before World War II. I think that subject has been around for a long time. Now they didn't have the tools to, they used to tease it because they couldn't prove anything, as you guys say. But the ideas have been around for a long time. I think one of the guys who formulated the black hole started that around World War II. So it's been around.
Okay.
Before
But
that,
don't
I
you
think.
don't you know that the quantum physics realm and the quantum, that bomb, the atomic bomb, they had motherfuckers from different countries coming in here to America to study
it,
this
yeah.
thing, to create quantum
Yeah.
physics. Remember,
No, they had
the
it already.
dude
They just
started
they
quantum
just
physics.
put those guys. They had it already. They had
All
university
they had
classes
was the
already.
law of Newton. Hold up, bro. All they had was the law of who was it? If I'm
Relativity.
not mistaken, I think it was Newton, right?
They had Albert Einstein's theory. They had Einstein's theory, Newton's
Y'all talking about
theories
the
of relativity, right?
Yeah.
So you had Einstein theory. Einstein told them motherfuckers, dog, that's not possible. That shit is non-existence. So when he brought the paperwork back to Einstein after using Einstein method, and him and them other people from other places, you know what I mean, came up with it.
They
That's
created
when he
another theory.
introduced quantum. Hold on. That's when he introduced quantum physics. Now, can you show me quantum anywhere before quantum physics, bro?
Yeah, because
In
they had
science.
degrees. Those men
That's
had
all I'm
degrees in
asking
that
you, bro.
field.
No,
What do
hold
you,
up.
what do
Hold
you
up.
mean?
Listen to my question, Roy Chess. I know your name is Chess because you think you play chess and checkers, but I also play chess. You know what I mean? And right now I'm playing 2-board chess against your 1 board. So listen to my question. Can you show me anything in science about quantum that says quantum before quantum physics? Yes or no?
I don't know. So are you saying that like the curriculum didn't exist? Is that what you're saying? Or are you actually talking about the experiments and stuff? I don't know which one you're talking about. Are you talking about both of them? Because I know the theory existed. I'm pretty sure they existed before World War II because they used some of the theories. So the
Okay,
theories
so it's a
predate
So
theory.
that.
is
All
you
right.
saying something is
So now that's what I wanted him to get to. So quantum is a theory, yes?
It was a theory, yes, yes.
No, is it
It's still
still
a
a theory?
theory. It's still a theory,
All right.
yes.
So that means it's subjective, correct?
No, it doesn't. Not necessarily. No,
What?
not the by
If
definition. The way
everybody
you're
don't
saying.
agree with it, then it's not a fact. That's a
No, no, no,
theory.
no,
A
no, no,
theory.
no. By your
What?
definition of
Hold
objective,
on,
it would
y'all.
be
Hey,
you.
Cosmon, am I tripping? Is a theory
No,
not
so
subjective
again,
or not,
your
man?
reasoning is wrong,
Theory
right?
is not a fact, sir. You're correct on
No,
that.
no, 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 no. Your reasoning is incorrect. There are so-called facts now. They have proven them. According to your definition of objective facts in experiments, they have done proofs of that. So for you to tell
Scientific
me that
facts,
this
right?
Proofs of what?
for you to tell
Yeah,
me
what
that
proof,
it's
bro?
subjective would mean that all
Please tell
sciences
us.
would have to be subjective. You can't cherry pick one science out of all of
Proof?
them and say
No,
this one is
science.
subjective. They all use the scientific
Damn near
method.
No,
all
the theory
science.
is
Damn near all
subjective.
science is
No, they've
subjective,
proven
bro.
things
That's why
in
it's
quantum
always
Yeah,
proving
physics.
but the
itself.
theory is still a theory. It's not a
No,
fact.
they've proven stuff. What are you
We're
talking
not
about?
saying that, brother. You're arguing a point nobody's making. He was just asking you
The
before
word
we
that
see
he's
quantum science step up on the scene. Where do we see it anywhere? Does any book talk about the atomic structure or nature of all things visible? Does it? You dig what I'm saying? That's what the quantum.
not
That's what the quantum world is about. And to go back
Fact.
before, you got to remember, just to add on to the conversation, before men like Einstein existed, who admitted that he stood on the shoulders of giants, right? Like James Clerk Maxwell. You dig what I'm talking about? Who proved that all sound frequency light moves through a medium. He called it the ether. They wrote it out of science, right? But Heinzel Hertz in 1894 proved that it was absolutely true by proving that we have frequency through sound. That's why we call the measure of it a hertz.
Correct.
You dig what I'm saying? So
okay.
I
So
mean,
you're aware of the double slits experiment, right?
yeah.
That was like the begin. That's quantum physics.
Yeah, but that ain't the beginning.
It may not be the beginning, but it existed at that moment, right? Those were the
What he
early
was
years.
asking was, can you give it a time before can you show quantum science being talked about? You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
prior
those
to
guys,
that time.
those guys was
He's talking about prior to relativity.
Yes, that's
prior
it's
to
update.
Do you know when the theory of relativity came out?
The specific theory. So there's different theories, right? There's
No,
special
we're talking about
relativity.
Einstein's.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Hold
There's
on.
two of them.
No. We're talking about Einstein's
yes,
theory
there's
of
two of
general
them.
relativity.
Hey, one mic,
and
y'all.
special
One mic. We
relativity.
can't hear both y'all talking at the same time.
Right. So,
all right. Do you know?
there's
just to
general
answer
relativity and then there's special
Do you know
relativity.
when it came out?
The exact year? No, not right this second. No.
It's 1906.
And then special relativity came out right after that. He has two theories. He has two, not just one.
There are two different theories about two different things, though.
Yeah, but they're combined.
No,
they combine them. Yes, they do.
Listen.
That's what quantum
the theory
physics
of
does.
general relativity is its own thing. I'm saying
It is, yes.
Okay. So listen to what I'm saying, Roy. And listen to what OTK is saying. He's asking for some proof of people talking about it before Einstein's theory of relativity in 1906.
Yes, because they have to, in order for them to have done what they did in World War II, in order for them to do some of the things, those ideas had to predate that.
That's an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. You give me how they could do it. How would they be able to do
assumption.
it? That's not an assumption. It's logically necessary that they had to have it before they did it.
It doesn't matter if it's an assumption because World War II was in 1940s. He's asking for prior to 1906.
Prior to that, bro.
So he's asking for historical proof. I mean, I don't have a historical proof.
Oh, that's all we was asking, brother.
But that doesn't mean it didn't exist. That's crazy. Just because you don't have a paper trail doesn't mean,
brother, you don't listen well.
No, I listen very well.
No, well then
you're
why
trying
are
to
you
make
asking,
a conclusion?
Why are you
You're trying to make a conclusion that you're not supposed to be making.
Why are you trying to find things we didn't ask?
No, you're trying to be slick with it, brother.
No, he was asking for some proof.
You're asking for a historical proof. You could have just asked for that. You're asking me for a quote from a source.
Roy Chess said that like he was disgusted. He was like,
"You're
to
asking me
be
for a
slick,
source,
brother."
basically. You're basically
I'm here,
trying
y'all.
to
By the way, I'm here,
asking me
y'all.
for a source.
I'm just letting
and if
y'all
I
get
don't
it in.
have one, and if I don't have a source, you're gonna reject what I say.
No,
that's what you're
asking,
doing.
Do you just say you don't, bro?
No, just say you're asking for a source, and if I don't have it,
Roy,
all right, that's all you had to say.
I did agree with you with, bro, but some things I didn't. Some things I didn't.
Just want to let y'all know I am still here. I am still aware, and I am still aware of the conversation. I'm just letting y'all get it in. I'm just asking that y'all remain respectful for one another. Attack the information, not each other. Let's keep it going, y'all. Let's get it in here.
Hey, Humble, let me ask you this, Humble. Do you got access to play the debates coming up? It should be on your side over there, like with the slideshow, where you can show the commercial breaks or whatever like that. Do you got it? Because we got Cosmon coming up. We got goddamn not Roy Chess, Emmanuel.
Hold on one second.
Swab Boss,
yeah, a lot of what he got coming up. Hold on, let me see if they play. I got y'all.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. Two intellectual warriors, one explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eden, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eden steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowerment demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
So I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors. to the brother A1 for you already know having this amazing panel. Let's get into it.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Most definitely, y'all. Most definitely. Also, tap that like, y'all. Tap that like.
That's fire. That's fire.
Most definitely.
That's fire. Hey, listen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, little bud. I got you. I'll show you how to work that side thing. Anytime
definitely.
you need
I
to
appreciate
get order,
you, brother.
Anytime you need to get order, all you got to do is play one of them shit right there, because everybody goes on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that, OTK, most definitely, and I am going to start utilizing that. I'm also want to go ahead and just say, tap that thumbs up button, share the live, down there if you in the comments, go to the little emoji button, hit some hearts, hit some 100s, let's get us popping.
Hey, yo,
I'm enjoying what I'm hearing right now.
You know what I'm going to do for you, A1? What I'm going to do for you, since my cousin Jeremiah Judah and JJ7K out there popping and looking for me, if you want to debate me, I'm going to host that. We're going to host that debate over here. Not on his channel, not on my channel. We're going to host it over here in a neutral site. But if he's willing for that, I'm down for that. And I'm about to go troll his channel right now. Because he told me earlier, God damn it.
You're hilarious, Brody. And I still, OTK, I really do, Brody. I appreciate the help out just now, Brody. That's something I'm always keep in mind, bro.
Fellas, you can't cherry pick the sciences. If one science is subjective, they all will be subjective. You can't cherry pick the sciences. You can't.
Cortez did not miss a beat.
Except natural science. Natural science is the only science that's not subjective.
All of them use the scientific method.
Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on. Can I give you my explanation why I say that? Damn, are you listening to respond, or are you listening to understand why I say what I say?
It's going to disqualify what you say, because if it uses the scientific method, it disqualifies what you say. Because unless your natural sciences don't use the scientific method, it's not going to change the result.
Exactly. You know why? Because they don't need no explanation for it.
So it's not objective?
That is objective. Natural science.
Well, you can't,
we don't need
you can't
the only thing that's subjective. Hold up, bro. The only thing that's subjective about natural science is the titles and the names that they put on things. But everything that they're trying to explain is tangible and objective, bro.
You're cherry picking. You're doing case by case scenario reasoning.
Bro. We don't got cherry trees, though. We got pear trees and apple trees where I'm from. I don't cherry pick.
Those are physical.
No, bro. You sound like you cherry or strawberry pick. That might be you. No, that ain't me, Roy.
I deal with universals.
God damn.
You're cherry picking. I deal with universals. If you hear me talk about constants, that's a universal. You're into the subjectivity,
people, bro. You like to talk down on people, Roy.
I'm not talking down on you. I'm saying your reasoning.
No,
that's the way you're reasoning.
Down on me. You can't.
I'm not talking down to you. How am I talking down to you?
You can't.
No, you're just. Did you just say that I'm talking down to you?
I say you trying.
No, I'm not even trying. I'm telling you what it is. That you're cherry picking.
You're
doing case by case scenario. and all the ones that you do are beneficial to you. The ones that don't benefit you, oh, that's different.
Hold up.
That's
Hold
a
up.
different
Hold up.
case.
Let me ask
Hold
you
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. One mic.
A BS
So
claim.
if you got 10 voters and 6 of the voters say nay, the other 4 of the voters say yay, is that not a subjective voter pool?
That
Yes
is
or
a
no?
yes.
All right then, bro. Stop it. We'll leave that shit alone.
Yeah, the reasoning is the problem, bro.
Hey, Roy Chess, can you try to break down your premise in another format in which Brother OTK, could you try to break it down to him, Brother OTK, in which he probably wouldn't feel as though you're talking down on his scholarship?
Yeah, because in the first of all, the crazy part is his reasoning is non-logical because he's trying to make a claim like science can ever be 100% objective. It
Correct.
can never be that.
It can never be right.
Right. So but guess what? The whole
Damn, so
point
am I
of science, listen, the whole point of science is to subjectively get to objectivity. Objectivity is the destination.
No, that's what we're talking about. Objectivity.
This is what I'm
sounds
telling you.
No.
So you trying to make a claim like science is somehow not subjective. It is. You dig what I'm talking about? Its whole point is to debunk itself.
Yeah,
So,
but you're using the word
so
objective.
what I'm saying is your whole theory falls apart on the fact that you dig what I'm saying. You're making a claim that science doesn't make itself.
No. You're thinking I'm making stuff up out of my head. I'm giving you reasoning. So you're confusing personal beliefs with reasoning.
Your reasoning is based on your personal.
No, it isn't. I gave a presentation, and there are objective rules there. They're not nothing to do with me.
No,
it isn't.
They was based on your feelings.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
no,
it's subjective.
Prove it. Okay, prove it. Now you made the claim.
Right.
Prove it.
So now my whole point was
prove the reasoning rules are subjective.
Listen. Are you done?
You have to show me that.
Are you done?
No, you have to. Could you answer my question? No. I'm
asking. All right, hold on 1 second, y'all. One mic. Hold up 1 second. So we most definitely have a challenge. Brother Roy Chess at X Big Cosmon.
I don't care what he asks. He's not gonna be able to buck dance.
Hold on 1 second, Big Cosmon. I got you. I'm coming right to you because I want you to answer the question. So he asked you, what you ask again? I lost what he asked.
He made the claim that reasoning rules are subjective. That I made them up.
Okay, yeah.
That ain't what I said.
What did you say?
So go ahead, Big Cosmon. It's on you, Big Cosmon.
Listen, he's trying to buck dance away from the fact that he made a claim that science can be 100% objective when we know it's a subjective vehicle to get to objectivity. This is what he does. This is what he's missing. He made that claim. I don't care about what you said in your thing. That's whatever you believe. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
So why you keep using the word believe?
I don't care. Listen, I'm saying that's whatever you believe, whatever you putting up for.
And you keep using objective. You all are using objective as if because the way you use it, it sounds like it's 100% accurate. And
no, it is 100% accurate.
No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't. Name one. Name one.
Listen.
Name one
science is not. Listen. No matter what you say, science can never be 100% objective.
That's because it can't be 100% accurate. That's why.
Exactly.
All right. So
stop making the claim.
What do you mean stop making the claim? That was my claim.
Yeah, you trying to make a claim. You trying to make a claim about objectivity when that's the point of science.
Yeah, we know it can't be certain. So it cannot be 100%.
What can't be 100%?
Science. The results of science cannot be 100%.
But guess what? Objects can.
No, that's stupid.
Like the sun
The
is
things that
100%.
you're talking
Regardless
about,
to how you,
the
but
conclusions
regardless to
that you're
how you
talking about
feel
will
about
never
it,
be
regardless to whenever you
100%.
make up a time that doesn't exist in your mind, the sun exists right now. Regardless to how you
Again,
don't matter if
cherry
you ever
picking.
seen the sun, you never had to even
cherry
see a ray
picking.
of light. You never even had to do
You're
anything,
you're
and it's
using
still
science as your god.
objective. And
You
nonetheless,
worship science instead of a god. You're
I
making it
didn't
sound
use
like
science.
science.
Well, and guess what?
Science is
And
the
guess
only
what?
form of
And guess
knowledge.
what? One part of science is to observe.
And can observations be wrong? Duh.
They can be.
Yeah, so it's not
Yes,
100%.
they
Duh.
can be.
And so
Yes,
you
it
can't make a
can.
mistake. So it's not the
guess
highest
what?
form of
Because
knowledge.
guess why, silly
So
man?
it's not
They're
the highest form of
subjective.
knowledge. So it's
They're
not the highest form of knowledge,
subjective.
Einstein. It can't be. By
Don't
definition,
you
you just said it.
understand that the point is, brother, hold on. Do you
Ain't no hold
understand
on.
that the point
Hold on
is
one second,
that it's
Chuck.
supposed to be subjective?
Okay,
No,
okay,
you're
okay,
using the
y'all.
word wrong.
Hold on one second,
No.
one second. So
Yeah, you both are.
we about to bring this live to a close, y'all. It's been an amazing 5 hours. We've been up here getting it in, bringing that smoke. Y'all know what the Titans do over here.
Y'all about to start a new one?
Before I close out though, I'm gonna go around a panel, let everybody get their closing remarks, and then
Hey,
once
Humble,
everybody
hold
get their
up.
closing
Y'all about to start a new one? Y'all about to start a new
no, I
one before
think
you
brother
close it?
Roy Chess is I think brother Roy Chess is asleep. I'ma
Yeah, I
close
do
out though.
go. So yeah.
My wife over here, my wife gotta
Hey,
work.
you said Brother Roy Chess. You mean A1.
I apologize. Listen,
Yeah,
man.
Roy Chess sleep too,
We've been
though.
up here for
He's
5
in a whole
hours.
another world. He's in a dream world.
Listen, we've
The
been up here for
quantum,
5
the
hours,
quantum
y'all.
dream world.
Yeah, but no, I think brother A1, I think brother A1 in the back chilling. But my wife, she gotta get up and go to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna lay it down with her.
Yep.
So
left out around
before
this
I
time
close
last
out though, I want to go around the
Hey,
panels.
A1, what you gonna do, A1? And I know he hear me. A1, what you gonna do? You gonna start a new live? Open panel,
A1
open
is asleep.
discussion, because Il Dockerin he ain't ready to go. You know what I mean? Wall Street Woolie's still right there with his old Batman cape on. You know what I mean?
Hold on, I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna do this, OTK. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna do this real quick. Go ahead, y'all keep talking. I'll get right back to y'all. I'm gonna do this just for OTK, bro. Just for OTK. I'll be right back.
I bet.
Hey, let me get in here real quick because I am actually about to bail.
Yeah. Go ahead, Il Dockerin. OG.
If y'all can survive, I got 3 things that I want to say. The first one is there are different types of objectivity that we've been talking about tonight. There's impartiality, like unbiased. I can say, well, I'm being objective in my judgment. There's epistemic. We were talking about epistemology a little bit earlier. Epistemic objectivity is dependent on it's justification, and it's not dependent on like your personal experience. And then there's ontological objectivity, and it's easy to slide in between those things in one statement. Science is objective, but scientists are subjective. You're saying that scientists have a bias, but they achieve epistemic objectivity through a system that eliminates bias. It's just a weird game that we play with language, and it causes arguments to happen like tonight that aren't necessary. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that this existence thing. There's a difference between a thing existing and satisfying existence, and then talking about the nature of its existence. For instance, I exist. So somebody might say, well, could you prove it? Well, you're interacting with me, and you know that you're not interacting with yourself. So something other than you exists that's making, then you talk about the nature of my existence. What am I? Am I really a guy somewhere in Michigan or am I just a sound that's coming through your device? So you have to decide the scope of nature when you're talking about that. If I'm reading a post on Facebook, that person that made that post isn't really a person. They're just symbols on the screen. That's the nature that I can prove if I want to prove the nature of their existence. But I can't deny that it exists, whatever it is and however its nature is. And the last thing that I want to say, I want to bid you all peace, love, and respect, but I want to do it in a language that was taught to me by angels. Ingloyiba Dorikwanda, Oro Oyogumundi Wakamani. And with that, good night to all of you.
Good night, sir.
Peace and blessings, El Doctrine. So yeah, we're gonna go around the room and close out.
Yep.
I will be I'm gonna try to be on a little later today around 2, 3. And so you know, we're gonna be back at it. So OTK, listen, we ain't gonna be gone for too long, bro. We ain't gonna be gone for too long,
Yeah,
bro.
no. I already if you check the back chat, bro, I sent something already in the back chat. You know what I mean? It's all good.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I got you. And so we'll go around the room. We're gonna start with OTK.
Willie ain't got nothing to say. Wall Street Willie ain't got nothing to say because he done been here. He ain't even had a chance.
I'm starting with you, OTK.
I love that brother though, bro. I swear I love Wall Street. Even though he's a Baphomet dude, I rocks with bro.
But I'm starting
He's
with
a
you,
bootleg
OTK.
now.
Close out, OTK.
Okay. Hey man, shout out to goddamn A1. Shout out to the Titans Debate League. Shout out to my dog Humble, man. You know what I mean? Young brother coming up in this thing. The name is almost like my name, Open to Knowledge. And your name Humble. It's like, goddamn, dog. It's an understanding in there. You know what I mean? Roy Chess. Bro, I respect your information. Don't ever think I respect your information. I just got a question where I see loopholes at. And don't take my questioning as like trying to put a chink in your armor. No, it's so you can get better. So if somebody else asks you that question, you can have an answer for it, brother. That's all. You introducing something that you're calling new to us. We already know what quantum is, but then you adding the second part of quantum to it. And then you're giving a mathematical formula. And I like how you're putting that together, bro. You're using quantum, which is science, and that cannot all the way be true, but then you're using mathematics and saying, hey, math don't lie. And then you're putting that with it to try to say, hey, look, I can't be lying because math don't lie. So now I'm explaining this. Brother, I saw that in your presentation, not your presentation, before your presentation. I saw that when you brought that out the other day. So I got the utmost respect for you. You know what I mean? That's why I came in like, yo, the brother was saying some real things, but it's some things I don't agree with, bro. You know what I mean? So take that as a pat on your shoulder, bro. Boom. Cosmon, that's my brother. Always. Shout out to the goddamn Vortex and the Creator Gang. You already know. Gang, you already know. And just shout out to the Titans Debate League.
So
we're gonna help. We're gonna take this shit to a whole nother level. Cosmon gave me the okay to keep rocking over here because I came to Cosmon like, yo, what's up with them brothers over there? He was like, oh yeah, them my dogs. Them my little brothers over there. Not saying it like that, but he's saying it like he got respect for y'all. So once he
Shout out to
give me, once
Cosmo.
he say he got respect for y'all, bro, that's why I came. And you can see that's why other people coming like JJ 7000 and all of them, but they coming because they following us.
Facts. Those are
But that's
true.
what we want them to do. We want them to follow us over here so we
Yeah.
can help build up this. Because this is what we do. This is what I do. I go on more than one panel. I'm an American Indian. I done been on Sonetta and all over, man. It don't matter, bro. Ricky Lake show, all of that type shit. I done been on all that, dog. So, dog, keep doing what you do, humble. A1, keep doing what you do. Cosmon, that's my brother. Cosmonians. Hey, shout out to y'all, Roy Chess. Me, you gonna have a conversation one-on-one one day.
Yes, sir.
I bet.
Most
Love y'all,
definitely,
man.
most definitely.
Hey,
You
love
already
y'all,
know.
man. Love y'all.
You already know. You already know. OTK.
Peace.
Next we go on to Cosmon. What's up, Cosmon? Give us your
Man.
closing remarks, big brother.
Man, first and foremost, all praise to the ever-present creator, the all that was, is, and ever shall be. Love, light, balance out there to y'all, brothers, and salute to the creator gang, man, and those who stand by the creator. You dig what I'm saying? It's a love, light, and balance. I think it was a good conversation. You dig what I'm saying? But I think what you could learn through this conversation is while I was saying a lot of stuff was illogical, and I wasn't trying to poke at you, Roy. I was just saying it doesn't make sense, because if the act of like literally knowing something, right, if that changes the thing itself, right, that means pure objectivity might not even be physically possible, and we know that's illogical. You did what I'm saying? So because I there are things that are totally objective, that it just is what it is, and it gets right back into the quantum state of things that you was talking about also, right? And a thing actually being set until a person can even consciously observe it, right? So I've been on this stuff for a long time, so I understand where you're coming from. I just look at it a little different. You know what I mean? But like he said, I'll go back and look at the whole thing, because I don't care how somebody tell me I should look at something. It really don't matter. You dig what I'm saying? And that's the beauty of science and objectivity. You could just do what the fuck you want to. You dig what I'm saying? You can just be real with it, or you can be fake with it. You can just you can do whatever you want. Just do the work. First, anybody want to tap in? Go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Thumb up some videos. Trust me, you ain't got a big homie who sits down and breaks down luminescence on it every day. You dig what I'm saying? Or anything. You dig what I'm saying? He ain't.
What is it called again, Cosmon? What's your channel called again?
It's Cosmon Cal, KOSMON CAL TV. Cosmon Cal TV on YouTube. So
Gotcha.
subscribe, like, share, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Check. I'm sure it's something in there that piques your interest. Something. I don't know what everybody into. I'm into a lot of different things. I don't try to pigeonhole myself with any
Right.
set knowledge. You dig what I'm saying? I will and am willing to look into anything with any merit. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? I ain't never been afraid of the page. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'll get down off in that thing and read it. You dig what I'm talking about? And see what's in there. You dig what I'm saying? If it's anything in there. Because I didn't, had my hopes up for a lot of stuff, and come out it wasn't nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? In the long run. So
I'm most definitely gonna come through your channel, support, like, share, subscribe. Share a lot of your content on my on my panels or whatnot. You already got the support, brother Cosma.
That's what's up, man. Listen, we got a debate coming up on the 1st. with me and Gideon, which book is more beneficial for nigger folk today, OSP or Bible? So you know what I mean. He gonna go in the Bible and show us them benefits that's beneficial for us to know today, and I'm gonna go in OSP and show the benefits.
I can't wait. I
You
can't
dig
wait.
what I'm talking about? I think this gonna be easy work. I think it's gonna be easy work, and also, I'm supposed to get with the sisters on Sunday. On Sunday at 7, and we're supposed to get with the sisters and sit down, and you know what I mean. I guess they gonna, give me the once over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely.
So y'all come through, show some love on that. Salute the brother Humble. You dig what I'm saying? The brother Roy Chess, Wall Street Willie. What's up, though? He already know what it is. You know what I mean? And just y'all be good to each other, man.
Most definitely, brother. We
Try that
appreciate
a little bit. You dig what I'm talking about? Just a little bit. And if you can, do one good act a day, right? And then try to make it 2 the next day.
My man, I love that for that. That's a philosophy I can stand behind. That's one right there I can most definitely stand behind.
My man.
All right.
Peace.
Next we got Wall Street Willie. What's up, brother Wall Street Willie? You got any closing remarks? He just came up. Yo, going once, going twice. All right, Brody. We catch you on the next show, Wall Street Willie. We appreciate you, Brody. Keep the support coming, bro. Brother Roy Chess, last but not least. Brother Roy Chess, you got your closing remarks, brother?
Yes, thank you for the platform. A1, Humble, thank you for allowing me to come up. I think this was a good conversation, interesting. I think the audience gave us some compliments that this is a good discussion. That's what I'm hoping to bring, right? I'm not forcing anybody to believe what I believe. I don't even express my beliefs. So I give pushback, and I'm giving logical pushback because I'm using principles. I'm not using my opinion. I'm not using subjective things. I'm actually using principles that were in the presentation that I gave. Now, again, sometimes people reason wrongly, and they don't know they're reasoning wrongly because they don't know the principles. All right. So, that's why we're having conversations like this. That's why we're going through this objective thing. And I'm just trying to add that if you add this to the definition, you will have a better definition, right? So this one component of the constant truth value has or should be there, right? Don't leave that out. Because if you do leave it out, you're going to run into a problem where something you say is objective, but then some objective things will be false and falsifiable. So that then it sounds very confusing because people don't accept objective false things, right? So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not just saying to be a jerk or something like that. I'm saying because it's going to lead to problems if you don't add it or if you don't change it up, right? So I'm only cautioning people when they say objective and then it changes, like something 100 years ago changed now, it's not the same. Like the Pluto thing, I think I didn't even come up with that. I think somebody else came up with that, and I just kept on using it because it was a good example, right? So something was objective in the past, and it's not objective now, so it sounds confusing. So the word objective is very vague, and that's a problem, especially on platforms like this because people misuse it. And you even heard him say that, well, science is not 100%, but it's still absolute. Like, what? Doesn't make any sense. It can't be both. That means there's an error. There's a margin of error that you cannot get rid of by definition. So you can't make that your God because your God will be full of error or the possibility of error. But tonight was supposed to be about quantum here. and we did keep on topic kind of because we were talking about truth and things like that and the quantums. So it does tie into what he was saying. We didn't get into more specific things that we wanted to, because I could have. It's good that he gave that presentation because I took some notes, and we'll get to that in one of his presentations again. But he has to also be able to be open-minded and answer the questions that the people who come up on the panel are going to ask him. So I just say, I'm going to give you pushback. You'll get honest pushback and nothing personal. Thank you, Humble. I'll land my plane.
Most definitely, and we already know, brother Roy Trust. We appreciate you. We appreciate your support. We appreciate your input. We appreciate your pushback as well. On that scholarly level, of actually making me personally, actually making me think and making me go do research, and you making me learn and step out of and step into other comfort zones, you know what I'm saying, and getting familiar with other fields of knowledge. So I most definitely appreciate you for that, brother Roy Chess. Most definitely, brother. Last but not least, right? We got, well, I'm last, but before me, we got the man of the show, the man of the hour, brother Roy. What up, brother?
Brother who?
I mean, brother Ron. Listen, man, it's going on 6 hours.
That's all right, man. Roy, I know Roy got y'all. Y'all got to understand, Roy's a skeptic.
Yeah.
He got questions. He ain't gonna never be able to answer a question straight, guys. And I'm gonna show y'all how quantum onlyism quiets skepticism. He doesn't even know. He keeps coming like he knows how to argue, but I'm gonna show y'all that he don't even know how to form an argument. All he's doing is skepticism. That skepticism does not mean you smart because you know how to formulate questions. Fuck formulate questions. We're here to formulate answers, Roy. I'm here. You came on my platform. You keep coming so you can get the classes because you know you need these classes that I'm providing because that skepticism that you got just doesn't work. We can't keep going through that stuff and you coming on people's shows trying to, and I don't know, you might be asking questions so you can understand it. That could be it. But I think you asking questions because you trying to see if you can outsmart people and stop this, but you can't outsmart onlyism by just asking questions because I got questions to ask you. I got 6 questions that I'm going to ask you that's going to make you verify exactly what I'm telling you. So tomorrow you make sure you in class. Onlyism 1. Thank y'all for coming. Shout out to the boys in the Titans. What's up, Titans? Shout out everybody. Shout out my mans. You know who Humble is. He gonna make sure everybody stays humble and stays on track. I appreciate you. I'm sorry that I'm driving, man, and I'm working right now. That's why I couldn't come in so you can ask me more questions. Roy, even though I'm talking stuff to you and stuff, I appreciate the initiative that you've given me so you think you're giving me questions to think about, and that's fine. I've already thought about all of them. Like I told y'all, this is a robust philosophy with all 5 things. It has an ontology all the way to an epistemology. So I'm gonna prove it to y'all. I'll prove to y'all that the quantum truth of the only divinity stands on exactly what I'm telling y'all, and that's that it's the only logical explanation for existence. You ain't supposed to go through no modal logic. I'm gonna give you the inference. I'm gonna give you a transcendental argument. I'm gonna give you the modal inference, and you're gonna have to prove to me first that time and nature ain't the preconditions, and then we can talk about anything else after that. Because all that stuff that you talking keep taking people away from the target because you being a skeptic on what's going on, and you ain't asking no questions that do nothing. But I'm gonna close right there. Shout out A1, the boss man, and I am your boy L. Ron Thug. I'm gonna learn how to talk to y'all without all of this energy, man. But it's just I'm trying to get this out there, and I hate the skeptics. Them is my number one besides the atheists, because the atheists, they at least believe in nature. But a skeptic don't believe in nothing. They just gonna ask questions around questions around questions. Y'all notice that? That don't make a person smart because they can ask questions. That just make them good asking questions. Tell him to answer something, and he won't be able to. And I'm gonna prove it to you. When he do answer questions, it's gonna be answering the questions of quantum truth of the only divinity. You make sure you're in class. Don't be tardy either, Roy Chess. Your name should be Roy Skeptic. I'm out. Punch one shot, kill him.
You already know that's the brother Ron right there. That's the brother Ron right there. And we most definitely gonna check out more brother Ron. He most definitely came through with a fire presentation today. Despite what anybody's subjective view on it is, the objective view is that it brought forth value to our community. It was most definitely packed with a lot of information. And so I'm looking forward to seeing more presentations like that, brother Ron, most definitely. And the fact that you hit with Notebook LM, bro, I rock with you with that, bro. I rock with you just for that fact right there, bro. Now it's my turn. Last but not least, y'all know the brother Humble Mystic. Y'all know what it is. The Soul Tribe, I appreciate y'all. The brother Quantum Truth, L. Ron came through today, did his thing. I was impressed. Hey, he made me go open up some stuff on my Notebook LM. Like, yeah, I want to put this stuff together too. So I really enjoyed myself today. I really got a chance to get in my element, show y'all a little more of what my role is in the community as a panelist. I know y'all be seeing me up here hosting a lot, but I love to get it in. I love to do the debates. I love the challenges. I love to get challenged. You already know at the end of the day, it's all about the information, spreading information to our people, practical information. You know, everybody come up here with these ideologies. And my ideology is practical information. You know, it's the key to freedom, right? If we learn how to actually put these things that we talk about to use in our day-to-day lives, you know, then we can create a better tomorrow than we had today, and we can create a better future from that step forward. So without further ado, this your boy Humble Mystic of the Soul Tribe and representing the Titan Debate League. Before I get out of here though, I do want to, you know, once again end off with some words from our sponsors. Once again, let's get into it.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. Two intellectual warriors, one explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eden, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eden steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League. let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me.